Chapter 3786. Great Buddha. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be here. Finally, a voice broke the tranquil atmosphere. It was Sky Crystal. What was surprising was that he had regained his composure, as if everything was under his control. I have to say that you're really gutsy. You destroyed our efforts in the Fire God tribe, yet you didn't run away. Don't you know that this matter has already angered the young master? Even if I spare you this time, in the 9 prefectures in the final world, young master will kill you. Tianjing said again. These words caused the expressions of the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance to change drastically. They finally knew who Lin Ling was. That guy was actually the one who destroyed the foundation of the Fire God clan? They could be said to hate this person to the bone. They originally thought that this person would have fled, but in the end he didn't flee. Instead, he came to ruin their plans. As expected of a jinx. Compared to their anger, the people of the Wood God clan were greatly shocked. They looked at Lin Ling with even more admiration. Lin Ling was like an emissary sent down by the heavens to save them. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Tianjing interrupted Lin Ling and said again, I have to say that you are really stupid. Don't you know how many more years you can live after running away? If he came back, wouldn't he be courting death? In fact, if it wasn't for the young master forbidding me from touching you, I would have chased you down long ago. The young master once said that you have an agreement with the disciple of a certain great character in the final world. That's why I let you off so easily. Lin Ling suddenly sneered. That agreement should be the battle between him and Longyang. He didn't expect that this battle would be known by so many people. He was just about to speak. But Heaven Crystal interrupted Lin Ling a second time. Early stage martial progenitor realm. Combining your talent with an unknown martial art. I have to say, I'm quite curious about your martial art. Why don't you tell me where it came from? Being interrupted repeatedly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He felt that something was wrong. Then he suddenly thought of something. Are you done nagging? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're actually afraid of me, aren't you? Lin Ling smiled and finally said calmly. Hearing this, Tianjing's eyes quietly changed, but she smiled and said, Scared? What a joke. If I'm not wrong, you should be waiting for another person. I didn't expect that the once arrogant you would be afraid today. Lin Ling gave tit for tat. Nonsense. But Heaven Crystal was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. I'm talking nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. You should be waiting for someone called Big Ghost, right? Because you only have the confidence to defeat me if the two of you work together. What? Tianjing's expression changed drastically, because Lin Ling was right. He was indeed somewhat afraid of Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's speed was too fast. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to know his thoughts. However, since he was seen through, Tianjing might as well admit it. Yes, I'm indeed stalling for time. According to my estimation, Big Ghost will be here soon. His talent is definitely beyond your imagination. When the two of us work together, you won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. He didn't intend to waste any more time, and merged his talents again. But at the same time he said, his talent allows him to devour the flesh and blood of monsters to increase his overall strength, right? As soon as he said that, Tianjing was thunderstruck again. However, you don't have to wait anymore because he's already dead. He was killed by me. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were like 3 consecutive thunderbolts, blasting Tianjing 3 steps back. However, at this time Lin Ling had already made his move. The tyrannical song sword appeared, and this time he also merged the devil jellyfish's talent. One should know that when he defeated Big Ghost, he did not merge the devil jellyfish. He felt that the merging of the 3 talents was enough. However, facing Tianjing, it was not enough because Tianjing's cultivation level and talent were extraordinary. Rumble. A suffocating aura spread out from Lin Ling's body, and Lin Ling immediately attacked. The sword was majestic. Tianjing also knew that Big Ghost would not come again. This meant that he would have to face Lin Ling alone. Therefore he also went all out. A battle between the peak of the half-step to martial god realm had officially begun. At the bottom of the tree, countless people clenched their fists and cheered for their respective flags. Looking at the battle at the top of the tree, Tianjing saw Linling charging at him. He knew that he couldn't catch up with Linling's speed, so he decided to stay put. "Great Buddha!" he roared, and his body grew in size, turning into a huge and fat Buddha. This Buddha had a benevolent face, and his ears were very long, like two pendants. He was 100 meters tall, and he said in a Buddhist voice, "Merciful Buddha." Endless green flames appeared behind his head, and they bloomed like Buddha's light. This talent began to affect his opponent, making him put down his knife and become a Buddha. When the green flames surged toward Linling, Linling also had a strange feeling, as if he was going to give up his life and save the world. This kind of Buddha was somewhat twisted. There was nothing wrong with saving the world, but why did he have to kill people? Could he not become a Buddha if he did not die? Get lost! The heavenly dragon protection light appeared in Linling's body, and he also unleashed the Buddha's power to resist the evil Buddha intent. What? Tianjing's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Linling to possess pure Buddha's power, but he sneered. "Linling, is that all you've got?" His talent was not only the Buddha's power, but he also possessed the fire Tao. Great Buddha flames. Following that, waves of green flames seemed to be formless and colorless as they poured into Linling's body, and actually wanted to purify Linling. This green flame was extremely extraordinary, making Linling's mind raise an image. Dipankara. This seemed to be the Buddha Dipankara's wisp of flame. However, after this wisp of flame invaded, it encountered the hair-size flame in Linling's dantian, and it was instantly extinguished. Flame of the human monarch. Clearly, when the Dipankara Great Buddha flames encountered the human monarch's flame, its level could not compare at all. How could a tiny little lamp's flame compare to the world's first flame? In terms of saving all living beings, the Great Buddha flames could not compare at all. Because after the human monarch's flame was born, who knew how many people it had saved? "You're not afraid of my Great Buddha flames?" That benevolent face of the Great Buddha actually revealed a ferocious look at this moment. However, Linling had already arrived in front of him, and slashed down with his sword with all his might. Great Buddha Ten Dharma. Seeing this, the Great Buddha roared, and his huge palms were like two palm leaf fans as they slammed together. A rumbling sound rang out, and the earth quaked and the mountains shook, as if gods had collided, only to see that the huge Buddha's palm actually clamped down on Linling's sword. When the two palms collided with the large sword, a terrifying shock wave also swept out in all directions. In the distance, the withered trees began to fall down in large patches. Looking at the battle at the top of the tree, the scene was incomparably spectacular, as if it was a battle between a devil and a Buddha. Linling slashed down with his sword, but it was blocked by the Great Buddha's palms. "Linling, is that all you've got?" The Great Buddha once again revealed a sneer, and it was even more like a devil Buddha. "Is that so?" Chapter 3787. Subduing the Wood Gods. He had already fused his four great talents, the realm-swallowing beast, the double dragon god, and the devil jellyfish. In terms of level, he had already reached the 14th grade. His defense, attack, and speed were all at their peak. In addition to the fusion of the 6 dantians and the tyrannical song sword. But such a terrifying sword was still blocked. So weak. "I haven't even used my full strength and you can't hurt me. What if I use my full strength?" Tianjing said disdainfully again. "You think you're the only one who hasn't used your full strength?" Linling raised his head. His long hair was dancing wildly. He had decided that it was time to use another trump card. Currently, he still had the calamity-destroying Sun Bao, the Step of Wisdom, and Mini Kunlun. These methods were not to be underestimated. So Linling wanted to see how long Tianjing could block it. Calamity-destroying Sun. Linling immediately shouted. But before he could finish, there was a cracking sound in front of him. The gigantic Buddha was still sneering, but his smile had quietly frozen. His palms, which were like palms, were cracked, and so were his plump body. Boom. Finally, it exploded. Linling's eyes narrowed. Then he smiled bitterly. Tianjing was defeated, and completely turned into ashes. Obviously, he couldn't block the last sword at all. Originally, Linling had wanted to use his final trump card. Unfortunately, Tianjing did not have the qualifications to see that trump card. Ironically, Tianjing said that he hadn't used his full strength. Obviously, he was just trying to show off. Shaking his head, Linling put away his sword and stood up. His body started to return to normal. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He sneered and said, "I forgot to tell you. I'm here for the fire illusion." If Tianjing was still alive, he would feel wronged. Because Linling wanted to kill him for a person he met by chance? Lunatic. At this moment, everyone was looking at the blue-robed young man on the top of the tree. The people of the wood gods were laughing excitedly. But as they laughed, tears flowed out of their eyes. Dead. Everything was over. Senior brother Tianjing is dead. Heavens! Run. As for the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, they started to panic. Following this, they started to flee in all directions. However, outside the forest, 3 evil spirits were waiting for them, and began to devour them in a frenzy. Of course, there were still many of them, so many of them managed to escape. Linling paid no attention to this because he knew that there would be a time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lord Envoy. Looking at the awe-inspiring Linling, the Queen of the Wood Gods was the first to kneel. Next, everyone knelt down. At this moment, they were willing to submit to Linling. He was the first human to make the wood gods submit to him. Because in their hearts, Linling was arranged by the heavens to save them. Linling smiled faintly. He didn't care about these people's worship. Suddenly, he looked at the ancient forest in the distance and released countless evil spirit jellyfish. These evil spirit jellyfish rushed into the ground and began to devour the deathly aura in a frenzy. This caused the originally lifeless forest to gradually regain its vitality. It had to be said that although there was a lot of deathly aura this time, Linling could still sense that compared to the last time, the deathly aura this time lacked a kind of dominance. The resistance wasn't fierce at all. Linling pondered for a moment and understood. The deathly aura last time probably came from the powerful cultivator in the land of eternal rest, Wanyan Shiji. This time, it came from Wanyan Bupo. Wanyan Bupo's strength naturally couldn't compare to his father's. We've won today's battle. Next, Linling looked at everyone, and his voice boomed out like thunder. Everyone fell silent. However, the battle isn't over. Those evil spirits came from outside, but they want to destroy your home, and do whatever they want here. Do you want to see your home destroyed? Do you want to see your family and friends die in their hands? Do you think the wood gods are livestock that can be slaughtered by others? Linling's words ignited the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. No one wanted to be oppressed. No one wanted to live happily here forever. Lord Messenger, what do you think we should do? We'll follow you. Her Majesty the Queen looked at Linling with admiration and shouted, "Unite the 3 races, destroy the evil spirits, and take back our home." Linling looked into the distance and said calmly, "Take back our home. Take back our home." Everyone shouted excitedly. They had always lacked a true leader, and they also lacked a belief and a totem. However, Linling appeared and became their totem. This was because Linling was their Lord Messenger. Linling revealed a smile when he saw everyone nodding. He wasn't surprised by this scene at all. Now that the wood gods and fire gods had agreed, only the stone gods were left. Lord Messenger, you've worked hard. At this time, the queen flew up and bowed slightly to Linling. However, her face was a little flushed. Apparently, she was thinking about what happened before. Linling was the same. He felt his body heating up. The queen was too charming. He couldn't help but lower his head quietly. However, what entered his eyes was the queen's bare feet. Those bare feet could be called exquisite works of art. This made Linling's body even hotter. He didn't dare to look anymore and immediately looked up. Unfortunately, what he saw when he looked up was too much for Linling. All right, there's no time to lose. I'll go to the stone gods now. Not daring to stay any longer, Linling left with a red face. Seeing Linling's appearance, the queen's face turned even redder. She whispered, "Lord Messenger, I still have some death aura on me. I wonder when you can help me get rid of it." Linling hurriedly flew even faster. This was because he knew that if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back. Moreover, he also knew that with the death aura in the forest being expelled, the queen's strength was actually stronger than his. How could there be any death aura on her body? Obviously, that was a hint. Meanwhile, while Lin Ling was heading to the fire gods, the remaining members of the heaven-crushing alliance had all fled back. Someone told them everything that had happened. A cold voice immediately sounded from the tombstone on the ground. You're saying that it's Lin Ling again? Whoosh! The earth rumbled as Wanyan Bupo walked out coldly. This time he couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Ling had destroyed the death aura they had left in the fire gods. Now he had even saved the wood gods and killed Tianjing and the others. Was he going to confront them head-on? One had to realize that if it weren't for the fact that he had given face to martial god Wentian and Lin Ling, he would have already killed him. It was precisely because he knew that if he killed Lin Ling, he would be ruining the battle between Lin Ling and Longnyang. Thus, he had allowed Lin Ling to live for another 3 years. After that battle ended, he would make his move. Young master, what should we do now? Lin Ling is already riding on our heads. Are we going to let him do whatever he wants? Chapter 3788. Just a few pots of wine was enough. Kill him, don't show any mercy. Wanyan Bupo finally made up his mind. He then entered the coffin again. Wait until my talent increases. If Lin Ling is still in the demon forest, I'll kill him myself. Hearing his words, everyone laughed. Wanyan Bupo's talent was extremely terrifying. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Divine List Stairway to Heaven. That was because he had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. This time, he had been cultivating in the demon forest for a long time. He had already accumulated a lot of energy needed to break through his innate talent. If he reached the 9th stage, the demonic forest would definitely move for him. However, at this moment, Lin Ling clearly knew that the final battle was coming. However, since he had chosen to stay, he would definitely massacre the heaven-crushing alliance. He didn't care about Wanyan Bupo or Wanyan Epics. He only knew that this place of eternal rest dared to provoke him, Lin Ling. After arriving at the Stone City and seeing the bustling city, Lin Ling felt a bit helpless. He never thought that this would be the safest place among the 3 clans. This was because the Stone God tribe had simple and honest personalities, and they didn't know how to change sides. If the heaven-crushing alliance dared to provoke them, they would definitely fight to the death. Thus, the heaven-crushing alliance was also very smart. They planned to deal with the other 2 tribes first before making a move against the heaven-crushing alliance. After smoothly entering the city, Lin Ling first found Gu Yadong, and this guy was not difficult to find. He was still in the same restaurant. Hey Lin Ling, you're back. When Gu Yadong saw Lin Ling, he was extremely surprised. Lin Ling immediately threw out a jug of wine. The moment this jug of wine appeared, Gu Yadong was undoubtedly overjoyed. Of course, Lin Ling didn't waste any time and directly stated his intentions. What? You want to see our patriarch? Gu Yadong was very surprised by Lin Ling's idea, but he also said with difficulty, our patriarch is very fierce and extremely difficult to talk to. Moreover, the patriarch's surroundings are heavily guarded, and all of them are stronger than you. I'm afraid you won't be able to get close to him. What is their strength? Lin Ling frowned. Although he had the talent of the world-swallowing beast, he still needed to use it in front of the leader to convince the rock god race. In human terms, they are all half-step to martial god realm experts. Gu Yadong said immediately. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. He hadn't thought that the Stone God tribe would be the most powerful of the 3 tribes. However, he soon realized that this wasn't because the Stone God tribe was the most powerful of the 3 tribes. Instead, it was because the powerful techniques of the other 2 tribes were easily countered by the heaven-crushing alliance. For example, the Wood God clan's strength came from the forest, but as long as the forest was destroyed, the strength of the Wood God clan would be greatly reduced. As for the Fire God race, they were flames. Their totem, the human king flame, had always been in a deep slumber. As for the Stone God tribe, they were naturally born with great strength. Coupled with their ability to forge weapons, their combat prowess wouldn't be easily defeated by the heaven-crushing alliance. Let's give it a try. But since he was already here, how could Lin Ling back off so easily? Let me say this first. If I fail and get thrown out of here, don't blame me. Gu Yadong pondered for a moment, and then nodded. He was quite a loyal person. In order to help Lin Ling, he actually really brought Lin Ling to see the leader of the Stone God tribe. The tribe leader lived in a strange fortress. It was strange because it was very short, only about 1.5 meters tall. However, it was also very grand, and it occupied a vast area. Moreover, there were many dwarves in the surroundings, and they were all extremely powerful. They didn't look tall, but Lin Ling felt like they were giants. Moreover, when they saw Lin Ling, the members of the Stone God tribe all shouted in a dignified manner, "Human!" A powerful aura soared into the sky, giving Lin Ling a fright. This was because he discovered that these people weren't much weaker than Tianjing. More importantly, there were so many of them. "You're not allowed to come near here." Another dignified voice sounded. The members of the Stone God tribe were holding axes and hammers, and they walked over like dwarves. Although the Stone God tribe didn't really hate humans, this was the place where their tribe leader lived, so they naturally wouldn't allow humans to come near so easily. He's here to see the tribe leader." Gu Yadong hurriedly opened his mouth and performed a warrior's salute. "See the tribe leader?" The guards all laughed. It was a sneer. Could a human meet the tribe leader so easily? This was obviously impossible. "I'll give you a breath's time. Scram, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Finally, a Stone God dwarf with a white beard said coldly. This person's strength also gave Lin Ling a sense of pressure, letting Lin Ling know that if he wanted to see the tribe leader, he was afraid that a fierce battle would be inevitable. As for Gu Yadong, he had already guessed it. If Lin Ling wasn't his good friend, he wouldn't even bring Lin Ling here because he knew that Lin Ling had no hope of seeing the tribe leader. What a fragrant wine. Gu Yadong, where did you get this wine? Why is it so fragrant? I've never smelled it before. However, at this moment, the white-bearded dwarf suddenly frowned and said in surprise, "That wine was given to Gu Yadong by Lin Ling." Gu Yadong suddenly froze and threw the wine jug in his hand over. After the white-bearded dwarf caught it, he took a big gulp and suddenly became overjoyed. Good wine, it's stronger than what we brewed. Let me try a sip." Scram. Scram, I haven't drunk enough yet. Scram. Don't fight, one person each. Scram. Next, something happened that made Lin Ling stunned. These dwarf-like guards actually crazily snatched the wine, and even fought. This made Lin Ling look at Gu Yadong, but found that Gu Yadong was used to it and showed a painful look. Obviously, he was also reluctant to part with the wine. This scene undoubtedly made Lin Ling stunned for a long time. In the end, Lin Ling finally had to speak. Actually, this wine was given to Gu Yadong by me, and I still have a lot. Scram. As soon as he said that, everyone stopped fighting and stared at Lin Ling with wide eyes and beards. Next, the leading white-bearded dwarf ran over, but although he was short, his weight could not be underestimated. He actually made the ground shake, and footprints were left on the hard stones on the ground. This momentum was very terrifying, like a giant from the era of gods. Lin Ling quietly became dignified, ready to burst out with all his strength. However, the white-bearded dwarf stopped in front of Lin Ling and immediately said, "Friend, that wine, do you still have it? Please give me a jug too." Gu Yadu, you're too smart. Next, the others also ran over and politely asked for wine to drink. It felt like children surrounding Lin Ling and asking for candy. Of course, if you could throw away their thick beards, they were indeed like children. Lin Ling was a person who liked wine. For this experience, he had already prepared a lot of wine, so he immediately took it out. Good wine, good wine. Everyone laughed heartily as they gulped down mouthfuls of wine from the jugs in their hands. It was a joyous scene. Chapter 3789. Subdue the Stone God Clan. This brother, did you want to see the patriarch before? No problem, I'll go find him for you. After the white-bearded dwarf drank a few mouthfuls, he looked at Lin Ling with a smile. His way of addressing Lin Ling had changed. Before he called him friend, but now he called him brother. Lin Ling could not help but roll his eyes. He thought that there would be a great battle. In the end, who would have thought that a few pots of wine would finish off these powerhouses? Not long after, a red-bearded dwarf also ran out. His footsteps were earth-shattering. This must be the tribe leader. His strength was also at the martial god realm, and his aura was extremely domineering. Wine. Haven't I tasted it before? Come on, come on. he shouted as he ran. In the end, Lin Ling also threw a jug of wine over, and immediately gained the patriarch's friendship. This clan leader who was addicted to alcohol even declared that Lin Ling would always be a guest of the Stone God clan, and he could even marry any woman of the Stone God clan. Regarding this, Lin Ling immediately declined. The truth was that the Stone God race's woman was short and fat. She was simply not something that Lin Ling could handle. To tell you the truth. Following that, Lin Ling also revealed the purpose of his visit. But when this was brought up, everyone immediately fell silent. They obviously knew about the evil spirits and knew that the leader of the evil spirits was an extremely powerful existence. It was just that he had left. Lin Ling had expected their fear. He hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "In truth, I am a realm-swallowing beast." After he finished speaking, he immediately displayed the talent of the realm-swallowing beast. However, Lin Ling was not so sure. Although the totem of the Stone God race was the realm-swallowing beast, it was still the realm-swallowing beast. But the world-swallowing beast had swallowed countless Stone God race elders, so Lin Ling could not guarantee that the Stone God race would approve of him. They might even kill him to avenge the ancestors. However, after he revealed the body of the realm-swallowing beast, things had gone much smoother than he had imagined. Everyone from the Stone God clan knelt down, raised their hands to the sky and kowtowed. "Swallow, don't swallow me, don't swallow me." Looking at their expressions, it was not reverence, but fear. This kind of fear came from the bottom of his heart, as if it came from the Stone God clan's millions of years of history. When Lin Ling saw that everyone was kneeling, he was speechless for a while. He raised his hand and wanted everyone to stand up. "Don't swallow me." However, when he saw Lin Ling wave his hand, the patriarch immediately retreated like a mouse that had encountered a cat. Lin Ling did not know that in their childhood memories, Devour was a great enemy that they could never surpass. Their ancestors had taught them that if they met Devour, they could only submit to it. Only then would they not be exterminated. That was why they had such a huge reaction. Of course, the giant ghost had once told Lin Ling that the reason why Devour didn't continue to swallow the Stone God clan was that these dwarves were really not tasty. This was not the reason why they had submitted to Devour. Things had progressed so smoothly that even Lin Ling felt that it was very surreal. Thus he asked tentatively, "Then what about the matter I mentioned before?" Yes, we'll go immediately." The patriarch did not even dare to raise his head, and he immediately agreed. When he saw his reaction, Lin Ling was finally certain that the Stone God clan had also agreed to his summons. Right now, all three clans had agreed to his summons. If these ancient clans joined forces, they would be extremely terrifying. Then, it was time to set off for the headquarters of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. That night, Lin Ling settled down in the Stone God clan. Then he used the evil ghost jellyfish to arrange his time. The next day, Lin Ling set off toward the headquarters of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. As for the three clans behind him, they also followed behind him in a grand manner. The demonic forest was clearly going to be completely shaken today. A great battle that had been suppressed for 100 years had finally begun. However, the headquarters of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance was still deathly silent. However, the elites here had also rarely left during this period of time. This was mainly because the god of slaughter, Lin Ling, had appeared in the forest. If they went out, they would be easily killed. Thus, they were all in a state of panic and most of them chose to hide. In fact, some of the more cowardly ones had already quietly left the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. This was because, in the end, they were still students of the academy. They were not fugitives. They had only stayed because they had heard that there was something to be gained here. "Young master, more and more people are leaving." A large number of elites stood in front of the tombstone, and they all wore grave expressions as they spoke. These people were clearly the true backbone of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, and they would not easily leave the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. The ground was still deathly silent, and it was as if a dead person was really buried here. However, a low voice soon sounded. "I'm currently in seclusion. If anyone tries to escape, I'll kill them without mercy." Understood. Everyone nodded. However, one of the elites said coldly, "Young master, if this continues, the prestige of our Heaven-Crushing Alliance will be completely destroyed." This is because everyone is hiding here, and they don't dare to leave. You guys are truly a bunch of trash. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he's still a single person. There are so many of you, and you're all afraid of him. Moreover, many of you are ranked around 420 on the heavenly stairway of the immortal rankings. Beneath the ground, the voice became furious. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. However, someone finally braced himself and said, "Everyone says that using numbers to overwhelm Lin Ling is completely useless. Moreover, Lin Ling has even killed senior brother Tianjing. Some people say that he's already a half-step martial god." This time, it was Wanyan Bupo's turn to fall silent. In reality, how could he not be aware of this? However, what could he do? Was he supposed to allow Lin Ling to wreak havoc on their alliance? If his father returned, how was he supposed to explain himself? One should know that his father had spent hundreds of years building the foundations of this place. Lin Ling has just defeated Duan Wuhan. We all know Duan Wuhan's strength. He's not even ranked 420 on the heavenly stairway of the divine rankings. However, in such a short period of time, this guy's strength has increased tremendously. If this continues, Lin Ling might be able to win the battle in less than 3 years. Wanyan Bupo finally spoke in a serious tone. Hearing this, everyone fell silent once again. However, they felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Lin Ling's growth potential was too terrifying. When others grew stronger, their strength would double. However, Lin Ling's strength seemed to have increased by a few times. He was able to defeat a half-step martial god when he was at the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm. What would happen when he reached the half-step martial god realm? His talent stacking skill is too overpowered. Wanyan Bupo suddenly said, "That's right. I've heard that he has a few great talents and their ranks are not very high. However, this guy can stack them together. I really don't know how he did it. Moreover, I've heard that his talents clash with each other. There's the ghost element and the Buddha element. However, he can combine these powers together. Young master, why don't we do it?" Chapter 3790. A person was coming. Shut up. However, an angry roar came from the ground. Lin Ling's talent overlay is powerful, but it can't exert the power of the talent at all. It can only rely on the level of the talent to crush the opponent. When I reach the 9th grade talent, I can crush him with one finger. His words were filled with boundless confidence. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Following that, they began to laugh. This was because a 9th grade ultimate desolate body was indeed very rare. If the young master successfully advanced, defeating Lin Ling would not be difficult at all. Furthermore, even if I have an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, I still have the confidence to defeat him. Wanyan Bupo added. But at this moment, someone suddenly rushed over crazily, shouting as he ran, "Oh no, Lin Ling is coming!" As he spoke, he panicked and fell to the ground with a plop, eating a mouthful of dirt. "Lin Ling, you're here? Who gave him the guts?" Everyone was stunned. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but this was their base. Disregarding everything else, Lin Ling alone wouldn't be able to stop all of them if they joined hands. Who did he come with? Beneath the ground, Wanyan Bupo let out a sinister voice. What we saw was the same person. However, his strength is extremely powerful. Peak martial ancestors are unable to stop him at all. Furthermore, his Jieyuan seems to be endless. Even after unleashing all kinds of killing moves, he is still not exhausted. The man said anxiously as he lay on the ground and spat out the dirt in his mouth. Alone? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Is this guy stupid? He dares to come to our base alone. Is there something wrong with his head because of anger? Following that, the experts all laughed coldly. It's good that he's here. I originally wanted to look for him in the demon forest, which would take a lot of effort. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to come to me. Well, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Beneath the ground, a terrifying aura of death spread out, and turned into a ferocious ghost head in front of the tombstone. Pass down my command. All members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, return and capture Lin Ling. Don't let him escape. I'll come out of seclusion immediately and kill him. The ghost head let out a cold shout, causing everyone to smile malevolently. Rumble. However, with a loud boom, a large number of figures were sent flying like kites, smashing into the ground. Some died on the spot, while others spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There's no need to capture him, I'll do it myself. When everyone looked over, a figure was already slowly walking over from the ancient land of dead silence. The dead spirits in the surroundings tried to get close, but they were all swept away by this person. And wherever he passed, he would rub it against the ground. This also caused all of the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance to gather around the tomb. Their eyes were filled with wariness as they gazed at the newcomers. Lin Ling, who was ranked 430th on the divine ranking, was here. He was here to challenge Wanyan Bu Pu, who was ranked 300th on the god list. This crappy place is really hard to find. His footsteps finally stopped, and the youth looked at everyone with a cold smile. Lin Ling, I didn't think that you're Lin Ling. A piece of trash like you dares to challenge martial god Wen Tian? What a fool's dream. However, in the battle 3 years later, you won't be able to escape death. Since that's the case, why don't you die here first? It's better than embarrassing yourself 3 years later. The sinister ghost head on the tombstone sneered coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, more and more elites had gathered around. Everyone had returned. They were all glaring at Lin Ling, their bodies emitting a strong murderous aura. This was because to a cultivator, there was nothing more than friend and foe. Once it was related to benefits, then they were enemies. Lin Ling, who had obviously destroyed their interests, was their great enemy. You're bold, young master. Let's kill him. Young master. Lin Ling, I know you're powerful, but you're still too naive. Didn't the world teach you that? If you want to become stronger, you won't be able to do it alone. You must have connections and support. Unless you have the strength to dominate everything. Stop talking nonsense with him. Kill him. Kill him. The cultivators finally unleashed their murderous intents, unleashing their talents. The world is bustling, and everyone comes for benefits. The world is bustling, and everyone goes for benefits. This was the reason why they wanted to kill Lin Ling. Apart from that, there was another important reason, which was jealousy. Lin Ling, who was only a descendant, had rapidly risen from the 400th rank of the god ranking, which was enough to threaten their position. How could they not be jealous? Although they had been cultivating for a long time, they were only a bunch of young cultivators. None of them would want someone to ride on their head and make them envious. Therefore, if someone was doing that, they would kill him if they had the chance. And now it was their chance. There were many of them, some of whom were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and many of whom were half-step martial gods. However, their talents were all below the 7th grade. However, having a large number of people was also a terrifying thing. It was even to the extent that they felt that even martial gods might perish here. Upon seeing the elites of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance move into action, the ghost head floating above the tombstone chuckled coldly and said, Lin Ling, although I really want to attack you myself, I'm not like the others. Sometimes I believe in using the simplest method to deal with someone. Thus, don't expect me to fight you one-on-one. Lin Ling nodded when he heard this. He had a feeling that Wanyan Bu Pu must have other reasons for not attacking. Moreover, Wanyan Bu Pu was able to make the cultivators of the final world follow him, which meant that he had the guts to do great things. At least he wouldn't choose to fight him alone out of anger. It was obvious that he cared about the big picture. Before I die, I'd like to remind you that Longyang is very powerful. Not long ago, more than 20 academies participated in the Battle of the 3 Divine Halls. She obtained a good ranking. You won't be able to compete with her. Wanyan Bu Pu said. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling nodded again. A flagon of wine appeared in his hand. He took a sip and said, I have to say that I agree with your thoughts. In the final world, if you want to become stronger, you can't do it alone. You have to have connections and support. Unless you have the strength to dominate everything. So you've realized this before you die? Wanyan Bu Pu suddenly laughed. Lin Ling shook his head when he heard this. He finally looked up at the sky. In the sky, the ancient trees still blocked the sun, causing the place to be as gloomy as before. However, this time there were changes in the giant ancient trees. They had awakened one by one, as if they were ancient tree giants. Rumble. The ground rumbled as if the rocks that had been buried for thousands of years had come to life. Then the earth was dug up and they slowly crawled out. Most importantly, there were so many of them that they covered the entire mountain. Chapter 3791. A 10,000-year-old corpse. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The expressions of all the powerhouses who had attacked Lin Ling changed drastically. In their eyes, countless stone giants were crawling out of the ground, and a large number of ancient tree giants were reviving in the surroundings. Meteorites were crashing down from the sky, and when they landed on the ground, they merged into magma giants. This was like the horn of war for the ancient races. At this moment, everyone's bodies began to tremble. However, as the rumbling continued, a faint voice suddenly drifted out. You said that I comprehended this before I died? No, what I want to say is that I'm not alone. The voice came from Lin Ling, causing Wanyan Bupo's soul to tremble. This sudden turn of events made him realize that he had no choice but to take action. His seclusion had been disrupted. Rumble. Mud rolled, and the grave exploded. A figure rushed out from the coffin and landed heavily on the ground. It was Wanyan Bupo. However, he was clearly in a bad mood as he roared, "Kill him!" Previously, he was at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. However, he was interrupted. How could he be in a good mood? It could be said that all his previous efforts had been wasted. Meanwhile, the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were all in shock. This was because countless giants were striding toward them from the ground before them. Among them, the blue-robed youth stood unmoving like a god of war. It was as if he was the master who had opened the gates of the ancient giants. Why are you still standing there like idiots? Don't tell me you think they'll let us go. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Wanyan Bupo shouted again. Everyone came to their senses and knew that it was either you die or I live. They once again unleashed their full strength, forming a scene of surging spiritual chi, charging towards Lin Ling. However, just as they moved, the giants in front of them also moved. After the Wood God clan regained their vitality, their battle prowess also recovered. A fist formed by trees glided along the ground like a siege chariot. Everywhere it passed, not only did it destroy everyone's attacks, but it also swept everyone away like fried beans. Bang bang bang. Next, behind the stone giants, several stout members of the stone god race appeared. They were like thousands of galloping horses. But as they ran, their bodies grew taller and taller, until they became small giants. They held axes and hammers that were more than 5 meters long in their hands and fiercely charged over. Swinging left and right, he shattered all kinds of powerful attacks and sent the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance flying. The scene was simply one-sided. The Heaven-Crushing Alliance, which had dominated the demonic forest for 100 years, had been reduced to such a sorry state. Wanyan Bupo was clearly stunned by this. He also remembered what his father had said. Don't let the 3 races form an alliance. The thing that his father feared the most had finally happened. How could this be? The wood gods had been deprived of their most powerful means. The fire god race had no leader. The stone god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs. But why did they join forces today? No need to guess, it's me. Amidst the chaotic battle ahead, Lin Ling walked over with a smile and said faintly, "It's you." Wanyan Bupo's eyes instantly turned toward Lin Ling, and the majestic scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was Lin Ling. It was all Lin Ling's fault. He had no enmity with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had destroyed their efforts and even wanted to uproot them? What a bully! Of course, this was only his wishful thinking. Lin Ling had passed through the demonic forest, and he had no enmity with the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Wasn't he also going to kill Lin Ling? The difference was that he had failed, and Lin Ling had instead come knocking on his door. You piece of trash, you piece of trash, you think you can battle Longyang? You have no idea how powerful the most powerful circle of the Divine 3 Halls is. Trash, I'll definitely kill you, definitely. Corpse aura surged out of Wanyan Bupo's body like a tidal wave, and everyone near him was swept away. Following that, his core members suddenly screamed in pain, and their bodies started to distort. Ah, young master, no. Ah. Their voices and bodies were constantly changing, and finally they turned into corpses. Furthermore, from the corpse aura, they were probably 10,000-year-old corpses. At the same time, Wanyan Bupo was also changing, and his body was distorting. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Kill me? You just said the same thing, but I'm still fine. You will know. Wanyan Bupo's voice also became hoarse, and it sounded like metal scraping against the ground. At the same time, a stinky corpse aura floated out of his body, and his skin peeled off and started to rot. He didn't look like a human nor a ghost. This was a 100,000-year-old corpse. Terrifying. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn with the flames of battle. 100,000-year-old corpse. This was an ancestor-level corpse. Even Lin Ling and Li Xiaoyao's generation didn't have a 100,000-year-old history. It looked like this Wanyan Bupo found an old corpse from somewhere, and then planted a giant parasite in his body, completely controlling this old corpse. Furthermore, this was an 8th grade talent, and was indeed extraordinary. Looking at the others, they were pitiful. They followed Wanyan Bupo, and were unknowingly planted with parasites, and became old corpses, ending up in a state that didn't look like a human, nor a ghost. As for the surroundings, they were all under the control of the giants of the various races. The people of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were either dead, injured, or fleeing. It looked like the roots of the demon forest had been dug up. In the end, only Wanyan Bupo and the old corpses beside him were left. Lord Envoy will help you. Queen. At this moment, the queen's voice came from behind. She also knew that Wanyan Bupo's strength was not weak. No need, leave this guy to me. I also want to see how powerful an 8th grade ultimate desolate body is, because he's an expert ranked in the top 300 of the god list. If I can't even defeat him, how can I defeat heaven-seeking martial god's disciple 3 years later? Yes. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Within his body, his 6 dantians spun wildly, and the enormous realm essence was like a torrential river, providing Lin Ling with enormous strength. Lin Ling's skin also quietly turned black, and his dragon claws slowly grew. The realm-swallowing beast and twin dragon innate skills appeared. At the same time, countless tentacles appeared behind him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, like a petal-like wing. Facing a 100,000-year-old corpse, Lin Ling obviously didn't hold back, and erupted with his strongest attack. Looking at Wanyan Bupo, his back was hunched, and pieces of flesh continuously fell from his body, smelling extremely rotten. However, the wisps of death chi on his body gave off an extremely strong pressure. Wanyan Bupo staggered towards Lin Ling, as if he would collapse at any moment. Chapter 3792. Clash. Wow. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and spat out a green putrid gas that shot towards Lin Ling like a water column. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block. When the water column hit Lin Ling's great sword, it immediately sputtered and landed on the ground, corroding the earth. Even when it landed on Lin Ling's body, it was corroding him. This made Lin Ling's expression turn grave. His godly devil body was extremely powerful, but it was still corroded. This also showed how terrifying the corpse chi was. He had to deal with those old corpses first. Otherwise, if he was disturbed while fighting with Wanyan Bupo, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Lin Ling. Gathering all the energy in his body, Lin Ling stomped on the ground and pounced towards the old corpses at a terrifying speed. Soon after, his sharp sword ruthlessly slashed down. This first strike was obviously very smooth. One of the old corpses was split into 2 by Lin Ling corpse chi soared into the sky and completely exploded. However, just as Lin Ling was about to slash at the second old corpse, Lin Ling was shocked to see that although these old corpses seemed to be staggering, they were actually extremely fast when they moved, reaching the speed of 1,000 worlds. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's speed was 1,500 realm speed. Therefore, after Lin Ling recovered from his shock, he took a step forward and slashed out again, successfully killing the second old corpse. There were still 3 left. Clang. At this moment, a sense of danger came over him. Lin Ling instinctively used his tyrannical song to block behind him. Just as he finished his movement, a claw appeared on his greatsword. It was Wanyan Bupo. You are not the only one who possesses 1500 realm speed. Although he did not manage to sneak an attack on Lin Ling, Wanyan Bupo still let out a sinister laugh. Lin Ling's heart instantly turned heavy. Although he knew that Wanyan Bupo would definitely die, he had to admit that a half-step martial god with an 8th grade ultimate desolate body was indeed very strong. One had to know that he was currently a 14th grade talent. However, when facing Wanyan Bupo, he did not feel the pleasure of crushing him. Therefore, this was definitely a strong opponent. You want to kill my soldiers, have you asked me? Wanyan Bupo spoke again. Haha, I indeed haven't asked. Then let me ask you now, can I kill your soldiers? Lin Ling maintained his posture with his sword behind him, and said indifferently. No. Wanyan Bupo immediately replied. His voice was dignified, as if he said no, it meant no. Let's see if I can't. A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When the 3 old corpses sensed that Lin Ling was going to kill them, they jumped up and down and flew into the distance. Obviously, they wouldn't allow Lin Ling to do as he wished. Even though they wouldn't be able to affect the outcome of the battle even if they didn't die, they knew that this was the first time their young master and Lin Ling were clashing. So they couldn't allow their young master to lose and weaken his momentum. Eat. However, before the 3 old corpses could run very far, 3 enormous shadows pounced on them from the sky. Like an eagle stalking a hare, they pressed the 3 old corpses down to the ground, and began to tear at them crazily. The 3 old corpses looked like they were eating barbecued meat. And they were none other than the 3 evil spirits. Wanyan Bupo was infuriated. He did not expect Lin Ling to have such a thing, and it was so crazy. Little did he know that even though his 3 old corpses were outstanding half-martial gods, the white golden demon spirit and the black golden demon spirit were both half-martial gods, thus they had no reason to be afraid. Lin Ling, I did not expect you to use such despicable means, Wanyan Bupo said in a low voice. Ho, I am not like the others. Sometimes, I believe in using the simplest method to kill someone. Therefore, I will not attack unless necessary. If I can kill someone with my sword, I will not use my mouth. If I am too lazy to attack, I will ask my bodyguards to do it. Lin Ling replied calmly. This was what Wanyan Bupo had said not long ago. Lin Ling was returning the favor to him. Bang. Hearing this, Wanyan Bupo did not waste any more time. He moved his claws and pounced on Lin Ling. The angle of his attack was extremely tricky. Not only was it fast, but it was also targeting Lin Ling's elixir field. Apparently, he knew that the elixir field was the source of Lin Ling's strength. When Lin Ling saw how tricky Wanyan Bupo's attack was, he immediately stepped back. He drew a semicircle in the air with his tyrannical song, and slashed it down in front of him. As soon as the sword slashed down, Wanyan Bupo's claws arrived. His speed was extremely fast. If Lin Ling did not react quickly enough, he would have been hit. This was also the first time Lin Ling had fought against an expert whose speed was comparable to his. Rumble. The sword and the claws clashed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard for a long time. However, Lin Ling's sword did not manage to cut off Wanyan Bupo's claws. It only left a sword mark on them. Being ranked in the top 300 on the divine ranking stairway was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Lin Ling's battle intent surged. He knew that if he could defeat Wanyan Bupo, it would mean that he had entered a new circle on the divine ranking stairway. To be honest, when Wentian Martial God had summoned the group of experts, Lin Ling had also felt the pressure. He knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. However, he had a strong character since young. The more pressure he was under, the stronger his resistance would be. Therefore, he had been working hard to enter that powerful circle. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about it, Wanyan Bupo had arrived once again. His claws brought along a cold wind as they swept out and across. One had to admit that after he had turned into an old corpse, not only was his speed terrifying, even his strength was terrifying. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block the attack. His dragon claws immediately felt numb. Wanyan Bupo probably had the strength of 10,000 worlds. Your talent overlay is just as I thought. You can't unleash the full power of your talent overlay. You're just relying on your level to suppress me. Wanyan Bupo continued to swing his claws. Through the collision, he had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. He had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed very strong. If he had reached the half-step martial god realm, he knew that he wouldn't be his opponent. Because Lin Ling's strongest trump card was the final world's most terrifying King's Path. The so-called King's Path was strong in defense, fast in speed and fierce in attack. It was the most direct and fierce martial path. However, this kind of martial path was also the most difficult to cultivate. It required great perseverance and great luck to cultivate it successfully. Therefore, most people didn't walk the King's Path. Instead, they used their talent to assist them. For example, they used ice to freeze their enemies. For example, they used ghost element to be famous for being strange, and so on. When the two of them fought, it was dazzling. In a breath's time, they had exchanged 3,000 moves. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. In the distance, the experts of various races were shocked, but they didn't make a move. As for Wanyan Bupo, after the continuous exchanges, he gradually understood Lin Ling's pattern. His eyes flickered with a cold light. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He quickly became aggressive and his claws clawed out. Chapter 3793. 8th grade talent Tai Sui. Lin Ling had also used up a lot of his Jie Yuan under Wanyan Bupo's torrential attacks. Although his Dantian had an endless supply of Jie Yuan, that was only relative. If the opponent was slightly stronger than him, the rate of depletion would be even faster. It was just that there were very few people who could make him deplete his Jie Yuan. Lin Ling tensed up as he watched the claws coming at him. His eyes were filled with seriousness as he held his sword with both hands and slashed at the claws. Clang. If a powerhouse who was slightly weaker than Lin Ling faced this slash, they would definitely be split into two. However, against a 100,000-year-old corpse, this slash was clearly not enough to kill it. A 100,000-year-old corpse that had not been destroyed for a long time was no longer under Huanyu's control. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard as Wanyan Bupo's claws grabbed Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. His lips curled into a sinister smile. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned as an uneasy thought arose in his mind. However, a powerful force came and pressed down the tyrannical song sword in his hand. This time, without the tyrannical song sword in front of him, Lin Ling's chest was exposed. However, Wanyan Bupo's claws were also pressing down on his sword. Even if his weakness was exposed, Lin Ling would not be affected. However, how could a 100,000-year-old corpse not have a trump card? Corpse fragrance konjac. A beautiful flower bloomed on Wanyan Bupo's rotten chest. The flower was as big as a millstone, but it grew rapidly. Its petals were formed from withered claws as it pounced on Lin Ling's chest. Not good. Lin Ling retreated quickly, but it was too late. The flower was like a spinning top as it spun wildly around Lin Ling's chest, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. It looked like it was going to kill Lin Ling. It was obvious that Wanyan Bupo had been preparing this killer move since the beginning. His goal was to kill Lin Ling in one hit. However, at the critical moment, black vines rushed out of Lin Ling's left arm and wrapped around it, forcibly stopping the spinning claw flower. Wanyan Bupo narrowed his eyes. This Lin Ling really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. After all, he'd once relied on this natural talent to kill a martial god. Even though that martial god's natural talent wasn't great, it was still a proud accomplishment that couldn't be erased. With the corpse fragrance konjac being blocked, Wanyan Bupo decided to stop while he was ahead. However, he also took advantage of the moment when Lin Ling was injured to forcefully pull with his claws. Like a kite, it flew out in an arc and smashed into the ground. Clang! Tyrannical Song's sword left his hand. Seeing this, Lin Ling rushed over anxiously. However, Wanyan Bupo sneered and appeared in front of the tyrant Song's sword even faster than Lin Ling. He then said ferociously, "Without a sword, how are you going to stop me? How are you going to attack?" Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the sword beside his feet. However, when he was halfway through pulling it out, a terrifying murderous aura rushed out from the sword, causing Wanyan Bupo's expression to change drastically. Subconsciously, he quickly let go of the sword. This sword was so strange. It had such a strong murderous aura. He really didn't know how Lin Ling controlled it. Of course, not only was Wanyan Bupo shocked, But he was also furious. It was as if he had been played by Lin Ling. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have pulled out the sword. Who said that I can't attack without a sword? Clang. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Wanyan Bupo's body trembled as he turned around. The first thing he saw was Lin Ling stretching out his left arm. Countless vines rushed out and wrapped around him. Oh no! Clang. Wanyan Bupo knew that he was in trouble. Lin Ling smiled coldly and said with a hint of madness, "Next, it's my turn." Go. Lin Ling clenched his dragon claw and activated all of his realm essence. He combined it with his physical strength and punched out like a storm. Bang! 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 All of the punches landed on Wanyan Bupo's chest, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Corpse chi rose to the sky. He had never expected that Lin Ling would be so fierce without a sword. He even suspected that Lin Ling had purposely thrown away his sword to lure him into a trap. After all, they were on par with each other in terms of strength. Whoever exposed a flaw first would affect the entire battle. Lin Ling was indeed cunning. Enough! Enough! After being punched tens of thousands of times by Lin Ling, Wanyan Bupo finally exploded with a towering corpse chi and broke out of Little Kunlun's restraints. This showed how terrifying his talent was. Little Kunlun specialized in sealing talents. However, against 100,000-years-old corpse, the sealing time was obviously much shorter. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. No wonder Wanyan Bupo was ranked 300 on the divine stairway. He was still alive after being punched tens of thousands of times by Lin Ling. If these attacks had landed on other half-step martial gods, they would have been smashed into meat paste by Lin Ling. This also showed how significant the effect of increasing one's talent by one grade was. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked towards the tyrannical song sword step by step. He pulled it out and put it back into the scabbard. "My sword is not that easy to take!" Exclamation point. In the distance, Wanyan Bupo was stunned. Green veins appeared on his forehead, and they were wriggling like worms. It seemed that Lin Ling had purposely lured him into a trap. Moreover, Lin Ling had put away the sword. This meant that it did not matter whether Lin Ling had the sword or not. Wanyan Bupo had been so proud of himself. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking. Very good. Lin Ling, I have underestimated you. However, don't be too proud. Let me tell you, with Wentian martial god strength, you will be able to nurture Longyang to a new height in 3 years. You will not be able to compete with him. Wanyan Bupo's murderous intent grew stronger after being put in such a difficult position by a martial ancestor junior. Then he sneered. Your technique is indeed powerful and can stack talents. However, it has a huge flaw, which is that you can't unleash the full potential of your talent. Now I'll show you the true power of an 8th grade talent. After he finished speaking, his flesh and bones fell as if they were being corroded. A pile of mud appeared on the ground. No, it should be a pile of rotten flesh. However, this pile of mud carried with it a sense of fatal danger. Furthermore, after the mud gathered, it began to wriggle slowly and turned into a giant silkworm. However, this silkworm looked disgusting, as if it had been buried in the ground for hundreds of thousands of years. It was extremely stinky. Tai Sui corpse silkworm. Suddenly, the flesh silkworm released an ancient voice. It actually became enormous, covering the heavens and covering the earth. It was completely condensed from meat paste. Tai Sui. The people from the other tribes were shocked. This was because Tai Sui was an extremely strange thing. It was not restricted by the universe and was hidden in the darkness of the universe. It was said that it was formed by the filthy chi of heaven and earth. Goo, that is a type of goo. Chapter 3794. Defeat. Goo, that's a type of goo. Suddenly, the leader of the Stone God tribe shouted, Lord Totem, be careful. The Stone God tribe had been digging for stones all year round, so they knew what the Tai Sui fungus was. It was something that the ancients used to prolong life. However, although the Tai Sui fungus looked like meat, it was actually extremely dirty. Once it was invaded by foul energy, it would turn into a Tai Sui fungus. Could it be that Wanyan Bupo's talent is actually the Tai Sui fungus? The 100,000-year-old corpse was actually occupied by his talent. The leader of the Fire God tribe exclaimed. This meant that Wanyan Bupo was going to use goo on Lin Ling. Everyone don't move. He's mine. However, when everyone wanted to help Lin Ling rejected them. This battle was also a test for him. But now, he knew that it was time to give it his all. Of course, before going all out, Lin Ling also tested the power of this meat wall. However, once his time-space divine steel and dark sword were unleashed, they immediately lost their connection. Foul energy indeed had the power to contaminate all kinds of energy. Lin Ling's ordinary methods lost their effect in an instant. Looks like it's really extraordinary. However, Wanyan Bupo is right. Because of the stacking of talents, it is indeed difficult for me to display the true characteristics of each great talent. But do you think I only have one method? Do you think that my strength comes from the superposition of my innate skills? Lin Ling no longer hid his methods, and his soul power finally erupted. Step of wisdom. At this moment, the Taisui fungus in front of him became even bigger, and it drowned Lin Ling, its foul energy soaring to the sky. However, it did not know that this huge Taisui fungus had already been sealed in the parallel world by Lin Ling. Calamity-destroying sunbow. A dragon bow roared, and the language of Buddha and God filled the air. Divine Majesty. Sixth arrow. What is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to a calamity. 2. 1 is full, many are full. 3. Sin weapon trident, eagle snake, wolf dog. 4. Dragon god, sky ghost. 5. If one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Because they are continuous, they are called seamless. Seamless Tao. Everyone heard this ancient divine language. This also let them know that this power could restrain the foul energy. But it was too late. Because the Taisui fungus had completely drowned Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had been poisoned by a goo worm, and would be completely controlled by Wanyan Bupo. It was even possible that Wanyan Bupo had taken over Lin Ling's body, and become the next Lin Ling. Lord Envoy. Looking at the terrifying mountain of flesh in front of her, the queen could not help but cry out. Then, without hesitation, she wanted to save Lin Ling. Boom. However, at this moment, endless brilliance bloomed. The black and white arrows appeared out of thin air, pierced through the flesh, and shot into the distance, sprinkling down endless Buddhist light. Under this light, the mountain of flesh seemed to melt like ice. Rumble. Then a figure was sent flying. After rubbing pathetically on the ground a few times, he finally smashed into the distance, causing a large amount of dust to rise into the sky. The blue-robed man slowly walked out from the light that scattered down from the sky. The corners of his mouth were still curled into an arc as he muttered to himself, I don't only have the ability to stack my innate talent. Looking at the man, the people of the 3 tribes were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It was as if time had stopped. The previous scene lingered in everyone's minds. They realized that Lin Ling had actually defeated Wanyan Bupo. More importantly, Lin Ling was only at the intermediate stage of the martial ancestor realm. In the distance, many people of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were also watching the battle. At this moment, their bodies were all trembling. Lin Ling, who was ranked 400 on the divine ranking, had actually defeated Wanyan Bupo, who was ranked 300. One had to know that the divine ranking and the stairway to heaven gathered the top elites of the world. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a normal person to rank up. However, Lin Ling had crazily shot up to the 300th rank. If I remember correctly, he defeated Duan Wuhan not too long ago. That's right, it was not too long ago. Moreover, this guy wants to challenge martial god Wen Tian's disciple. Yeah, I always thought that he was overestimating himself. However, based on his current progress, even if martial god Wen Tian's disciple has endless cultivation resources, Lin Ling might still lose. The people discussed animatedly. Their hearts were like thunder. Lord Envoy, are you alright? The Empress rushed toward Lin Ling, and took out a bottle of 10,000 spirit water. However, Lin Ling shook his head. I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries. In reality, he had won this battle with great difficulty. The injuries he had suffered were not light. However, his recovery ability was strong. Thus, as long as Wanyan Bupo was defeated, he would be fine. Of course, if Wanyan Bupo was stronger, it would be hard to say. Next, Lin Ling gently waved his hand, and the dust in front of him was blown away. Then Lin Ling strode forward. On the ground in front of him, there was a huge crater. Wanyan Bupo was lying there in a sorry state. His lower body was completely destroyed, and he was constantly coughing up blood. When he saw Lin Ling walking over, his eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling had defeated him. Previously, he had clearly wanted to devour Lin Ling. However, a mysterious force had suddenly appeared and sealed his strength. Then it was the terrifying Buddha God's arrow. His talent and strength were completely powerless against that arrow. He had a feeling that it would not be difficult for that arrow to kill a martial god. He had never expected that Lin Ling from the Third Divine Hall would have the strength to defeat someone from their circle. You've lost. Lin Ling stood in front of Wanyan Bupo and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Wanyan Bupo's eyes turned ferocious. Lin Ling, I admit that I have underestimated you. His voice was filled with resentment. In the future, I will definitely kill you and turn you into my venomous insect. He gritted his teeth as if he was making a blood oath. Lin Ling's face was still expressionless. He and Wanyan Bupo had been enemies for a long time. Either Lin Ling or Wanyan Bupo would die. Therefore, it was normal for Wanyan Bupo to be filled with resentment. I believe you. However, you no longer have the chance. Then, Lin Ling lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Wanyan Bupo. Bang! Wanyan Bupo's upper body was crushed by Lin Ling's stomp. He could not be more dead. Lin Ling's methods were overbearing and ruthless. However, he knew that if he was not ruthless, he and the demon forest would be the unlucky ones. When they saw that Lin Ling had won, everyone knelt down on one knee. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Ling was like a messenger that God had arranged for them. He had appeared out of nowhere to save them. This is not over yet. I believe that the scarier guy is on his way. However, compared to everyone's excitement, Lin Ling looked at the sky and said, Chapter 3795. Wanyan sure had arrived. Don't worry, as long as you're united, that powerful being will still be very wary of you. Yes. However, Lin Ling smiled lightly and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Everyone nodded and silently waited for that powerful being to arrive. After all, what would come would come. Thus they had to face that powerful being head-on. Wow, look, there are so many treasures here. Yes. At this moment, a member of the Stone God tribe exclaimed excitedly. Then a large number of dwarves rushed out with countless treasures. The person in the lead was actually Gu Adam. And those treasures were obviously the treasures collected by the Heaven-Crushing Alliance in these 100 years. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Lord Totem, these are all for you. Yes. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, those dwarves threw all the treasures in front of Lin Ling. Moreover, Gu Adam said shyly, Lord Totem, can I exchange them for some wine? Yes. Lin Ling was instantly speechless. These guys really loved wine as if it was their life. Because if these treasures were placed in the final world, not to mention a few bottles of wine, it would probably be no problem to buy a few hundred wineries. This Lord Totem, could it be that you think it's too little? Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, all the members of the Stone God tribe said nervously, Think it's too little? What a joke. Lin Ling felt like he had profited too much. It's enough, it's enough. Take it, this is the wine you wanted. Lin Ling hurriedly threw out a large number of wine bottles. He only kept a few for himself and threw out the rest. Lord Totem, you're too good. Yes. The members of the Stone God tribe were all jumping up and down happily. Tribe leader, why are you stealing my wine? If you do it again, I'll tell Lord Totem. Yes. Don't, this is yours. We're good brothers, don't spoil our relationship over such a small matter. Yes. One had to admit that these members of the Stone God tribe were very simple and honest. Sometimes they were very dignified, and sometimes they were like children. Lord Envoy. Yes. The people of the Wood God race were obviously not interested in those treasures. On the contrary, all the women were looking at Lin Ling with worship. This made Lin Ling feel somewhat embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I'm thin-skinned. Lin Ling sighed. If the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were here, they would definitely be cursing and swearing in fury. Although Lin Ling wasn't a shameless person, his skin was definitely not thin. Lord Envoy, after this matter is over, I wonder what your plans are. Beside Lin Ling, Her Majesty the Queen used wood spirit energy to continuously heal Lin Ling. It had to be said that the feeling of treatment made Lin Ling very satisfied. I'm leaving, looking for my wife. While enjoying the treatment, Lin Ling also smiled casually. Hearing this, Her Majesty the Queen's face darkened, as did Saint Na and the others. Saint Na finally couldn't help but say, Lord Envoy, why don't you stay? We'll serve you. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was a little tempted. Seeing this, the eyes of Her Majesty the Queen and the others all lit up. However, soon after, Lin Ling also said firmly, Sorry, I still have to look for my wife. I want to bring her home. Of course, he knew that if he stayed in the demonic forest with his identity, he could have anything he wanted. Moreover, he would have countless beautiful women accompanying him every day. However, he had to make a promise first. No matter what kind of paradise this place was, or what kind of dragon's lair and tiger's den it was outside, he, Lin Ling, would still choose the dragon's lair and tiger's den in the end. Lord Envoy's wife should be a very happy woman. Hearing Lin Ling's determined voice, Her Majesty the Queen suddenly felt a little envious. Her beautiful face also became even dimmer. Meanwhile, Lin Ling could also sense her emotions. He rubbed his nose. At this time, it was naturally better to remain silent. Lin Ling, there's a fruit of kindness among these treasures. At this moment, the giant ghost suddenly said. Its gaze was also fixed on a wooden box among the treasures. Lin Ling was immediately overjoyed. Fruit of kindness, fruit of fortune, and fruit of fate. With these three fruits, he could refine the flame of the human monarch. And if the flame of the human monarch was also fused into his talent, that kind of strength was simply unimaginable. Immediately, Lin Ling followed the giant ghost's instructions and found a wooden box. However, just as he was about to open it, the giant ghost floated away. At the same time, it said solemnly, Fruit of kindness. If one does more evil than good, they will definitely be injured by the fruit of kindness. The giant ghost clearly had more evil tendencies. That was why it avoided it. It was afraid of the power of kindness. Doing more evil than good? Lin Ling pondered over the giant ghost's words. However, he hesitated. To be honest, he didn't seem to have done any good deeds in his life. It seemed that he had done quite a lot of evil deeds. This meant that he couldn't open the wooden box. He could not help but look at Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen was a wood spirit and was pure and flawless. She should be able to open the wooden box. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking. She immediately smiled and said kindly, Lord Messenger, I can open it for you. However, I feel that Lord Messenger can actually open it yourself. That's because I believe in Lord Messenger. Lin Ling curled his lips. Even he didn't believe that he was a good person. However, he decided to give it a try. At most, he would suffer some injuries. Staring at the wooden box in his hand, he discovered that the wooden box looked very ordinary. However, Lin Ling knew that it was definitely made from a rare tree. Following that, Lin Ling gently opened it. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the fruit lying in the wooden box looked very ordinary. It didn't even emit any light or power. If it was thrown into the market, Lin Ling would definitely think that it was an apple. As for the power of kindness, Lin Ling did not sense it at all. Looking at the people around him, they also did not feel anything. On the contrary, the giant ghost floated further and further away. As for the three-headed evil spirit in the distance, it let out a low growl. It seemed that it was very afraid of the fruit. This also made Lin Ling stunned. If the giant ghost and the others were afraid of the fruit, then the fruit did indeed have such power. Could it be that I'm more kind than evil? He remembered that he had killed countless people in this life. Perhaps you've saved even more people. Beside him, Her Majesty the Queen suddenly said playfully. Her limpid eyes were filled with curiosity towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly. Then he put away the wooden box. No matter what, it was enough that the fruit did not affect him. Just as he put away the wooden box, the aura of death finally surged over from afar. Looking over, the wind and clouds rolled and the aura of death filled the sky. More than a dozen ferocious dragon bones, carrying a huge bronze coffin, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wanyan Shijing, the second strongest leader of the place of eternal rest, had finally arrived. He's here. Everyone felt as if a great enemy was approaching, and their auras were completely released. At this moment, the entire demonic forest shook. Countless trees, mountains, and other things seemed to have come alive. They formed a powerful force field, blocking the arrival of the strong man. Bang, bang, bang. The huge coffin kept hitting the sky. However, it was as if there was a membrane in the sky that blocked it. Chapter 3796. They arrived at the Guyuan mountain range. If Wanyan Bupu was 100,000 years old corpse, then this person must be a million-year-old corpse. He was definitely one of the best among the martial gods. Who is Linling? A dignified voice drifted out from his mouth. Your father, me. Linling also immediately stood up. In his heart, he was also surprised by the strength of that expert. However, he was also glad that the combined strength of the three great clans was actually able to block that person. Otherwise Linling could only escape. Sure enough, if these three clans joined forces, the entire demon forest would be their world. 100 years ago, if it weren't for the fact that they weren't united, they would have been defeated by the Heaven-Crushing Alliance one by one. The Heaven-Crushing Alliance wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Are you the Linling who killed my son? The dignified man looked coldly at Linling. He already knew everything through Wanyan Bupo. He hated Linling this junior to the bone. This was because not only had Linling destroyed his painstaking efforts, he had even uprooted his foundation. After all, this was a foundation that he had spent 100 years to establish. That's right, it's your father. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. Linling didn't give him any face either. They were all mortal enemies, so there was no need to talk nonsense. Linling, you've got guts. I'll remember you. If you have the ability, hide in the demon forest for the rest of your life. That Wanyan epics clearly knew that he could not touch Linling at the moment. Where I go is none of your business. If you don't like it, then come and kill me. Also, your son was crushed by my foot. If you don't like it, then come and kill me. Linling laughed in an overbearing manner. Good job. Wanyan Meisher was so angry that he laughed. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant junior. He once again attacked the sky, but there was still no effect. Seeing this, Linling's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he remembered the fruit of good he received earlier, and decided to give it a try. He opened the wooden box and took it out. Then he opened it and an invisible wave immediately floated out. Fruit of good. Wanyan Shiji immediately felt uncomfortable. Although with his strength, he was not very afraid of the good fruit. However, that formless fluctuation made him feel uncomfortable. Keep stomping. If you have the ability, continue to stomp. If you have the ability, stomp for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing that Wanyan Junhui was clearly afraid, Linling immediately sneered. He didn't believe that if this continued, who would be able to outlast the other. When Wanyan sure saw that even an ant was so arrogant, he was so angry that he exploded. However, he could not break through that barrier. Instead, he felt extremely uncomfortable staying here. If you have the ability, don't leave. If you scram, then you are my grandson. Linling added insult to injury. Ah! Wanyan Epic roared. It was even more chaotic. The murderer of his son was right in front of him, yet he couldn't kill him. Instead, he had to watch the other party be arrogant. Remember, I will take revenge for what happened today. Not daring to stay any longer, Wanyan Shiji could only leave dejectedly. In the sky, the roiling aura of death started to recede. In the end, a clear blue sky appeared. The demonic forest that had been drowned by the aura of death for 100 years finally regained its tranquility. Everyone looked up at the sky, and an excited smile finally appeared on their faces. Of course, when they looked at the young man in the crowd, the reverence on their faces became even more pronounced. That young man was the totem of the demonic forest, their envoy. Even after millions of years, this ancient demonic forest would still be a legend. He was Linling. 3 days later, at the edge of the demonic forest, a young man carrying a large sword and a sword lock was slowly advancing with a tall bodyguard. And he was Linling. After dealing with the demonic forest, Linling also left without stopping. To him, After destroying the heaven-crushing alliance, he had the face to tell Hua Huan, "Brother, you can leave now. I will protect your home for you." As he advanced through the dense forest, Lin Ling was undoubtedly in a very good mood. This was because not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, the heaven-crushing alliance had left behind many treasures, and the 3 tribes had also gifted many treasures to Lin Ling. It could be said that the current Lin Ling could be considered half a tycoon. Moreover, for a very long time, Lin Ling would not lack the resources he needed to break through. Longnyang has the full support of the new heavenly court, but I, Lin Ling, am not weak either. Right now in the final world, the news of my battle with her seems to have spread like wildfire. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian is afraid that I will go back on my word, so he deliberately spread the news? Lin Ling said as he walked, but he immediately became certain. This was because martial god Wen Tian was also wary of Lin Ling's backer, so he spread the news to shut the mouths of those powerful beings. When Lin Ling lost, those powerful beings would not dare to help Lin Ling so easily. Regarding this, Lin Ling sneered coldly. Martial god Wen Tian was underestimating Lin Ling too much. Would he Lin Ling lose for sure? Next is the ancient Yuan mountain range. However, if you encounter that Wanyan Shirxia, with your strength, it will be very difficult to fight him. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him suddenly said. Lin Ling instantly nodded. Wanyan Shirxia was undoubtedly a powerful figure. If they encountered him, Lin Ling only had 50% confidence that he would be able to retreat. Looks like I have to quickly refine this human king's flame. After that, Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Although he was no match for Wanyan Meiji, if he really encountered him, he could just give up on the Platinum Evil Ghost, and use the Platinum Evil Ghost to delay him and escape. That shouldn't be too difficult. The few of them chatted as they walked, and finally successfully walked out of the demonic forest. On top of a cliff, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There was an endless grassland there, and occasionally there were a few mountains sitting there. They were ancient and grand, like giants overlooking the entire grassland. Lin Ling could not help but gasp. Judging from the surging aura, this should be the ancient Yuan mountain range. Looking at the sky again, there was light enveloping the earth as if there was a scorching sun. However, Lin Ling knew that this was the bottom of the Kai Yuan River. He could even imagine that the Kai Yuan River was actually a universal void, but it had failed to grow, so it had become a continent with an inner universe. Senior sister big brother, the dragon tribe has not completed a single mission. I hope we can find the information we need in the ancient Yuan mountain range. Shaking his head, Lin Ling jumped down from the cliff. Not long after, the earth rumbled, and Lin Ling appeared on the grassland at the bottom of the cliff. Next he set off on his journey again. A gust of fresh air rushed to his face, making Lin Ling feel relaxed and happy. He took out the map, checked the direction, and immediately continued to move forward. The vast grassland was full of green grass that was half a man's height. 2 figures like lone rangers slowly disappeared into the distance. After walking for 2 hours, suddenly, the sound of fighting came from afar, which made Lin Ling frown slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately ran in the direction of the sound. Under a grassy hill, more than 10 people were fighting. Their strength was sparse, and many of them were at the Sage realm, and only 2 of them were at the Martial Ancestor realm. Chapter 3797. One of their own? Beside her, a middle-aged man was treating her injuries. On the other side, those people were eyeing them covetously, laughing as they attacked. Hehe Li Hongwang. Why don't I see you being arrogant? Where's your boss? Get him over here. Today all of you will die here. I've said it before, your mind belongs to the Red Alliance. The person who attacked was not in a hurry to kill. It was as if he was toying with a mouse. On the other hand, the injured party was being supported by the early martial progenitor realm old man. It was obvious that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Young Master Tian, you're despicable. How dare you use poison? As for the middle-aged man who was healing people, he couldn't help but let out an angry roar. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to expel the poison, he would have already charged forward. There's no need to talk about morality with trash like you from the Godslayer Alliance. That's because we've already given you guys a chance to scram. However, you guys went back on your word and refused to leave. In that case, why should we be gentlemen? On the other side, a fair-skinned young master said with a smile. He was riding on a person with a chain around his neck, just like a dog. However, everyone knew that this person was on the middle-aged man's side, and was being treated like a dog. Young Master Tian, can you be any more shameless? We were the ones who found the mineral vein first, and a few people even died during the mining. You came and snatched it from us, and you didn't even give us anything. Now you have the nerve to say that we're treacherous? The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. I gave you face, but you don't want it. You actually think you're in the right to betray me? Capture them all and make them slaves, just like my dogs. Hearing this, young Master Bai Mian finally shouted coldly. The experts beside him unleashed their auras, and attacked one after another. Li Hongwang, take them away. I can't stop so many people. Let one of them go. At this moment, the old man in charge of blocking them shouted anxiously. Divine Elder, I'm not leaving. When has our God-Slayer alliance ever abandoned our brothers? Moreover, they came prepared. I'm afraid their escape route has been sealed. That middle-aged man gritted his teeth and swallowed it into his stomach. However, if Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Hongwang, who had recommended Lin Ling to the God-Slaying Alliance, and his wife, Ho Yenru. Alas! Hearing this, the old man let out a long sigh. However, right at this moment, a fierce roar drifted over from afar. Its aura was vast and mighty, and it actually blew away all the grass on the grassland. Whoosh! Whoosh! Those grasses all flew up and floated in the sky like sharp arrows, shooting out with the person who came. Young Master Tian, can you be any more despicable? You've even ambushed an expert. Sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Li Hongwang and the others were enraged once again. They were all prepared to fight to the death. They didn't expect the Red Alliance to not only use poison, but also set up an ambush to block their escape route. They were trying to drive them to their deaths. However, the experts on the other side were stunned because they weren't the ones who had called them over. Junziemo, is he from your academy? No, judging from his aura, he's very strong. I'm afraid he's an expert from the third hall. If he's an expert from the third hall, then he definitely has nothing to do with the God-Slayer Alliance. After all, only the two leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance are from the academy. They've been away for a long time, so it's impossible for them to come back. Therefore, he's one of us. Everyone started to analyze the situation, and then burst into laughter. Some of them even took out wine and drank, waiting for the expert to kill Li Hongwang and the others. Wow, what a powerful move. The grasses have turned into arrows. It seems like he possesses a powerful ancestor's power. If he landed in the 10,000 realms, he could easily destroy a realm. Nonsense. How can we compare to a martial ancestor from the third hall? I reckon that this move will kill half of Li Hongwang and the others. More than half. I'm afraid they'll all die. They were even admiring the move. However, would the person who had come be on their side? The answer was obviously no. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Half of the people were killed in an instant. They could not even utter a cry of pain. Expert, you've killed the wrong people. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. The guy called Young Master Tian did not care about his own life. He pointed at the red cloth tied to his shoulder, which seemed to be the symbol of the Red Alliance. However, if the martial ancestor had not saved him at the last moment, he would have been killed by the arrows. This was because a new wave of grass arrows had arrived and killed another dozen people before finally disappearing. A figure in a blue and white robe descended from the sky, shocking the crowd. Senior, you've killed the wrong people. We're on the same side. The martial ancestor standing beside young Master Tian said. His heart was filled with anger, but he did not dare to show it. That being said, he pointed at the red cloth tied to his shoulder as he spoke, indicating that he was from the Red Alliance. He even planned to reprimand the person after he admitted it. He had never seen such a stupid person who could not differentiate between friend and foe. As for whether the person was related to the God Extermination Alliance, He did not think it was possible. The God Extermination Alliance was famous in the 9 prefectures. However, they were well aware of how many experts they had. Although the God Extermination Alliance had martial ancestor experts, their talents were all below the 5th grade. They were as weak as dogs. They were not strong enough to face the alliance formed by the Ultimate World's experts. Whoosh. However, while that expert was still explaining, a sword slashed down. That martial ancestor expert was unable to say anything because his neck had been slashed open. His eyes were wide open. He even pointed at his right arm, indicating that he was from the Red Alliance. Why did you kill him? Plop. His head finally fell off. He died with his eyes wide open. At this moment, the people of the Red Alliance trembled. Young Master Tian's expression changed drastically as he looked at the person who had just arrived. He looked at him from head to toe, but he had never seen the blue-robed young man before. He's so powerful. He killed He-Chong Tian with a single slash. He was a middle-stage martial ancestor expert. Just now he alone blocked Li Hongwang and me. As for the people of the God Extermination Alliance, the old man called Divine Elder said seriously. He's an expert. I don't know if he's a friend or foe. Although he helped us, some experts are eccentric. They will attack us if they don't like us. Therefore, no one can guarantee that he won't kill us. Li Hongwang quietly transmitted his voiceover, reminding everyone to be careful. They must not offend this powerhouse. Hearing this, the people of the God Extermination Alliance nodded solemnly. At this moment, the person who had just arrived slowly turned his head and looked at Li Hongwang. He was wearing a blue robe that was as clean as the clouds in the sky. He had delicate features, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3798. It was the 4th leader, Lin Ling. As for the Divine Elder and the rest, they had joined the God Slayer Alliance later, so they didn't recognize him. However, they were shocked by Li Hongwang's rude behavior. Was Li Hongwang stupid? How could he point at someone like that? Was he looking for death? However, this wasn't the end. Li Hongwang shouted even more agitatedly. Fuck! Fuck! Li Hongwang you! Fuck! Seeing this, the Divine Elder and the rest's expressions changed. This guy actually dared to speak? Their hearts immediately turned to ashes. They were already prepared to welcome the expert's slaughter. However, what they expected didn't happen. Instead, the expert smiled. His smile was extremely beautiful. He said indifferently, "Yes, I'm here." What's going on? It seems like this expert knows Li Hongwang. The Divine Elder and the rest were dumbfounded. Subordinate Li Hongwang greets leader Lin Ling. Fuck. Finally, Li Hongwang opened his mouth. He was so agitated that tears flowed out of his eyes. His words shocked the Divine Elder and the rest. However, a mythical name finally appeared in their minds. The 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling. As for this leader, those who had joined the God Slayer Alliance later had never seen him before. However, they had all heard of his name. The God Slaying Formation, whose name shook the 9 prefectures. There were even many hot-blooded youths from the 9 prefectures who had come to follow the 4th leader, Lin Ling. And now, they finally saw this legendary figure? Plop. Everyone knelt down on one knee. They were only curious and in awe of this legendary figure that they had only heard of but never seen. Get up. Fuck. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward slowly. Then he came to Li Hongwang's side and helped him up. He thumped the latter's chest and said, "Long time no see." Fuck. Haha. Fuck. Li Hongwang was a little agitated. Lin Ling was actually so familiar with him in front of the Divine Elder and the rest. This gave him a lot of face. He touched his nose and said, "I heard that you went to the final world and I haven't seen you since." Fuck. Yes, I was delayed by something. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. After all, Li Hongwang was the first person who had recommended Lin Ling to the God Slayer Alliance. Thus, Lin Ling and Li Hongwang had a pretty good relationship. After that, Lin Ling looked at Ho Yanru. At this moment, Ho Yanru's eyes were slightly closed and her face was pale. It was obvious that she had been poisoned. However, this bit of poison was really not enough for Lin Ling. He could even devour the death aura of the demon forest. What more this poison? A devil ghost jellyfish floated out and appeared behind Ho Yanru. and began to absorb the poison. A moment later, Ho Yenru opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but smile excitedly. When Li Hongwang saw that his wife had recovered, he laughed 3 times and immediately helped his wife up. As for the Divine Elder and the rest, they were all dumbfounded. The 4th leader was so powerful. Not only did he easily kill the members of the Red Alliance, but he also saved Ho Yenru. He was much more powerful than they had imagined. When they had first joined the Godslayer Alliance, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't strong at that time. However, they believed that Lin Ling would soar into the sky in one go. Indeed, reality didn't disappoint them. Lin Ling, what's your current cultivation level? Ho Yenru suddenly asked. 4th level martial ancestor. Lin Ling didn't hide anything from them. Sizzle. Ho Yenru and her husband sucked in a breath of cold air and said, I remember that your cultivation level was lower than ours. Now we haven't reached the martial ancestor realm, but you've reached the 4th level martial ancestor realm. You're just as abnormal as Sakura and the rest. Hearing this, Lin Ling became excited and asked, Is my big brother here? He's here. Your big brother, Wan Guwuji, and the rest are all here. Li Hongwang was the first to speak. His body suddenly trembled because if Sakura and the others knew that Lin Ling had come, who knows how excited they would be. One had to know that he had often heard Di Shirtian's nagging, and the latter missed his second brother very much. That's great. Lin Ling licked his lips. He had finally found his big brother and the rest. Hey, are you guys done talking? However, a voice interrupted Lin Ling and the rest's conversation. The guy called Young Master Tian pointed at Lin Ling and spoke. The members of the Godslayer Alliance were stunned. Was this guy deaf? Didn't he hear that the 4th leader of the Godslayer Alliance was here? Or was he an idiot? Or did he think that the Godslayer Alliance was weak and didn't have any experts? No matter what, Li Hongwang and the rest knew that the members of the Red Alliance were out of luck. Among the 4 leaders, the one with the most guts was Lin Ling. Since you're not one of us, you're an enemy. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and become my slave, and I'll spare your life. Young Master Tian pointed at Lin Ling and spoke arrogantly. Become your slave? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. A guy in the Sage Realm actually dared to speak like this? That's right. Let me tell you, we're members of the Red Alliance. Behind us are the experts of the final world. If you don't become my leader, Young Master Tian snorted coldly twice. Lin Ling nodded his head and said, Sure. If you want me to become your slave, you can ask it. If it agrees, I'll become your slave. After speaking, Lin Ling's heart shook. Soon after, a figure flew out from the distant forest. It was like a small giant as it charged towards young Master Tian and the rest. It was the Platinum Evil Spirit. Lin Ling didn't even look at it. Instead, he asked Li Hongwang and the rest about Sakura and the rest. As for young Master Tian's side, after a few people died, he finally knew what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. Oh my God, what is this thing? It actually eats people. It's so scary. It's looking at me and laughing. It's going to eat me. No, I don't want to be eaten like a spicy strip. Spare me. Young Master Tian and the rest all knelt down and ran towards Lin Ling. Li Hongwang and the rest witnessed this scene with their own eyes and were obviously frightened. They never expected that Lin Ling would bring such a powerful bodyguard. You don't want me to be your slave anymore? However, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. No, ancestor. Hurry up and save me. It's pulling my leg. Young Master Tian screamed the loudest. He was so scared that his snot was flowing out as he crawled towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He didn't kill young Master Tian because he had a lot of things that he wanted to know from him. Be my dog. Lin Ling said indifferently. I've always been the one riding the slaves. Young Master Tian opened his mouth wide. Remember, it's to be a dog. You're not qualified to be my slave. However, I don't like to force people. Do you want to be a spicy strip or a dog? It's up to you. Lin Ling snorted in disdain. Be a dog, be a dog. Chapter 3799. Sans. Li Hongwang and the others were stunned. As long as the members of the Godslayer Alliance were captured by young Master Tian, their fate would be to become dogs and be ridden by young Master Tian. But now, Lin Ling had returned the favor by turning them into dogs. Li Hongwang and the others immediately felt relieved. The others want to make spicy strips? Or do you want to be a dog? Let me remind you that I need as many dogs as there are people here. The extra dogs will be killed. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The faces of the Red Alliance members changed drastically. They hurriedly crawled over, fighting to be first. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to be Lin Ling's dogs. How shameful. Even dogs want to sit on it. Li Hongwang felt as if he had released half of the pent-up anger he had suffered all these years. He strode forward and ruthlessly kicked young Master Tian's butt. Young Master Tian, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? You're just a male dog. Fuck, you dared to poison my wife. When we get back, I'll castrate you. After saying that, he kicked young Master Tian's butt hard. Young Master Tian howled in pain, but he didn't dare to resist. Each person chooses a dog. Let's go and meet my big brother. Lin Ling looked into the distance and couldn't help but touch his nose. He and Sakura hadn't seen each other for many years. I wonder what level Big Brother has reached now. As for the Divine Elder and the others, they were all dumbfounded. After meeting the fourth leader of the God-Slayer Alliance today, he really lived up to his reputation. After a long time, numerous ancient mountains appeared before them. Numerous walls that towered into the clouds stood before the mountains, and there were numerous houses within the walls. It seemed like a small fortress. Staring into the distance, Lin Ling sensed boundary power on those walls. Come to think of it, although those walls couldn't block the attacks of the strong, they had the function of warning. On a closer look, there was a huge moat outside the walls, separating the fortress from the outside world. If one did not leave the door open, it would be very difficult to sneak into the fortress. As for flying in, it was not impossible, but the result would be seen clearly by the people in the fortress. Lin Ling were here. At this moment, Li Hongwang said with a smile, "This fortress has been here for a few years. I didn't expect Big Brother to take care of it so well." Lin Ling could not help but nod. That's right. When we first came here, there was only grass and many snakes. Later, with everyone's hard work, we slowly opened up the wasteland and gradually made it suitable for living. Look at the 2 mountains around us. They're also ours. These 3 mountains are 3 huge mineral veins that specialize in producing emperor crystals. We were just about to leave when we discovered this vein, so we set up camp here. After all, no one wanted to miss out on so many emperor crystals. Li Hongwang continued. Emperor crystal was a necessary item for cultivation, so no one would miss it. It was no wonder that Sakura and the others had been staying here all this time. Lin Ling was probably more aware of the importance of imperial crystals than anyone else. Presently, he possessed quite a few imperial crystals and various treasures, but Lin Ling was clearly aware that they were only sufficient for him to break through once. The ancient forest has a lot of mineral veins. Looks like it's true. In this ancient prairie, there are probably many powerful forces that have occupied numerous mineral veins. Lin Ling also looked into the distance. He now knew why so many people had stayed in the ancient mountains. That's right. This is a place to make a fortune. Of course, it's also a place to die in a foreign land. Many prospectors have gathered in this prairie, so it's also very chaotic. Li Hongwang sighed. If it weren't for the unity of the God-Slayer Alliance, they would have died in a foreign land by themselves. While they were talking, suddenly, the sound of a bronze bell came from the huge fortress in front of them. It was loud and clear, and it spread for thousands of miles. Obviously, Lin Ling and the others had touched some taboo, which caused the fortress to be on alert. Li Hongwang suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot to turn off those enchantments. As the people of the fortress, they naturally had a way to enter and exit. It was just that he had been chatting with Lin Ling, and had forgotten to do so. Looking at the fortress again, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. All the workers and the experts of the God-Slayer Alliance had stopped their work and rushed to the wall, forming a sharp aura. In the middle of the wall, 2 figures were like the leaders of a group of dragons, indifferently looking into the distance. They touched the enchantment taboo. It should be an enemy. I just don't know which alliance they are from. Could it be the Red Alliance? Not could it be, it's the Red Alliance. Do you see those people riding on people? Isn't that young Master Tion's style? Damn. This young Master Tion is not strong, but he is arrogant. If it weren't for the Red Alliance, I would have already taught him a lesson. How dare he bully us? The two of them continued to talk, and the more they talked, the angrier they became. One of them stopped talking nonsense and jumped out, forming a rolling force in midair. Finally, it turned into a palm and slammed toward the person who came. Minglu, don't kill him. Otherwise, the Red Alliance will find an excuse to attack us again. On the wall, the other person also reminded him. Okay. The person who attacked replied, getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. What the hell? Li Hongwang and the others narrowed their eyes. Wasn't that guy Minglu? Why did he suddenly go crazy and attack them? Hey Minglu, it's us. Li Hongwang hurriedly shouted. It's you. Minglu, who was in midair, was stunned. He couldn't help but curse. What the hell are you doing? How dare you copy young Master Tian and ride people? As he said that, he realized that his attack was getting closer and closer to Li Hongwang and the others. Oh no, hurry up and dodge. I can't stop in time. He couldn't help but shout anxiously. Damn. Li Hongwang and the others cursed and immediately prepared to scatter. However, at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and leaped into the sky like a meteor. His fist was also thrown out in a clean and efficient manner. Who is this guy? On the other side, Minglu couldn't help but open his mouth wide. In his opinion, was that person looking for death? He naturally knew the strength of the experts in the Godslayer Alliance. There were very few people who could block his palm, so he didn't think that person was his opponent. However, things were beyond his imagination, and also beyond the imagination of the people in Shan Fortress. In the sky, Lin Ling's fists collided. That huge palm was mixed with billowing realm essence, but it was blocked by the fist. The fist and palm were frantically burning, causing a gust of wind and making the grass in the prairie surge like waves. But as time passed, the palm filled with realm essence finally began to dissipate. Minglu's palm was obviously easily broken by Lin Ling. An expert. On the other side, Minglu's eyes lit up. As for the people in Shan Fortress, their faces were also solemn. The man standing at the highest point of the city wall stared at the newcomer. His face was solemn at first, but it gradually turned into disbelief and finally into surprise. Chapter 3800. Brothers Reunited. Second brother. The man finally roared. His body trembled with excitement and tears flowed out of his eyes. This caused everyone to be stunned. However, Minglu, who was in the sky, was also stunned. Then he laughed crazily. Lin Ling, is that you? Yes, I'm here. In the sky, the young man in the blue robe smiled as if he was a king looking down on everyone. Ha! Minglu laughed loudly and immediately rushed toward Lin Ling. Before he got close, he opened his arms wide and hugged Lin Ling. What are you doing here? After hugging Lin Ling, Minglu laughed happily and excitedly, because he and Lin Ling had both come from Qing province. The years of battle, the brotherhood they shared, was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Minglu, fucking get out of my way. However, behind Minglu, a figure shot out like a cannonball and suddenly knocked Minglu. Then, he occupied Minglu's position and suddenly hugged Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, second brother, you're here. I'm not dreaming, am I? The person who came was Sakura. In the distance, Minglu flew back with a gloomy face. Sakura, do you have to be so excited? Next, the three of them floated in the sky and looked at each other. Then they laughed at the same time. The three brothers had come from Qingzhou. Now each of them was an independent figure. In Qingzhou or even Jiuzhou, they were extremely strong. Especially Lin Ling, he had made a name for himself in the final world. We're finally reunited. Li Hongwang, Hou Yanru, and the others looked at Lin Ling and laughed. They laughed so happily that their eyes were moist. Although they already knew that Sakura and the rest would be very excited about Lin Ling's arrival. But knowing was one thing. After seeing it with their own eyes, they were undoubtedly excited. Who is this? On the contrary, countless people on Shanfortress's side were surprised. In their impression, Sakura was an arrogant and unruly person. He was indifferent to life and death and would fight if he didn't accept it. He gave off an extremely dignified feeling. Especially after the arrival of the people from the other alliances, the pressure on Shan Fortress increased greatly, causing Di Shirtion's face to be black all the time. Therefore, this was the first time many people saw Di Shirtion laughing so heartily. It's Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. However, the elders of the God Slayer Alliance recognized Lin Ling, and all of them burst into laughter. Who is Lin Ling? Some people were doubtful. Little Melon, you've just joined the God Slayer Alliance not long ago. Naturally, you don't know Lin Ling's name. Let me tell you, Lord Lin Ling is the leader who made the God Slayer Alliance famous throughout the 9 prefectures. He's also the 4th leader of our God Slayer Alliance. His status is even higher than Sakura and the others. Lin Ling. I've heard of him. Is he Lin Ling? Wow, I've finally met the 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance. However, he looks very amiable. He's not as ferocious as Lord Sakura. Hee, that's only for our own people. Enemies? In the rumors of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling is the most troublesome and hateful person in our God Slayer Alliance. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the fortress. Second brother, come. After Sakura talked with Lin Ling and the others, he immediately flew toward Shan Fortress with Lin Ling. After a while, the 3 of them stood on the city wall and looked down at the people below. Lin Ling saw that there were about 1,000 people in Shan Fortress. Their overall strength wasn't very strong. There were about 100 people in the martial ancestor realm, but their talents were very ordinary. Of course, compared to the God Slayer Alliance, there were many more martial ancestor realm experts. As for the others, most of them were in the Sage realm. This made Lin Ling feel very strange. How could a Sage realm expert enter the Kaiyuan River? How could Lin Ling not know? He had seen many experts in the final world, so he felt that the people here were very weak. However, the Kaiyuan River was in the universal void. Not only did people from the final world come here, but many people from the 9 prefectures also came. However, the arrival of martial artists from the 9 prefectures meant that the danger was greater. Why are you in a daze? Quickly greet the leader. Sakura couldn't help but roar when he saw the people blinking. The people immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. Greetings to leader Lin Ling. It could be seen that many of the newcomers were unfamiliar with the leader they were meeting for the first time. On the contrary, Sakura had been leading them all this time, and had left a majestic shadow in their hearts. Rise. Lin Ling didn't mind and smiled. Although many of them were unfamiliar faces, they were still members of the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, he also treated them as his own people. After hearing Lin Ling's words, the people stood up. Come, second brother. Sakura then led Lin Ling forward. At the foot of the huge mountain, there was a row of houses. Although they were simple and crude, they were extremely clean. At the foot of the huge mountain, there were several mines. Miners were coming in and out one after another. Their strength wasn't strong, and judging from their clothes, they didn't seem to be members of the God Slayer Alliance. After a rough glance, Lin Ling followed Sakura into a large hall. This was obviously a meeting hall. Men, bring some wine and dishes. After entering, Sakura immediately said majestically, Yes, my lord. Immediately, a sound came from outside and Sakura directly sat down. Sitting with a golden blade, he displayed even more power. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but tease. Big brother, you're becoming more and more majestic. Sai, do you think I want to? It's all young Monster Master and Majin Tianzi's fault. They said that everyone would leave together, but they left halfway, leaving us with half of the God Slayer Alliance. As we were walking, we came across this mineral vein. At that time, we couldn't leave or stay. In the end, we made up our minds and set up camp here to mine. However, mining mineral veins is easier said than done. We have to protect them, face the demon snakes, and face the bandits outside. It's like being a father and a mother. When someone came in with wine and shouted, Sakura took a sip and said helplessly, So it's better to be alone. When I was with you, I was free and unrestrained. If I didn't like the look of it, I would do it. If I couldn't win, I would run. I didn't have to drag my family down like now. Yes. Sigh. Minglu also sighed softly. Lin Ling immediately saw that it was extremely difficult for Big Brother and the others to mine. However, they couldn't bear to give up the Emperor Crystal Mine, so they had to bite the bullet. Moreover, young Monster Master and the others probably didn't know about this. Otherwise, they would have come back to help. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's drink. Next, Sakura poured Lin Ling a full cup of wine and asked Lin Ling how he had spent all these years. Lin Ling also cut to the chase. Haha, second brother, you've reached the level 4 martial ancestor realm. The final world? I heard that young Monster Master and the others left the Kaiyuan River in a hurry, because they were afraid that they would be late. Chapter 3801. Sparring. Lin Ling looked at Di Shirtian's calm eyes. He immediately knew that although Di Shirtian had lost some freedom over the years, his temperament had become more stable. He knew how to prioritize the overall situation. This experience was undoubtedly good for his big brother. One must know that Di Shirtian's temperament was similar to Lin Ling's. They were both indifferent to life and death. If they were unhappy, they would do it. However, although Lin Ling was impulsive, he wouldn't lose his mind. He might seem reckless in many things, but he was actually meticulous. Di Shirtian, on the other hand, was completely one-track-minded. Grandpa Yu and the rest are all right. Yes. After drinking a few cups with Lin Ling, Sakura said with a smile. But after he finished speaking, he immediately became speechless again. I think this question was asked in vain. Of course not. Of course you're asking for nothing. Among us, Lin Ling is the most capable. With Lin Ling watching them from the outside, how could anything happen to them? Meng Lu immediately said. In Meng Lu's heart, Lin Ling's ability was superb. Many storms and waves were blocked by Lin Ling alone. Therefore, he believed that as long as Lin Ling was there, the others would definitely be fine. Sometimes he was also curious about Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling looked very ordinary, but he could always do things that they couldn't do. Lin Ling naturally nodded. Yu, Grandpa and the rest were definitely fine. If something happened to them, wouldn't Lin Ling fight with all his might? Next, he also told them about his encounter with young Demon Master and the rest. It's good that they're fine. However, this final world is really scary. With young Demon Master and the rest's strength, they can't survive. Through the conversation with Lin Ling, Di Shirtian and the rest were more or less familiar with the final world. In fact, there are many experts from the final world in this ancient Yuan mountain range. For example, the Red Alliance. Lin Ling said. They are also from the final world? Both of them were surprised. I only know that there are a lot of strong people in this alliance, but I didn't expect them to be from the final world. However, this Guyuan mountain range is very big, and there are a lot of mineral veins. Our place is just a small mineral vein, so there aren't many strong people. However, when we first came here, we went to another place and saw a lot of strong people there. I think they are the strong people of the final world. No wonder they can occupy those bigger mineral veins. Dreamflow also nodded. Fortunately, we're just a small mine. Otherwise, if a big faction took a fancy to us, I'm afraid we would have to leave immediately. In fact, this batch of ore veins was not small. It was enough to cultivate many experts. It was just that the ore veins in other places were even larger. By the way, I came to the Kaiyuan River this time to look for senior sister Yu. You've been here for many years. Have you heard any news about her? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Di Shirtian and Dreamflow looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, This place is too big, and there are a lot of strong people. If Inuera is here, she will definitely be in the area where the strong people are. However, we have never been close to that area. However, we can buy information and ask from others. That's good. Lin Ling nodded. But it doesn't matter. As long as she is in the ancient Yuan mountain range, I will definitely find her. Then he said, Have you heard of the dragon race? Di Shirtian and the rest shook their heads again. This made Lin Ling feel a little helpless. It seemed like it was harder to find Inuera and send a letter than he had imagined. At this moment, an excited voice came from outside the hall. Lin Ling, you're here. Then 2 figures rushed into the hall. They were Wangu Wuji and Yeshua. Wangu Wuji was a friend that Lin Ling had made in the Flame State. After the quarrel with the Wangu family, he had followed Lin Ling, and was able to get along well with Lin Ling. Hence, they had a good relationship. As for Yeshua, she was the leader of the God Extermination Alliance, and she was also the disciple of Miao Shen. When the two of them saw Lin Ling, they laughed excitedly without any suspense. Lin Ling looked at them happily. After a short conversation, they sat down and started to eat and drink. Haha, Lin Ling, why are you here? Wang Guwuji was clearly still excited. After all, he had stayed in the flame state. After following Lin Ling, he had realized that the outside world was much more interesting and vast. Hence, he was still grateful to Lin Ling for bringing him out of the flame state. Lin Ling immediately told Wang Guwuji the reason for his visit. He wanted to let Wang Guwuji and the rest know that Lin Ling had come to the Kaiyuan River to look for someone. Don't worry, you will definitely find her. Wang Guwuji comforted. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and asked, have you reached the martial ancestor realm? Lin Ling didn't reply. Instead, he asked, didn't you reach the martial ancestor realm as well? Lin Ling had admitted that he had indeed reached the martial progenitor realm. I wonder how strong you are. Hee Lin Ling, why don't you have a spar with me? Wang Guwuji asked excitedly. As soon as Wang Guwuji said that, everyone's battle intent surged. Since they had come out to explore the world together, they naturally wanted to see how strong they had become. Lin Ling could sense that they were all at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them at all. However, Lin Ling was more interested in their relationship. He smiled and nodded his head. All right. Ha ha ha, second brother, although they are polite to you on the surface, they want to surpass you in their hearts. However, don't worry, I am here. Let's see how arrogant they can be. When Sakura saw Lin Ling nodding his head, he became excited. Then everyone walked out of the hall. When the people outside heard that the leaders were going to spar with each other, they stopped what they were doing and became excited. Although the fortress wasn't big, it was like a sparrow. It had all the internal organs. Some people were in charge of mining, some were in charge of guarding, and some were in charge of daily life. It was like a small city. Soon, a huge martial stage was built in the fortress. The martial stage was made of hard slag, and it could withstand the attacks of a martial ancestor realm expert. In order to prevent others from getting hurt, Yi Shui had even set up a large number of barriers. Of course, from Lin Ling's point of view, if he were to use his full strength, those barriers would be like paper. I will go first. The first person to leap up was Wang Guwuji. Wuji. Cheers rang out from all around. It was obvious that Wang Guwuji held a high position in everyone's hearts. However, this was normal. After all, they had found 3 mines and Wang Guwuji was guarding one of them. Wuji, who are you going to challenge? An elder asked curiously, making everyone reveal smiles. They were incomparably expectant. Wang Guwuji's gaze landed on Lin Ling, and the others before it landed on Lin Ling. It is Lord Lin Ling. Chapter 3802. Fight Lin Ling. Of course, those were the thoughts of the newcomers and the miners. To the older generation, Lin Ling's reputation was much higher than young Master Yao and the others. Sakura, come up. However, Wang Guwuji's gaze quickly shifted to Indra. It's not Lord Lin Ling? What's going on? Everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling came here in a hurry and he hasn't even rested properly. If I beat him, it would be unfair. Wang Guwuji chuckled. Tisk, you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, Sakura didn't buy it. He knew that Wang Guwuji didn't have the confidence to challenge Lin Ling. Even though they had obtained great opportunities in the Kaiyuan River, they still didn't have the confidence to fight against Lin Ling. It was because Lin Ling was too important in their hearts. Wang Guwuji's face turned red when he heard Sakura's words. He then said, Sakura, do you dare to fight me or not? If you don't, just admit defeat. I won't make things difficult for you since we're brothers. Haha, if you want to be beaten up, I'll accompany you. Sakura instantly laughed out loud. He leaped up and landed heavily on the martial stage. Wang Guwuji, have we not fought enough? We all know what we're capable of. Old Emperor, you're right. Within 500 moves, we'll be evenly matched. Within 1,000 moves, only heaven knows who will win. You'll be defeated after 3,000 moves. Boom. The two of them unleashed their auras. Both of them were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. It was obvious that they didn't lack the resources to raise their cultivation realms. Therefore, they were competing with their talent, foundation, and combat experience. Bang! 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 The battle between the two of them was extremely exciting. Wangu Wuji's fighting style was like a demon. His claws were indestructible, and it was hard to defend against them. Looking at Sakura again, the moment his innate talent was unleashed, he actually transformed into a black skeleton. It was as if he was cast from an unknown rock, and had the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. Wangu Wuji's talent has reached the 5th rank. Moreover, he comes from the Wangu clan, and his bloodline seems to have been stimulated. Lin Ling watched the battle between the two with a smile on his face. Wangu Wuji was the same as Duan Wuhan. Both of them were geniuses from the #1 family in the Divine Continent. Therefore, Wangu Wuji's foundation wasn't weak at all. Furthermore, due to the invisible pressure of the Kai Yuan River, Wangu Wuji's strength had risen much faster than when he was in his family. Looking at Sakura again, the smile on the corner of Lin Ling's mouth became even thicker. Because Sakura's talent had already reached the 6th grade. In the 36 academies, he was also one of the experts of Shunsan Hall. His strength was probably not much weaker than young Master Yao and the others. Looks like the Kaiyuan River is also a land of miracles. After all, it had only been a few years since he had separated from Lin Ling. Sakura's current strength is indeed not weak. Because he is guarding this mine, ordinary people don't dare to invade. That's because there are headhunters and demonic snakes in the grassland. If cultivators don't form an alliance, there's a high chance that they will die. Sigh. Menglu suddenly spoke up. That's right. It isn't easy for Big Brother to hold the entire mine. However, your strength has also increased by quite a bit. Sigh. Lin Ling nodded his head and smiled. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Menglu smiled faintly. However, his heart was filled with joy. To be praised and acknowledged by Lin Ling, he was even happier than eating a bee. Amazing. As expected of the leader. Sigh. The battle is getting more and more intense. If it wasn't for Leader Yeshua's barrier, the mountain fortress would have been destroyed long ago. Sigh. The onlookers said with admiration. Their faces were full of excitement. Admit defeat, admit defeat. After 3,000 moves, a voice finally rang out. Wangu Wuji had admitted defeat. Lost. Wangu Wuji has lost. Laughter rang out from the crowd. They weren't surprised by the outcome. Because Sakura Shirtian and the others often exchanged pointers, they all knew that Sakura Shirtian was stronger than them by a bit. You're too shameless. The amount of world energy you consume is not comparable to mine. Hence, I lost in a battle of attrition. Wangu Wuji, who had walked down from the battle stage, was clearly depressed. Sakura was like a tortoise shell that couldn't be broken. Furthermore, the amount of world energy he consumed was less than Wangu Wuji's. Hence, after a long time, Wangu Wuji was defeated. Haha, a loss is a loss. What nonsense are you spouting? Sakura was clearly in a good mood. He laughed as he walked. After Sakura landed, it was Menglu's turn to go on stage. He wasn't pretentious and leaped onto the martial stage in one step. Looking at Menglu, who was in high spirits, everyone was filled with anticipation. Sakura and the others were the same. Menglu's talent had reached the 6th grade, and he was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Who would they challenge this time? Menglu licked his lips and looked around excitedly. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why don't you play with me? What? It's finally Lord Lin Ling's turn. Everyone had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. That was because Indra and Wangu Wuji had already stepped up. And Menglu was too embarrassed to challenge them. In that case, he only had 2 choices. One was Yi Shui, and the other was Lin Ling. Since Menglu was too embarrassed to bully a girl, he naturally chose Lin Ling. What a gutsy fellow. Sakura and Wangu Wuji laughed when they saw Menglu's reaction. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling shook his head. Let's play then. Then he leaped up and landed lightly on the fighting ring. Lord Lin Ling, go for it. Lord Menglu, you have to defeat Lord Lin Ling. I'm your loyal fan. The atmosphere became even more heated. Many people licked their lips as their blood boiled. To them, being able to witness a battle between martial ancestor realm experts was the only way they could live their lives in vain. When they returned to their hometowns in the future, they could boast about it. Lin Ling, you and I both came from the Azure State. Hee, let me see how much your strength has improved over the years. I hope you won't embarrass the Azure State. Meng Lu's hair fluttered in the wind. An ancient demonic god's tomb appeared behind him. It was dark and gloomy as if it was telling an ancient story. At the same time, countless maple leaves fell quietly. At that moment, Meng Lu's aura changed. He was no longer carefree. Instead, he became gloomy and cold like the god of the underworld. His aura was similar to Sakura's. They were both gloomy and cold, as if they came from the underworld. The difference was that one was moving while the other was still. Meng Lu was still. Lin Ling smiled when he sensed the surging realm energy. He immediately activated his realm energy and summoned the time and space divine steel. The martial stage instantly shook, especially those who saw Lin Ling's strength for the first time. Each and every one of them was shocked. It seemed that Lin Ling's title as the fourth leader was not just for show. Boom. In the next moment, the two figures approached each other and collided. This was close combat. Chapter 3803. Dreamflow's innate talent. Pop. Pop. Under the exchange of blows between the two of them, the solid martial stage turned into dust and drifted in the air. It was extremely dazzling. As the crowd watched the powerful clash between the two, their jaws dropped. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They hoped that one day in the future, they would also be so strong that countless martial artists would look up to them. This was especially true for some of the younger generation. They clenched their fists tightly as if they were the main character of the battle that everyone was watching. These two leaders have been through thousands of battles. They've walked more than you've eaten salt. So if you want to reach their level, the only thing you can do is to work hard. An old man didn't forget to give pointers to the juniors. Of course, his eyes were still fixed on the battle platform, and there was only reverence in them. Lin Ling's strength has improved so quickly. His cultivation has always been the lowest among us, but he has now reached the intermediate martial progenitor realm. Wangu Wuji said solemnly. That's right. Furthermore, Lin Ling's talent hasn't fallen behind either. His spacetime divine steel has reached the 5th grade. It seems like he's had a lot of fortunate encounters in the final world. However, he's still a 4th grade martial progenitor, while Meng Lu has reached the 6th grade martial progenitor realm. Furthermore, Meng Lu's talent has reached the 6th grade martial progenitor realm. Not to mention, Meng Lu's talent has reached the 6th grade martial progenitor realm, and he even casually mentioned that he's not far away from reaching the 7th grade. From this point of view, Lin Ling will have a hard time defeating Meng Lu. At the side, Yeshua also spoke. She sighed in her heart. In the past, Lin Ling was considered the weakest in the Godslayer Alliance. He had only shocked the Godslayer Alliance with his Godslayer array. However, in a short period of time, Lin Ling had also grown. His progress was almost catching up to young Master Yao and the others. What she didn't know was that in the final world, Lin Ling had already surpassed the young Demon Lord and the others. Then who do you think will win this battle? All of a sudden, Sakura laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shui and the others fell silent. Moreover, their voices weren't soft, so the people in the surroundings heard them as well. All of them were extremely suspicious. After all, according to Leader Overnight Snow, Sir Lin Ling's chances of winning shouldn't be very high. According to common sense, Meng Lu seems to be more powerful. However, Meng Lu is too arrogant. I'd like to see him suffer more. Wangu Wuji pursed his lips, as though he was unhappy that he hadn't been able to see Meng Lu humiliate himself. Normally speaking, that would be the case. However, my second brother has never taken the conventional path, thus it shouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat an 8th-layer martial progenitor with his cultivation of the 4th-layer martial progenitor realm. Besides, my second brother has always had a lot of trump cards up his sleeves. What we're seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Sakura narrowed his eyes and said, As for Meng Lu, I'm afraid he's already gone all out. Bang bang bang. On the stage, the battle between the two became more and more intense. The entire fortress was shaking. Meng Lu's speed was very fast, reaching the speed of 800 worlds. Most importantly, his figure was extremely strange. His fists seemed to come out of nowhere, and his strength was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling seemed to be in a defensive state, but his space-time divine steel was equally strange. It was shapeless and colorless. It fell from the sky and caused Meng Lu to suffer. Although the space-time divine steel wasn't enough to injure Meng Lu, it obviously affected him. That was not all. What made Meng Lu speechless was that Lin Ling's eyes seemed to have learned some kind of special ability. When he looked at Meng Lu, his eyes were filled with ferocity, causing Meng Lu to be distracted several times. This undoubtedly affected his condition once again. The god has awakened and the demon has been destroyed. Meng Lu knew that if the battle continued, it would be disadvantageous for him, so he attacked aggressively. Following his voice, the stage suddenly changed and completely turned into a god and demon's tomb. Countless Meng Lu floated around like a god and demon that had awakened from the tomb. His white hair fluttered as he floated toward Lin Ling. This guy actually used this move. Sakura and the rest narrowed their eyes. They had clearly faced this move before and suffered a lot. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. He glided over on the ground and slashed out with his sword, directly cutting a figure in front of him in half. However, he also immediately discovered that it was fake. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that the rich ancestral power was about 60% or so. It seemed that Meng Lu's martial Dao foundation had also greatly improved. Hee Lin Ling, you've been caught by me. Almost at the same time, countless Meng Lu suddenly appeared around Lin Ling. They held tombstones in their hands and smashed down fiercely at Lin Ling. This smash was like heaven and earth collapsing. Probably not many peak martial ancestors could block it. So powerful. Everyone sensed the terrifying realm essence fluctuations and sucked in a cold breath. I knew it. The most terrifying part of this move is that tombstone. Yeah, that guy's moves have always been strange. It's impossible to guard against them. Most importantly, he has used 8 tombstones this time. Previously, when he used 6 tombstones, we were almost defeated. This shows that he is indeed going all out against Lin Ling. The eyes of Sakura and the rest flickered as they stared at the platform, as if they were afraid of missing out on anything. However, Lin Ling, who was surrounded, reacted quickly. He lowered his body and the tyrannical song sword appeared on his back. Almost at the same time, the 8 tombstones smashed down fiercely with a terrifying aura and a mysterious melody, landing on the giant sword on Lin Ling's back. Bang! 8 tombstones suppressing the celestial demon. This was a secret skill of the Tomb Guardian tribe. It was used to suppress the resurrected celestial demon back into the tomb. Therefore, it was also known as the soul-suppressing melody. With Lin Ling as the center, a terrifying wave of air gushed out from all directions. Within the mountain fortress, countless people were blown down. However, they did not want to miss a single scene, and continued to stare intently at the martial stage. Nice. At this moment, Sakura shouted excitedly. His voice woke everyone up. Only now did they see that Lin Ling's giant sword was behind him. His entire body was bent over, but the 8 tombstones were all blocked by the sword. Lin Ling, I'm going all out. Don't hold back. Haha. That Meng Lu laughed and his heart became even more solemn. He remembered that when Sakura took this move of his for the first time, he was suppressed to the point of lying on the ground. However, Lin Ling reacted and even blocked it. Haha, I'm the one who said this to you. Don't hold back against me. Haha. Lin Ling held his sword and smiled faintly. It's not over yet. Next, you have to be careful. Haha. Meng Lu's aura rose as he suddenly shouted, raise the coffins. Haha. Following his shout, 8 tombstones rose up and arranged into a strange formation in the sky as they slowly rotated. This move undoubtedly shocked Sakura and the rest because they had never seen this move before. They also did not expect that there would be a follow-up move after the 8 tombstones. Look, Lin Ling's sword! Exclamation point. Chapter 3804. Seal. The 8 tombstones were still slowly rotating, but at the center of the tombstones, a huge sword was floating there, like a sealed demon god. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He looked at his hand and found that he was still holding the tyrannical song sword. Of course, under his gaze, the sword slowly disappeared and finally disappeared. Looking up again, Lin Ling found that the tyrannical song sword had been sealed in the sky. This surprised Linling Dreamflow actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Linling's soul force had increased greatly, and he had a tacit understanding with the tyrannical Song Sword. For Menglu to steal his sword without anyone noticing was already extremely extraordinary. Haha Linling, I didn't waste these years in the Kaiyuan River. Seeing the tyrannical Song Sword disappear, Menglu smiled excitedly and no longer hid his strength. He raised his hands to the sky. A mysterious force field appeared, as if a world was born, covering the entire martial platform. This guy used his killer move? When the mysterious force field appeared, the expressions of Sakura and the others changed greatly, because when they sparred in the past, Menglu would never use this move, and also because this was the ultimate skill that Menglu relied on to become famous. Soul extraction. Linling had fought with Menglu in the past, so he naturally knew how terrifying this move was. As long as one touched Menglu, their soul would immediately be extracted. It was extremely strange. At that time, Linling had punched Menglu's cheek, causing him to lose consciousness. Only then did he break the soul extraction move. Linling had guessed that Menglu's only flaw was his cheek. But so many years had passed, and Menglu must have made up for this flaw, or even made this move stronger. Retreat. Before he could figure out the other party's method, Linling retreated. Bang. But just as he retreated 100 meters, Linling felt that he had hit a hard wall. But when he looked back, there was only darkness behind him, and there was no wall. This must be the power of Menglu's talent. He had sealed himself in a space like the Tomb of Gods and Demons. Menglu was a member of the Tomb Guardian clan. His talent was indeed terrifying, and he wasn't any weaker than Wanyan Bupo. Wanyan Bupo had cultivated for a longer time, so he was only stronger than Menglu. But in the future, Menglu would definitely reach Wanyan Bupo's height. Linling, I seem to win. Almost at the same time, a voice drifted in front of him. It was Dreamflow's voice, which made Linling feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to leave, he found that an invisible barrier had appeared in front of him. There were barriers on his left, right, top and bottom. Snowy Maple World Ceiling Coffin. Meng 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 Ji Meng Meng Ji, Meng Ji 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 Ji. Linling, on the other hand, seemed to be sealed in a coffin. Everything was just like what Wanyan Bupo had said before. In the final world, not everyone cultivated the King Dao. Others used their talents to assist them in battle. And these strange talents, if they couldn't be deciphered, their power would still be shocking. Soul extraction. Menglu appeared in front of the coffin, and his hand reached out to grab it. Rumble. At that moment, a thunderous boom rang out. Then, a terrifying amount of energy was pulled out from the coffin like a torrential river. Not only did it shake the fortress, but it also shook the grassland nearby. Menglu, he isn't trying to extract Linling's soul. He's trying to extract Linling's energy, Wangu Wuji said solemnly. He was also shocked by Menglu's methods. That was because Menglu had never used such a killing move when he sparred with them. Of course, all of them had their own killing moves, and they wouldn't use them when sparring. After all, it was a spar between brothers, and not a life-and-death battle. But now, Menglu was treating the spar as a life-and-death battle. Menglu, you're too shameless. Wangu Wuji couldn't help but curse when he thought of this. After all, he had been hoping that Menglu would be humiliated. However, Sakura and Yi Shui didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Menglu's methods in shock. That was because the amount of energy that Menglu had extracted was too terrifying. In fact, even Menglu was shocked. Although he knew that Linling was extraordinary, he didn't expect Linling's energy to be so dense. How was this the energy of a level 4 martial ancestor? It was comparable to the energy of a level 8 martial ancestor. Destroy. A large amount of energy appeared in his hand. Menglu raised his hand high and slammed it down. Rumble. Using his innate talent, he suppressed the power of the realm essence. After he clenched his fist, the realm essence exploded. However, to everyone's surprise, the explosion of the energy wasn't very powerful. That was because the energy of the energy had been transmitted to his demonic god's tomb. Without the energy of the energy or the sword, Linling's fate was obvious. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Following that, many people roared, "Lord Dreamflow, you're mighty mighty." They could tell that Meng Lu had won. Although they weren't surprised by this scene, they still felt that Meng Lu was stronger than Lord Lin Ling. After witnessing it with their own eyes, they were still excited. I've won. Meng Lu rubbed his nose and smiled. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was more excited than anyone else. Naturally, he didn't have any hostility towards Lin Ling. However, he had always regarded Lin Ling as the first opponent he had to surpass in his life. He even swore that if he couldn't surpass Lin Ling, he wouldn't return to the Tomb Guardian tribe to cultivate. One had to know that if he returned to the Tomb Guardian tribe, his strength would increase even faster. However, for the sake of his stubborn martial heart, he didn't return. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with his own hands. After so many years, the knot in his heart had finally been untied. If this fellow hadn't relied on unexpected means, he definitely wouldn't have won. It's an unfair victory. Wangu Wuji was a little jealous when he saw the excited Meng Lu. However, Yeshua shook her head and said, Wuji, don't spoil our relationship. Regardless of whether Lin Ling or Meng Lu loses, we are still on the same side. Moreover, even though Meng Lu won unfairly, victory or defeat is the most important thing in a battle between cultivators. Perhaps when Lin Ling fights Meng Lu next time, he will be on guard and might win that battle. However, it's undeniable that he has lost. I know what you mean. In fact, I just don't like Meng Lu. I don't want him to be stronger than me, Wangu Wuji said with a shrug. Sakura, who had been silent all this while, slowly opened his mouth and said, regardless of whether you are a brother or an enemy, you should fight with your full strength. Therefore Meng Lu is right. However, I'm curious. Is that all my brother has? Chapter 3805. The Red Alliance is looking for trouble. Well, Lin Ling does have a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but all of them are based on his realm essence. Wangu Wuji's eyes flickered, and he quickly looked at the sealed Lin Ling. On the martial stage, Meng Lu was still excited, but he felt that something was amiss. Everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that he felt it was unreal. Was it not over yet? In fact, it was not over yet. Boom. The coffin barrier in front of them rumbled. It felt as if a giant was about to break out of the coffin. Boom. Another rumble sounded, shocking everyone. Rumble. Finally, under the third punch, the coffin barrier was destroyed. Then a figure shot towards Meng Lu like a shooting star. Meng Lu, you stole my sword and exhausted my realm essence. I have to admit that you're very powerful, but you seem to have forgotten that I, Lin Ling, am not only powerful with my realm essence. Lin Ling appeared in front of Meng Lu in an instant, and his shoulder was like a divine bull's horn as he slammed into Meng Lu. This collision could easily destroy 10,000 worlds. Cracks appeared in the void. Meng Lu's face changed drastically, and he crossed his arms. A barrier appeared on his arms. Boom. However, after the collision, cracks appeared on the barrier, and Meng Lu was sent flying. Everyone was shocked. Sakura and the others had their mouths agape. Although they felt that Lin Ling would not lose so easily, they only knew how terrifying Lin Ling was after witnessing it with their own eyes. You bastard! Meng Lu roared because he realized that Lin Ling was even more ferocious without his realm essence. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling had physical strength, but he did not think that it was comparable to his realm essence. But now Lin Ling showed him that realm essence was not the only thing. Sometimes, physical strength was more powerful than realm essence. Good, haha, Lin Ling, I'm afraid you've reached the power of 8,000 worlds. Following that, Dream Flow forcibly stopped the momentum from flying backward. He gathered all the strength in his body and prepared to clash head-on with Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's physical strength was terrifying, he believed that the power of 8,000 worlds should not be enough to defeat him. Sorry, Meng Lu. You're going to lose in 3 punches, because I'm starting to get serious. Lin Ling's speed suddenly skyrocketed, as if he was galloping in the river of time. A fist appeared. The void exploded. The grassland in the distance also exploded, and countless green grasses soared into the sky. Dreamflow was forced back 3 steps by the punch. But when the second punch came, Meng Lu realized that this wasn't a human's fist, but a monster's fist. It had probably reached the power of 9,000 worlds. Thud thud thud. He was also retreating madly in the sky. But the third punch arrived. The power of 10,000 worlds erupted. Boom. A wave of chi was blasted out in the sky, as if it was a road that extended to the horizon. And within that wave of chi, Dreamflow was sent flying backward. After retreating several steps, he finally came to a stop and looked at Linling in shock. Linling was also looking at him in shock. Dreamflow was not defeated, and he was not weak. Plop. But just as he thought that, Dreamflow knelt down on one knee and admitted defeat. Fuck, are you trying to kill me? I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Stop. When his voice drifted out, Shanfortress was silent. Everyone's eyes were trembling. The fourth leader, Linling, truly lived up to his reputation. As for Sakura and the rest, the corners of their eyes were twitching. Their strength had increased greatly in the Kaiyuan River, but Linling did not fall behind outside. Not only did he not get overtaken by them, but he seemed to have become even more ferocious. I knew it. This guy is still the strongest among us. Dreamflow wants to defeat him? Dream on. He's simply unfathomable. After a moment of silence, Wang Guwuji suddenly laughed bitterly. Next, Di Shirtian also smiled bitterly, then Yi Shui also smiled bitterly. As for the newcomers of the God Slayer Alliance, they finally witnessed Linling's strength, and their admiration came from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Linling is mighty. Soon after, cheers rang out like the waves of the sea. Meng Lu felt a sweetness in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in order to avoid losing face, he forcefully swallowed it back down. After standing up, he waved his numb arm and said with a bitter smile, "Are you a monster? You're the one who asked me to use my full strength." Looking at Dreamflow, Linling shook his head and laughed. He walked forward and helped Dreamflow up. He knew that Dreamflow had always wanted to surpass him, which was why he had been so fierce. But then again, if Dreamflow had not used his full strength, Linling felt that this exchange was meaningless. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about whether you used your full strength earlier. I seem to have heard you say that it's time to use your full strength. Dreamflow suddenly asked curiously as Linling supported him. Is this question very important? Linling supported Dreamflow with one hand and touched his nose with the other. Of course. However, before Dreamflow could speak, Sakura and the rest spoke in unison. Second brother, we hope you can say that you've already used your full strength. That way, the blow to us won't be too big. Sakura even spoke on behalf of the crowd. Since that's the case, then it should be true. Hearing that, Linling continued to touch his nose and said, "That's more like it." Dreamflow, Sakura, and the rest were obviously relaxed. Because Linling was so terrifying before, if he still did not use his full strength, then it would be too much of a blow to them, too perverted. And now Linling had finally used his full strength, which meant that they still had hope of catching up to Linling. Linling had also become more real. After Linling's display of strength, there was no doubt that Shanfortress had gained another pillar of support. Even Sakura was in a good mood, and gave all the miners a day off. The entire Shanfortress was celebrating Linling's arrival. However, just as they were preparing for the feast, outside Shanfortress, there was a roar that sounded like the sound of a cannon. "Sakura, get out here." A loud voice sounded, shocking the entire prairie. Everyone was drinking and eating. After hearing that voice, their faces changed greatly. "It's the Red Alliance." Dreamflow frowned as he looked at Sakura and said. Sakura nodded his head, and then led everyone towards the wall. "Linling, the Red Alliance is our enemy. They have always been eyeing our mineral vein. It's just that we've resisted with all our might, so they haven't made a move yet. However, they won't give up on this mineral vein, so they've been looking for trouble." Beside him, Ye Shui said to Linling, "Be careful later. We've already fought with the Red Alliance several times, so we'll have a way to deal with them." As she spoke, she had already followed them. Linling did the same. He had just arrived and did not know anything, so naturally he was just observing. "Linling, everything is as you've said before. The Red Alliance is an organization of the final world's experts. I heard that the person behind them is a half-step to martial god realm expert. This kind of strength is terrifying." Chapter 3806. The leader of the miners. Half-step to martial god realm? Linling's eyes flashed. If the Red Alliance was that simple, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Then he appeared on top of the city wall. He saw that in the distance, there were more than a dozen divine cannons on the grassland. They were constantly firing at the sky. Beside the divine cannons, there were almost 100 people standing there with cold smiles on their faces. Most of them were at the martial progenitor realm, and the strongest among them was at the peak of the martial progenitor realm. Sakura, get out here. The leader of the group was wearing a white robe with a red cloth tied around his shoulder. He pointed at Sans and shouted angrily. His name is Jun Sanshan. He's from Yujo. He's a subordinate of a half-step to martial god from the Red Alliance. He's our old rival. Sakura once injured him, but he didn't kill him because he was afraid of the experts from the Red Alliance. Yi Shui said again. Jun Sanshan, what do you mean by this? I've already said that if you want the mine, I won't give it to you. If you want my life, then come and get it. On the city wall, Sakura also shouted coldly. Bullshit. You captured our young master Tian and rode him like a dog. You broke the rules first. Now hand over the mine. Jun Sanshan let out another furious roar. He hated the God Slayer Alliance to the core. If it wasn't for the fact that Sakura had the idea of perishing together with them, and told them that if they tried to snatch the mine by force, Sakura would have blown it up. Otherwise, the Red Alliance would have already killed this group of people. This was because the Red Alliance had many members in the Great Prairie. The God Slayer Alliance was no match for them. Young Master Tian? Hearing Jun Sanshan's words, he also remembered the people that Lin Ling and the others used to ride. Young Master Tian, what do I know? Stop slandering me. It was naturally impossible for Sakura to admit it. You've seen my men. Let me tell you, if you don't hand him over today, don't blame us for flattening this place. Suppressing the three mountains also became aggressive. Hearing this, Sakura laughed instead. So powerful? If you don't come, then you're my son. I'll stand here and see how you're going to flatten me. Although the Red Alliance had a large number of people, and their martial artists were strong, it was obvious that the top masters were not here. Sakura didn't put him in his eyes from the beginning to the end. Come on, come on. Last time, you were beaten until you ate shit. This time, if I don't beat you until you eat a toilet, my surname isn't Wangu. Wangu Wuji laughed mockingly. Hearing these words, Jun Sanshan's teeth started to chatter. Although he couldn't wait to kill Sakura and the rest, he also admitted in his heart that he really wasn't the latter's match in a one-on-one battle. Haha. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he immediately laughed wildly. When he laughed, the people around him laughed as well. He looked incomparably arrogant. She placed her hands on her hips and almost made the clouds in the sky laugh. To the members of the God Slayer Alliance, this look was very disgusting. However, they also knew that since this group of people was laughing so recklessly, they probably had some kind of confidence. Sakura, you want to continue mining? Hee, you don't even know the rules of mining. After Jun Sanshan laughed heartily, he immediately flung his hair in a confident and unrestrained manner, which made Sakura and the others frown, feeling that something was even more wrong. Miners of the God Slayer Alliance, listen up. Your leader has ordered you to withdraw from the mining area immediately. Next, Jun Sanshan let out another angry roar. Sakura and the others' faces changed drastically when they heard this. It turned out that the Red Alliance wanted to snatch away their miners. If they didn't have any miners, they would have to mine for a few hundred years. As for the miners, they didn't belong to the God Slayer Alliance. They were hired by the Miners Alliance. The strength of these miners was not strong, and they were led by several experts. However, they had the ability to mine. Therefore, in the prairie, although the status of miners was not very high, no one dared to treat them as slaves. In the fortress, all the miners were in a difficult position. In truth, although they were hired, they had developed feelings for the members of the God Slayer Alliance over the years. Moreover, the members of the God Slayer Alliance didn't treat them as miners, but as friends and partners. Therefore, they couldn't withdraw from the mining area. Have you forgotten your leader? At this moment, Jun Sanshan shouted again. A country had its laws and a family had its rules. Naturally, the miners had their own rules too. They all obeyed the orders of a few leaders who were responsible for protecting them. They were also responsible for contacting the mines and taking some rewards from them. Therefore, to the miners, the leaders were their parents. Moreover, they didn't want to break the rules of the Miners' Alliance and disobey the orders of their leaders. Zhen Sanshan, do you think you're the leader? At this moment, Sakura suddenly sneered. This was because he knew that the leaders of the Miners' Alliance were all big shots. Generally speaking, why would they care about these small mines? Not to mention helping Zhen Sanshan. How did you know? It seems that you've seen through me. Hearing Sakura's words, Zhen Sanshan suddenly revealed a surprised expression. It was as if Sakura had seen through his scheme. However, his expression was too exaggerated and fake. Sure enough, he immediately laughed. Haha, I'm sorry. Although I'm not the leader of the Miners' Alliance, I'm here to speak for the leader. I know you won't believe me. Then let me tell you who this leader is. He's from the Final World's Rainbow Academy. He's even an expert from Zhen Sanshan Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakura and the others' expressions changed. An expert from the Final World? This was obviously not someone they could provoke. However, Zhen Sanshan's words were still shocking. He's also a member of a large alliance. That's the extremely renowned Heaven-Crushing Alliance. I've heard that their backer is a martial god. Moreover, this elite is rumored to be the leader of one of the 10 evils of the 9 states. Gee. The members of the God-Slaying Alliance gasped. Of course, they'd heard of the 9 states' 10 evils. However, they'd never imagined that the person who appeared was a leader. Hehe, are you afraid? Let me tell you, this lord is a half-step martial god. Seeing the God-Slaying Alliance fall silent, Zhen Sanshan roared proudly. However, the effect was obvious because the members of the God-Slaying Alliance all looked serious. This was also the Red Alliance's scheme. They were afraid that the God-Slaying Alliance would destroy the mine, so they didn't use force. Instead, they took back the miners. Without the miners, the God-Slaying Alliance could only leave with their tails between their legs. As for the leader of the Miners' Alliance, he had a very high status. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to invite him unless it was a large mine. However, the Red Alliance's mastermind happened to have met him once and asked for his help. Naturally, the mastermind would do him a favor. The miners over there have all returned. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then a tall figure walked out. This person looked very ordinary, but his eyes seemed as if he didn't care about anything. Moreover, he was very powerful. He was a half-step martial god. Chapter 3807. Nitpicking. To the God Extermination Alliance. Other than the God Extermination Great Array, when had they ever come into contact with a martial god realm expert? Sir, we the God Slayer Alliance give you a commission. Moreover, we hired the miners through the headhunters. We didn't violate the Great Prairie's rules. At this moment, Sakura cupped his hands and said, over the years, many unwritten rules had been formed in the Great Prairie. Miners were one kind of rule, and so was the headhunters. The so-called headhunters not only had the task of killing, but they also had the task of introducing people, finding people, and so on. They were like middlemen. Finding the miners through the headhunters and reaching an agreement was also a rule. Therefore, the God Slayer Alliance did not violate the Prairie's rules. Which headhunter clan? We, the Mining Union, did not receive this news. I believe that you have deliberately violated the rules by privately hiring miners and destroying the balance of our mining industry. Therefore, I advise you to leave the Guyuan Mountains immediately. Otherwise, don't blame the Mining Union for being impolite. That person said indifferently. Obviously, he was also deliberately nitpicking. Upon hearing this, the members of the God Slayer Alliance were enraged. That guy was deliberately targeting them. My lord, we have indeed invited the Headhunter clan. How about we have the Headhunter clan testify? Sakura once again cupped his hands and said with a smile. With his temperament, if he was alone, he would have already cursed it out loud. But now, he had no choice but to consider the big picture. Seeing Sakura's humble appearance, Zhen Sanshan laughed out loud. He supported his waist with one hand and pointed at Sakura with the other. Humph, you want to prove it? No need. An explanation is just a cover-up. However, our Red Alliance likes to leave some leeway when doing things. So don't say that we didn't give you a chance. If all of you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, maybe we will let you go. Bullshit you. Hearing this, Di Shitiang couldn't help but shout in anger. You mean to say that Lord Lu isn't qualified? Zhen Three Mountains suddenly smiled and directed the conflict to the expert beside him. I never said that. Sakura wanted nothing more than to kill that despicable Zhen Sanshan. This person was trying to drive a wedge between them and the Godslayer Alliance, forcing them to their deaths. Most importantly, he was reprimanding them with the tone of an experienced person. Sure enough, Zhen Three Mountains snorted coldly again. I've said it before. Explaining is just covering up. A truly magnanimous person wouldn't even bother to explain. Anger. Everyone's anger reached the sky. This guy, he was the one who said black and white. He was the one who said all the reasons. Lord Lu, I think we should give them a chance. If they all kneel down, how about we leave them some minors? Zhen Sanshan turned to look at Lord Lu and said. Of course, he seemed to be pleading on behalf of the Godslayer Alliance, but in reality, he wanted to humiliate Sakura and the others to vent his anger. If Sakura and the others kowtowed and admitted their mistakes, at most, he would only spare 1 minor. Did you hear that? I don't know where you people came from, but you dare to question my qualifications. Now kneel down and admit your wrongs. Lord Lu said coldly. The Godslayer Alliance was very famous in the 9 prefectures, and it even had some fame in the final world. However, to someone like him, who was in the strongest circle of the Divine 3 Halls, it was completely unknown. We can't do that. Sakura was also furious. Hearing this, Lord Lu shook his head. I don't like to push people to their deaths. However, since you don't want to give face to me, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Wait. Just as he finished speaking, an old man's voice rang out. If we kowtow and admit our wrongs, will this lord leave the minors for us? Of course. Lord Lu nodded, but he said in his heart, just leave 1 minor. Lord D, why don't we give in and look at the big picture? Isn't the purpose of these people following us to become stronger? For the sake of imperial crystals, they also have families and sects behind them. They also want to bring some imperial crystals home, so that their families can live a good life. The old man immediately advised Sakura. This old man obviously had a high status in the Godslayer Alliance. Many people nodded at his suggestion because they had stayed in the Kaiyuan River for several years. If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't they have come in vain? Bullshit, oldly. Can't you see that they are deliberately making things difficult for us? Sakura was extremely opposed to it. Moreover, many people agreed with his idea. They would rather not take the money than kowtow and admit their wrongs. Most of these people were from the older generation of the Godslayer Alliance. However, if we refuse, we will return empty-handed. That lord is here on behalf of the Miners' Alliance. If he says anything, all the miners in the Guiyuan Mountains will not work for us. The old man said earnestly. Sakura gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he had seen this kind of thing many times in the Kaiyuan River. This also made her realize the importance of strength. Apart from that, one's background and connections were also the most important. Without a background and connections, the Godslayer Alliance would be harassed everywhere. Are the 2 of you done talking? If you want to fight, do it at home. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Now I will ask you 1 question. Are you going to kneel or not? However, at the moment when the crowd was feeling vexed, Lord Lu spoke again. His words did not give them any face at all. Kneel, kneel. This time more people in the Godslayer Alliance admitted defeat. They no longer had the arrogance of the past in the 9 states. As for the older generation, they clenched their fists tightly. They had a stronger backbone, and the past glory of the Godslayer Alliance was engraved in their minds. Of course, those glory days had unknowingly been obliterated over the years. After all, the situation was stronger than the person. You want us to kneel? Just as they were arguing, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. That's right. Could it be that you are deaf? Lord Lu did not see the person who spoke, and instead asked contemptuously. Whether I am deaf or not, I don't know. I only know that there is a surviving member who has escaped. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The voice drifted out from the city wall again. Sakra's eyes narrowed, and so did Meng Lu. The people of the Godslayer Alliance also narrowed their eyes. They all turned their heads at the same time and looked at the person who spoke. It was Lin Ling. Although they did not know the meaning of Lin Ling's words, Lin Ling seemed to be calling Lord Lu a surviving member. As for the people of the Red Alliance, each of them had their mouths wide open. That guy's words had greatly offended Lord Lu. When did such a troublemaker come to the Godslayer Alliance? Could it be that he had just arrived at the ancient Yuan mountain range and did not know the rules? In fact, the person who spoke had indeed just arrived at the ancient Yuan mountain range and did not know the rules here. How audacious of him to violate the rules and still dare to speak like that. Chapter 3808. Senior. However, he didn't notice that Lord Lu was frowning as he looked at the newcomer. That face was too familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen that face before. He only knew that the person seemed to be familiar and deadly. Lord Lu was deep in thought. He immediately let Jin Sanshan know that Lord Lu was angry. He might even kill Sakura and the others. He shouted angrily, "Godslayer Alliance, you're courting death. Kneel before me." However, before he could finish speaking, Lord Lu's expression changed. He looked to the side and slapped Jin Sanshan, sending him flying. Bang! Jin Sanshan fell to the ground. He held his face and looked aggrieved. That was a vicious slap. Why did he hit him? Everyone's eyes widened. However, Lord Lu's body was trembling. He seemed to be hesitating whether he should run or not. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew toward Shan Fortress. Sakura and the others immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. How could they fight against a half-step to martial god realm expert? Sakura was prepared to fight to the death. The others also quietly gathered their realm essence. However, Lord Lu floated in front of the city wall and frowned as he looked at the crowd. In fact, he was mostly looking at Lin Ling. That appearance, that robe, that sword. Wasn't that the guy who destroyed the Heaven-Crushing Alliance? He was also there at that time. However, he wasn't a core member, so he watched from afar. However, that battle left a deep impression in his heart. That was because that was a guy who destroyed the Alliance. Senior, Lu Fabing was blind. He didn't see you here. As he finished his last sentence, he smiled like a pug and bent down. He didn't even know Lin Ling's name. He only knew that this guy was really terrifying. Seeing this, the people of the Godslayer Alliance were all petrified. The people of the Red Alliance were also petrified. Was he still a half-step martial god? Was he still the leader of the Miners' Alliance? Previously, he was insufferably arrogant and condescending. Why was he bowing to him now? Was this a joke? You're quite bold. You brought the Red Alliance here to settle the score with me. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He didn't know who Lu Fabing was. However, upon hearing that Lu Fabing was from the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, he instantly lost all fear. He even guessed that this guy should be a survivor who had escaped. This was because when the Heaven-Crushing Alliance had been destroyed, there had been quite a few survivors who had managed to escape. Lin Ling's words were like a bolt from the blue to Lu Fabing, because he knew that the blue-robed young man was a god of slaughter as well, and killing half-step martial gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He shouted anxiously, then rushed back to Jin Sanshan's side. He grabbed Jin Sanshan and slapped him hard. Is the Red Alliance courting death? How dare you attack the Godslayer Alliance? I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up. In order to prove that he had nothing to do with the Red Alliance, Lu Fabing went all out. Jin Sanshan's teeth were all knocked out. Compared to his previous arrogant attitude with his hands on his hips, it was a 180-degree change. He had never imagined that Lord Lu would slap him in the face for a fellow from the Godslayer Alliance. And from the looks of it, that fellow was even weaker than Sakura and the others. Lord Lu, I'm from the Red Alliance. Jin Sanshan said hurriedly, immediately bringing up his background. Don't mention the Red Alliance to me. Go back and tell that fellow from the Red Alliance that this has nothing to do with me, and my relationship with him has been severed. Also, I've already shown mercy by not killing you. You seem to be guarding a small mine, right? I'll take back all the miners in your mine. Lu Fabing grabbed Zhen Sanshan's collar and roared angrily. His saliva sprayed all over Zhen Sanshan's face, causing him to be dumbfounded. Then he shouted unwillingly, "Lord Lu, don't!" The Red Alliance had many members, and they were spread across the Great Prairie. Some of the small mines were guarded by some small leaders, and Zhen Sanshan was also guarding a small mine. However, if the miners were taken away, how could he mine? How could he report to the Red Alliance? Moreover, he was here to lead the way for Lord Lu. But now that he had failed to take back the miners, he didn't know how to report to the Red Alliance. However, Lu Fabing ignored him and flew back to the fortress. His forehead was full of cold sweat. He wondered if the killing god had calmed down. He knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Qinshi. So it wasn't that he hadn't thought of fleeing, but he gave up in the end. Because he'd heard that this god of slaughter was extremely swift. If Qinshi wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't be able to escape at all. "Senior, how are things now?" Lu Fabing came to the front of the fortress again and bowed. "You were very fierce to the God Slayer Alliance before this." Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. "Senior, it was a misunderstanding. I really didn't know that the God Slayer Alliance was related to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to behave so atrociously here even if you gave me 100 guts. Moreover, I was framed by the Red Alliance." Lu Fabing said with a bitter smile, then gave himself a few hard slaps. Those few slaps had even knocked out his teeth. The people from the God Slayer Alliance were shocked. Sakura and the others opened their mouths wide. What was going on? He had almost chased away the people from the God Slayer Alliance, and now he was slapping himself? Moreover, he knew Lin Ling? Moreover, he seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was only at the middle stage martial ancestor realm. Even if Lin Ling was at the half-step martial god realm, Master Lu wouldn't be so afraid of him. Now he was flattering him. It wasn't rare for a half-step martial god realm expert to be afraid of someone. However, flattery and bootlicking were rare. "Do you still want our miners?" At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. No. If you are still short of miners, I can transfer some over." Lu Fabing shook his head like a rattledrum. He then explained, "This has nothing to do with me. Before I came here, I didn't even know what the God Slayer Alliance was." "I know. This shouldn't have anything to do with you." Lin Ling immediately nodded. Lu Fabing was delighted by his words. However, Lin Ling spoke again. "There are countless mineral veins in the Guyuan mountain range. You are just the leader of the miners. I don't think you would personally come here for a small mine of the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, you should have received some reward." Hearing this, Lu Fabing broke out in cold sweat. This. However, after being stared at by Lin Ling, he immediately revealed everything. "I gave you a lot of royal crystals, more than 5 billion. I also gave you a drop of all spirits water." The crowd gasped when they heard this. 5 billion imperial crystals, that was a huge sum. Chapter 3809. End it. The Red Alliance is really generous. Lin Ling sneered. 5 billion royal crystals? With Lin Ling's current net worth, it wasn't much. However, he knew that this amount of royal crystals was a lot for the God Slayer Alliance. Seeing Lin Ling's sneer, Lu Xuebing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this God Slayer wants to kill me? I'll donate all of this money to the God Slayer Alliance. Lu Fabing slapped his chest and said. Everyone from the God Slayer Alliance opened their mouths wide in shock. Because this Lord Lu's fear of Lin Ling had reached an extremely tragic level, which was why he had spat out the meat at the side of his mouth. In the distance, everyone from the Red Alliance opened their mouths wide. Some of them even felt like they were dreaming. They slapped each other a few times until their teeth almost fell out. This proved that all of this was real. Giving all of this to the God Slayer Alliance? Isn't this making things difficult for you? Lin Ling said indifferently. Of course not. You flatter me. In fact, I'm half a member of the God Slayer Alliance. I'm very proud to be able to contribute to the God Slayer Alliance. Moreover, the miners treat the God Slayer Alliance as their home. This shows how caring and united the God Slayer Alliance is. Even I want to give up my position as the leader and become a miner. I wonder if the God Slayer Alliance will accept us. Lu Fabing slapped his chest and said. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Ling was the same. They didn't expect that this insufferably arrogant Lord Lu actually had such a talent for flattery. His flattery was practically flawless. Zhen Sanshan and the rest almost couldn't help but clap their hands. This flattery was really good. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The anger in his heart disappeared. He looked at Lord Lu with a faint smile and said, "We're still short of some miners. I think Lord Lu will help us." "All right, how many do you need? Senior, please tell us." "I want as many as you have," Lin Ling said. His words gave Sakura and the others a fright. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling was too arrogant and completely offended Lord Lu, which would ultimately lead to a life and death struggle. However, they were obviously overthinking things. When Lu Feibing saw Lin Ling nod his head, he was even happier than Lin Ling. He finally knew that this crazy killing god had retracted his killing intent. "I will do my best to draw everyone here." Lu Feibing immediately patted his chest and said. At this time, Lin Ling also walked out from the wall and walked towards Lu Feibing step by step. This undoubtedly gave Lu Feibing a fright. At some point, he almost wanted to turn around and run away. However, in the end, reason still prevailed over madness. He believed that Lin Ling shouldn't want to kill him. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also finally arrived in front of Lu Feibing. He stretched out his hand, causing Lu Feibing to tremble in fear. However, Lin Ling's hand landed on Lu Feibing's collar and helped him tidy it up. At the same time he said, "Work hard. If you follow me, I won't treat you badly." When he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a small bottle of water of all spirits floated out and landed in Lu Feibing's hand. This caused Lu Feibing's eyes to narrow. After examining it, he immediately knelt down in the air. As the leader of the miners, he actually didn't lack emperor crystals. However, the water of all spirits was a priceless treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the heaven-crushing alliance in the first place. After all, everything was for the sake of the water of all spirits. "Thank you, my lord," he said solemnly. After he finished speaking, he strode away. This also caused the fortress to fall silent. "My lord? Speaking of which, wasn't this Lord Lu here to look for trouble? Why does it seem like he has become a member of the God-slaying alliance?" Meanwhile, Lin Ling walked back with a smile. The reason why he gave Lu Feibing a small bottle of water of all spirits was because Lu Feibing was a local tyrant. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of an Yuer through him. When Lu Feibing left, Zhen Sanshan and the others were instantly terrified. Without another word, they scattered like birds and beasts. As for young Master Tian and the others who were treated like dogs in the fortress, they were still clamoring for the God-slaying alliance to let them go. However, when they saw this scene, their faces turned ashen, and they obediently returned to being dogs. Second brother, treating Lord Lu like this, would it be? After Lin Ling walked back, Sakura immediately asked worriedly. He didn't know why Lu Feibing was afraid of Lin Ling, but he guessed that the latter was in awe of Lin Ling's background. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. After all, one was a half-step martial god, while the other was a middle-stage martial ancestor. The gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. This kind of person is already smooth and slick. Therefore, sometimes we don't have to give him any face. On the contrary, the more humble we are, the more arrogant he will be. We have to suppress him a little so that he will obediently do things. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. "By the way, this Red Alliance keeps causing trouble. Why don't you destroy them?" This seemingly casual sentence shocked Sakura and the others once again. They didn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, Sakura shook his head. The Red Alliance has spread over half of the Guyuan mountain range. They have many large and small mineral veins. It's easier said than done to destroy them. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. If there was only one Red Alliance, Lin Ling would immediately take action to eliminate any future worries. However, if there were too many of them, it would take too much time. Therefore, he decided to ignore them for the time being. Next, Lin Ling asked about the prairie's rules and walked down the wall with Sakura and the others. Looking at Lin Ling, the people of the Godslayer Alliance were all excited. They had long heard that among the 4 leaders of the Godslayer Alliance, in terms of ability, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the leader. However, they weren't too sure about this. Now, however, they were sure. Previously, they were almost driven away. Even the Varch couldn't do anything about it. However, once Lord Linling showed up, everything was easily resolved. Moreover, the Godslayer Alliance had even earned 5 billion royal crystals. After chatting with Sakura as they walked, Sakura asked someone to tidy up a clean room and let Linling in. Second brother, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still unfathomable. However, I won't ask you anything. As long as you are safe and sound, this is the best gift for me. In front of the door, Sakura stopped and said to Linling with a smile. He had long regarded Linling as his own younger brother. Although this younger brother's ability was stronger than his, he was never jealous. In fact, he was happy and proud of this younger brother. Big brother, you too. Linling nodded with a smile. Since he started learning martial arts, he had already seen many deaths. Therefore, to have his family and friends by his side was the greatest gift from God to him. Big brother, your talent has improved a lot. Previously you were in the state of white bones. Now you have become black bones. However, if you refine your bones, you will be able to advance another level. At this moment, Linling suddenly laughed. This was because the giant ghost beside him was transmitting his voice to Linling. It was also because the giant ghost was very familiar with Sakura's talent. Chapter 38:10. Helping Big Brother cultivate. It can still improve my talent? Hasn't my talent reached its limit? Hearing this, Sakura was surprised. Linling smiled. Although your talent is not orthodox, it has great potential and there are many ways to develop it. Because you have a trace of the underworld's bloodline, similar to the dream flow. If this bloodline is stimulated, your future will be limitless. That's great. Sakura was excited. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely treat it as a fart. But since it came from Linling, it was a different story. Linling immediately asked the giant ghost how to help Sakura's bones evolve again. The giant ghost immediately explained. It turned out that he wanted to improve Sakura's talent. After all, he wanted to refine Sakura like a divine tool. Ordinary flames were ineffective against Sakura's talent, but the human sovereign's flame could. This human sovereign's flame, I can't control it. Hearing this, Linling couldn't help but secretly say, you can, but you must continue to sacrifice the devil jellyfish, and let it carry a trace of the human sovereign's flame. You only need to enter Sakura's body. The giant ghost transmitted his voice. Linling immediately nodded. To be able to help Big Brother become stronger, he naturally wouldn't shirk his responsibility. At that moment, he told Big Brother his idea. Of course, this process was also dangerous. After all, Linling didn't control the human sovereign's flame. He was only using the human sovereign's flame to refine it. Moreover, the process wouldn't be easy. Hearing this, Sakura laughed loudly. Second brother, go ahead. Big Brother won't die. Oh right, will this kind of refining affect you? If it does, then Big Brother won't improve his talent. He obviously put Linling first in his heart, and thought for Linling. No matter how strong Linling was, if there was danger, he would be the first to block in front of Linling. Linling's heart warmed and he immediately promised, don't worry, I won't be in danger. At that moment, both of them entered the room and sat down cross-legged. Linling also began to control the devil jellyfish. Then, the human sovereign's flame appeared from his dantian, and quickly entered Sakura's body. Then it started to swim among the black bones. Sakura's face suddenly changed and sweat dripped on his forehead. Big Brother, if you can't withstand it, just shout. Seeing this, Lin also said worriedly. It's nothing, I'm just a bit second brother. The Sakura forced a smile, but in reality, a piercing pain was coming from his bones at this moment, as if someone was scraping his bones with a knife. However, he endured it all because he didn't want to let Linling down. Linling also knew that there was no time to lose, so he poured more devil jellyfish into Sakura's body. Almost at the same time, the devil jellyfish that carried the flame of the human king was completely burned into nothingness. That strand of hair-size flame also floated down. If it landed in Di Shirtian's body, it would be enough to burn him alive. But at that moment, another devil jellyfish appeared and carried the human sovereign's flame as it floated up again. This cycle repeated again and again. Fortunately, The devil jellyfish had some immunity to the human sovereign's flame during this period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold on for such a long time. After all, the devil jellyfish was originally of the ghost attribute and was naturally afraid of fire. Of course, the devil jellyfish also had a powerful characteristic, which was to absorb. This characteristic also allowed them to carry the human sovereign's flame for a short period of time. Alright, he must withdraw. The human king's flame has always restrained his talent. If he stays any longer, I'm afraid his bones will be burned to ashes. At that moment, the giant ghost suddenly spoke. The human sovereign's flame was the first flame of mankind. In the underworld, there weren't many people who dared to face it head-on, let alone Sakura, who hadn't completely evolved into the devil jellyfish's bone. After that, Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. As for Sakura, his lower body was already covered in sweat. At this moment, his breathing was calm, and strands of mysterious aura spread out from his body. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be a worm swimming under his skin, and it was swimming along his entire body. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He knew that his brother's strength had increased a lot this time. As for what limit he reached in the end, it would depend on his luck. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't interrupt Sakura and left the house. He asked someone to prepare another house, and then went in. Looking at the clean room, Lin Ling's heart relaxed. A sense of fatigue finally spread out from his body. Speaking of which, ever since he entered the Kaiyuan River, he hadn't rested for a long time. After the battle in the demonic forest, he had just arrived at Shan Fortress and immediately encountered the Red Alliance. For the next few days, he should have a good rest. That night, the prairie was quiet. Only the occasional sound of insects could be heard. Standing on the wall of Shan Fortress, there were stars in the distance. Those were the lights of fireflies. However, after the fireflies, there was only darkness. Shan Fortress was brightly lit. The moat outside of Shan Fortress wasn't actually there to stop humans from approaching, but to stop demon snakes. In the prairie, demon snakes were everywhere. Moreover, there were a lot of them. There were even some descendants from the era of gods. Someone once said that these snakes were mutated from the dragon clan. However, after countless years, these snakes weren't any weaker than the dragon clan. In the room, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. His eyebrows were slightly relaxed. His powerful soul power had naturally discovered the auras outside the fortress. They were ready to make a move. It was the demon snakes. If a human was alone in the prairie, unless he was very powerful, he would definitely encounter a mishap. However, Lin Ling also sensed that these demon snakes were intelligent and didn't dare to approach Shan Fortress recklessly. Therefore, Lin Ling began to cultivate. Currently, he was at the level 4 martial ancestor realm. However, the realm energy in his 6 danshians was surging, stabilizing his cultivation. As for his other talents, except for the Great Nether Wind Dragon, all of them had reached the 4th grade. The Space-Time Divine Steel, the Heavenly Dragon's Bone, the Great Nether Wind Dragon, the Realm Devouring Beast, and the Evil Spirit Tribulation Body. As for the other skills, the True Inheritance Dark Sword, if the 9,999 swords were activated, there was a chance that it would produce a wisp of divine energy. This was the sword's strongest skill. The Tyrannical Singing Sword, the Complete Ancestor's Force. Lin Ling had comprehended about 80% of it. Of course, the most powerful trump card was still the God Stairs. Especially the Stairs of Wisdom that had merged with the Illusion God world. Its power had increased significantly. It was also a soul-type martial skill. According to Lin Ling's estimation, he had comprehended about 20% of the Stairs of Wisdom. That being said, its power was extraordinary too. Lin Ling had yet to encounter anything that could resist the Stairs of Wisdom. However, the biggest disadvantage of the Stairs of Wisdom was that it didn't possess any offensive power. It could only be used as a seal. I've accumulated quite a number of monarch crystals. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be able to reach the 5th layer martial progenitor realm in no time. Chapter 38:11. Lu Fabing had arrived. Of course, Lin Ling had also used the all-spirit water to nurture little Kunlun. He realized that little Kunlun seemed to like this kind of spirit water very much. As it continued to absorb it, it actually changed. However, he did not know how little Kunlun would change this time. After all, this fellow could grow into a forest at any time. After cultivating until midnight, Lin Ling decided to rest. All these years, whenever he had free time, he would cultivate. It had become a habit. Tonight he would have a good sleep. Lying on the bed and looking at the dark sky through the window, Lin Ling also thought of Yuer, that senior sister who had helped him when he was young. Later on, after his hard work, she became his wife in the end. He wondered how she was doing in the Kaiyuan River. With that thought, Lin Ling also quietly fell asleep. However, he also had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to his youth. In the Guyan sect, he was playing with Yu and Yuer. Under the sunlight, he felt extremely comfortable. At that time, he was clearly a little naive and did not carry any great hatred or mission. After a day of playing, night fell. Just as Lin Ling wanted to take advantage of them, he was chased back to his residence by the two girls. Amidst the laughter, Lin Ling helplessly walked back to his residence. However, just as he was about to enter his room, he realized that there were whispers coming from not far away. This made the young Lin Ling walk towards the voice. In the forest not far from the wooden house, he saw a thin and weak girl about 16 years old. She was squatting on the ground and chatting with a little vine. Moreover, she was chatting happily and would occasionally let out gurgling sounds. As for the little vine, it also seemed to be very happy. It swayed its vine as if it was enjoying itself. "Little Kunlun?" Lin Ling instinctively shouted. For some reason, he was very familiar with that little vine. Seeing Lin Ling's arrival, the girl was obviously flustered. Without saying anything, she immediately ran into the depths of the forest. However, the moment she stood up, Lin Ling realized that the girl was very thin. Her body was dirty, and there were many wounds. Some of the wounds were oozing pus, and some were so deep that bones could be seen. Therefore, when the girl was running, she suddenly fell. However, she did not care about the injuries on her body, and finally disappeared into the dark forest. Looking at the pitch-black forest, Lin Ling frowned. Although he didn't know who the girl was, it was extremely pitiful for her to hide in the forest all year round. Little Kunlun, who is she? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the vines beneath his feet. The vine swayed, emitting the sound of Kunlun. Then it climbed onto Lin Ling's shoulder like a snake. The vine was like a tongue, gently licking Lin Ling's face. "You bastard!" Lin Ling couldn't help smiling. He didn't reject little Kunlun's intimate action, but he still asked, "Who is she?" However, little Kunlun still didn't answer. It just continued licking Lin Ling's face. As it continued to lick, Lin Ling finally couldn't hold it in any longer, because it was too itchy. When he gently patted off the vine on his face, he finally opened his eyes. A ray of warm sunlight shone down, making Lin Ling somewhat startled. Only then did he realize that last night was a dream. However, his cheeks were still itchy. When he turned his head to look, he realized that it was little Kunlun on his left arm. "You bastard, don't tell me you also had a dream last night." Lin Ling suddenly laughed helplessly. He jumped up from the bed and landed on the ground. When he moved his body, the sound of frying beans could be heard. Next, Lin Ling washed up and put on a clean set of clothes. At the same time, he glanced at the platinum evil spirit, who was like a bodyguard the entire night, and then walked out of the room. Outside the house, it was bustling. Early in the morning, people started to get busy. Some were mining, some were planting, and everyone had their own division of labor. Lord Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, many people greeted him. At present, they respected Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. "Good morning." Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He glanced around and asked, "Where are my big brother and the others?" "Lord Lin Ling, I heard that Lord D is in seclusion. Currently, Yeshua is guarding the mountain fortress. Lord Meng has gone to the mountain fortress on the left. As for Lord Wangu, he has gone to the mountain fortress on the right to guard it." Someone immediately replied with a smile. "My big brother is still in seclusion. It seems that his strength has increased a lot after this breakthrough." Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for Sakura. Sakura was currently a 6th grade talent, and he might be able to reach the 7th grade. He might even be able to step into the half-step martial god realm. A 7th grade half-step martial god realm, If it had happened not long ago, Lin Ling would have found it difficult to defeat him. This also meant that his combat strength was not weak. Meng Lu and Wangu Wuji, do they usually guard one mine each? Lin Ling asked casually as he followed an old man up the city wall and looked at the green prairie. Yes, and the mountain fortress in the center is guarded by Lord D. Moreover, the underground caves of the 3 mineral veins are also connected. If anything happens, we can retreat and attack, advance and defend. The old man explained. Lin Ling immediately knew that his big brother had put in a lot of effort in the mountain fortress. Usually, he would have resisted many attacks, but in the end he was helpless against the Red Alliance. As for the Red Alliance, Lin Ling naturally wanted to eradicate it. After all, he wouldn't be staying in the mountain fortress for long. However, there were too many Red Alliance members. If he really wanted to eradicate them, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, Lin Ling did not take action. He was also waiting for the experts of the Red Alliance to come to him. Of course, during this process, he also asked the headhunter tribe to help him look for a new heir. In fact, before Lu Feibing left yesterday, Lin Ling had secretly asked him for help. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not touch him. "Senior, I'm coming, I'm coming." At the mention of Lu Feibing, an anxious shout could be heard from afar. Looking over, a large number of people were riding on horses in the prairie. There were about 200 of them. Their mounts were a little strange. They looked like horses, but they were very fat and strong. When they galloped on the prairie, they actually glided on the grass. Of course, they were also very fast. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the mountain fortress. The person leading them was Lu Feibing. When they saw the top power, they were obviously afraid. After all, he was a half-step to martial god. He could kill them at any time. Put down the city gate. However, Lin Ling said with a smile. With Lin Ling's order, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance immediately put down the city gate and placed it above the moat. Then, under Lu Feibing's lead, the people entered one after another. Chapter 38:12. And Yuer's whereabouts. Lu Feibing looked up at Lin Ling on the city wall and pretended to wipe the sweat off his forehead. It was as if he had already worked very hard by bringing 200 miners with him. Lin Ling instantly smiled and walked down slowly. "I didn't expect you to keep your promise. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to find you in this vast grassland. Moreover, I wouldn't have had the time to look for you. You're too kind. I'll definitely carry out Senior's orders." Lu Feibing patted his chest and said. In reality, the reason he was willing to come back was because Lin Ling had given him the water of all spirits. Otherwise, he would have fled as far as he could in the face of a murderous god like Lin Ling. "You're also a member of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Now that you know my whereabouts, don't you plan to tell that leader?" Lin Ling asked again. The leader he was referring to was Wanyan Shijing. If that guy knew that Lin Ling was here, he would probably come all the way here. "Don't worry, Senior. There are many alliances in the final world right now. After all, you also know that in the final world, unless your strength is heaven-defying, your background and connections are the key. That's why so many alliances have been formed. However, among the elites of the 3 divine halls of the final world, unless they're part of an alliance, many of them have joined several alliances. For example, I joined the Heaven-Crushing Alliance for the sake of obtaining the water of all spirits. After all, I'm not a member of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Even if there's a big benefit, it won't be mine. I'm only given a small benefit." Lu Feibing continued to explain. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder those people had fled so quickly when Wanyan Bupo was killed. As it turned out, they weren't united. To put it bluntly, it was more like an employment relationship. This also meant that Lu Feibing wouldn't inform Wanyan Shijing unless he and Lin Ling became mortal enemies. "Guards, take these miners away and treat them well." Lin Ling immediately waved his hand. Then he led Lu Feibing forward. "Do you know the strength of the Red Alliance? How powerful is their leader?" The Red Alliance is a big alliance. However, their leaders aren't weak either. They're all half-step martial gods, and there are 18 of them. Lu Feibing explained. Then he glanced at Lin Ling. "Of course, to Senior, those leaders are just assistants. According to my knowledge, those leaders aren't even ranked on the stairway to the divine rankings. Moreover, Some of them aren't from the 3 halls of the Divine Alliance. However, they're not as powerful as you, Senior. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked again. Is there a way to find them? This is very difficult because the Guyuan mountain range is very big. The Red Alliance is spread all over the place. They have occupied many small mines that the big forces don't want. Therefore, other than their core members, it is very difficult for others to know which mine the leader is in. As if he knew what Lin Ling was thinking, Lu Feibing continued, Senior, don't worry. Since the Red Alliance has failed this time, they might come looking for you personally. In fact, the 18 leaders aren't united. They can't wait to see a good show. If one of them dies, the other leaders will take his resources. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Everything was as he had expected. They just had to wait for the experts of the Red Alliance to come. By the way, how's the matter that I asked you to do? The 2 of them arrived at the meeting hall. Lin Ling sat down and poured a glass of wine for Lu Feibing. Lu Feibing was given a fright when he heard Lin Ling's name. He had asked around yesterday and found out that Lin Ling was a student of the Blizzard Academy. Not only was he the first person to reach the 9th level of the Ethereal Tower, but he had also defeated Duan Wuhan. It was said that his potential was even greater than the number 1 genius of the Duan clan. Moreover, he had even dared to challenge martial god Wentian's disciple. It was earth-shattering. Now such a domineering person was pouring wine for him? This was too much for him to handle. I have already inquired about that matter. I heard that the immortal temple of the 9 continents Vicious 10 has indeed come to the ancient Yuan mountain range. And their saintess has also come. Once they clashed with a big power. That big power's backer is one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, Unrestrained Sword Martial God. Unrestrained Sword Martial God. Yes. Yes, in the ancient Yuan mountain range, many large mines have extremely powerful backers. For example, the mines under the name of Martial God Wentian, and the mines under the name of Unrestrained Sword Martial God. Because of this, they occupied the large mines. Yes. It seems that the waters of the Guyuan mountain range are really deep, and those martial gods have occupied the mineral veins. Over the years, the mineral veins have been able to provide an endless supply of cultivation resources, which has allowed their disciples' strength to continuously increase. Yes. Yes, Senior. Yes. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lin Ling asked again, Are you sure that the Holy Maiden of the Immortal Temple went to the ancient dragon wasteland? Yes. Although I'm not too sure, it's not far from the truth. I heard it from a few headhunter clan members. After all, in the ancient primordial mountain range, no headhunter clan member can see the Immortal Temple. That's why I guessed it. And after entering the ancient dragon desolate land, many headhunter clan members can enter that place. Lu Feibing immediately said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Lu Feibing. This guy was indeed worthy of being called an experienced person. In just one night, he had already inquired about the information he needed. Otherwise, even if he searched the entire prairie, he might not be able to find any news about Inuer. Here is a bottle of 10,000 spirit water. This is your reward. Yes. Following that, Lin Ling placed a bottle of 10,000 spirit water on the table. This, Senior, you already gave me my reward yesterday. Yes. Lu Feibing was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. Take it. I, Lin Ling, never mistreat those who work for me. You can go back first. If there's any news, or if there's anything I need, I'll look for you again. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Lu Feibing hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Ling. He took the bottle of 10,000 spirit water and left. He was overjoyed because he had established a relationship with Lin Ling. One had to know that in the final world, although Lin Ling had many enemies, there were also many people who wanted to befriend Lin Ling. This was because many people guessed that Lin Ling's backer was as strong as a walnut. After Lu Feibing left, Lin Ling drank alone with a burning gaze. Currently, he had finally heard news about Inuer. Although she had disappeared into the desolate body, he had at least found a direction. Therefore, he only needed to wait for the matter of the fortress to be resolved before he could set off. After drinking a few more cups of wine, Lin Ling took out a few bottles of 10,000 spirit water and left one bottle for each of Dream Flow and the rest. Following that, he had nothing to do, so he decided to go to the mine to take a look. Chapter 38:13. The Girl in His Dreams. Of course, the more times it was washed, the higher the purity of the imperial crystal would be. Lord Linling. When the miners saw Linling, they immediately smiled and greeted him. Linling also smiled and waved, then entered the mine. The interior of the mine was a little damp, but the surface area was much larger than Linling had imagined. The entire solid mountain had been hollowed out. Everyone was digging into the ground, and the miners were very experienced. They knew which places produced the most ores. This was something that outsiders could not compare with. Even Linling couldn't compare. Even though his soul power was powerful, he could only sense where there were royal crystals. However, if there were royal crystals in the vicinity, it would take him some time to search for them in detail. Moreover, Linling's evil ghost jellyfish could also mine, but it was a little overkill. After all, the cost of hiring these miners was not that high. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Along the way, water began to drip from the mine. The depths of the mine were a little dark. My lord, that's the road to another mine. Very few people take that route. Seeing that Linling was still moving forward, someone couldn't help but remind him with a smile. It's fine, I'm just looking around. Linling nodded and walked along the huge mine. The mine was very big because it led to another fortress. Linling also wanted to see Dreamflow and the others on the way. Little Kunlun. But at this moment, little Kunlun on his shoulder made a sound, and its vines pointed in a direction. It was a small branch of the big mine. There was also a small hole that could allow one person to go in and out, and there was a faint sound of human voices coming from inside. What are you doing? Why are you hiding here? Are you trying to cause trouble? Let me tell you, bastard, if I find out that you want to destroy the mine, we won't let you off. The voice was somewhat fierce, followed by the sound of punches and kicks. It sounded like the strength of the punches was not small. Stop fighting, stop fighting. I just want to mine some ores in exchange for some food. I haven't eaten for 3 days. A girl's pitiful voice sounded. Linling immediately frowned. Could it be that the Godslayer Alliance's mineral veins also allowed them to bully the weak? He immediately strode over and saw that after turning the corner, a mine about 5 to 6 meters wide appeared. This mine was very gloomy and cold, and water dripped from the ceiling from time to time. 3 figures were surrounding a person, punching and kicking. What are you doing? Linling immediately shouted angrily. The voice made the 3 people stop what they were doing. When they turned around and saw that it was Linling, their expressions changed drastically. Among the 3, there was a thin and weak girl. Her clothes were tattered, and there were many wounds on her body. Some of them were even oozing pus, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. It's like this. She's a wild girl. We met her in the prairie and then she followed us. We pitied her, so we brought her along. However, we later found out that she's a jinx. Wherever she goes, she'll be met with misfortune. Once in the eastern mineral veins, it was because of her that the entire mine exploded and many people died. Yes, and someone pitied her and brought her along. In the end, that group of people were eaten by the demon snake in one night, but she was unharmed. To put it bluntly, she's a jinx. We were afraid that she would cause trouble, so we kept an eye on her. The 3 of them hurriedly said, looking aggrieved. Linling frowned. Suddenly, he could understand their feelings. This was because the miners were not experts and believed in fate. How could they not be afraid of bringing an otaku with them? You guys can leave now. Linling waved his hand and did not blame the 3 of them. The 3 of them hurriedly left, leaving only the girl in the mine. The girl was very afraid of Linling and hid in a corner, trembling all over. I'm not a jinx. I didn't want to kill them. I don't know why it's like this. The girl explained in a trembling voice. Linling did not speak. He glanced at the mine and asked, Have you been here all this time? Sir, I've been here all this time. The girl was afraid that Linling would be angry and hit her again, so she hurriedly said, It's very cold here. Are you here at night? Linling asked again, but the girl nodded. This made Linling frown. This was because the other miners did not speak at night and lived in the fortress. However, this girl lived in the mine and wore such thin clothes. She probably had not seen the sun for a few years. Why didn't you leave with the miners? We provided food and accommodation for free. Sir, they don't welcome me and chase me down. I can only exchange for food if I can dig a mine. The girl explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He walked forward step by step. Sensing this, the girl trembled even more. She covered her head with both hands, as if she was afraid of being hit by Lin Ling. However, what she was waiting for did not happen. Instead, a warm coat covered her body. This made the girl suddenly open her eyes in disbelief. However, there was a steamed bun and a pot of wine in front of her. This, sir. The girl was shocked. You haven't eaten for 3 days. Eat. Use the wine to warm your body. But don't drink too much. Lin Ling squatted beside the girl and said with a smile. He found that although the girl was dirty, she looked delicate and pretty. However, the girl did not dare to move. She was afraid that Lin Ling was playing with her because she had encountered such things many times. However, in the end, she could not hold back her hunger. She carefully picked up the steamed bun on the ground and ate it. She could be said to be wolfing down the food. After eating, she lowered her head and saw another steamed bun on the ground. This made her delicate body tremble. She suddenly grabbed the steamed bun and could not help but burst into tears. Her cries were very tragic. This was because when she was 1 year old, she caused the death of the entire village. Therefore, the village chased her out. Also, when she was 10 years old, she caused the death of the passerby who brought her along. Therefore, she was chased away. More importantly, until now, people would only beat her. No one had ever given her food. The entire cave was filled with the girl's cries. They drifted further and further away. Lin Ling looked at her quietly. He could understand her feelings. However, his heart suddenly trembled. Then, he turned his head and saw that little Kunlun was also looking at the girl. Its vines were swaying slightly as if it was greeting the girl. This confirmed Lin Ling's suspicions. The girl he met in his dream last night seemed to be the one in front of him. How strange. How did this girl enter his dream? No one is fighting with you. You don't have to eat so quickly. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled and said, Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The girl held the steamed bun in one hand and continued to cry. However, she stood up and bowed to Lin Ling. Chapter 38:14. A cave within a cave. Eat it, don't be reluctant, I have more here. Lin Ling smiled when he saw the girl's reluctant look. Thank you, sir. The girl nodded, but she still did not eat the bun. Instead, she treasured it. Lin Ling saw that she was pitiful, so he casually asked her where her home was. However, the girl did not have any recollection of this because she was chased out when she was 1 year old. If it wasn't for her good luck that someone brought her up, she would have died a long time ago. However, the old granny who brought her up also passed away when she was 10 years old, leaving her all alone. Let's go, I'll take you away. Seeing the girl's pitiful past, Lin Ling also felt compassion. After all, with his strength, it was not difficult to find a safe place for the girl. Hearing this, the girl nodded gratefully, but she seemed to be afraid of something and immediately shook her head. This made Lin Ling ask, but the girl did not say anything and only shook her head vigorously. She has the power of the world will in her body, and it is this power that causes disaster to everyone who gets close to her. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him suddenly said in a low voice, World will. Lin Ling's expression changed. Although he was not familiar with this power, he knew that it was a power that even gods were afraid of. He never thought that a girl like her would have this kind of power in her body. And it is not as simple as just the world will, because there is also a mysterious aura in her body. Even I am seeing it for the first time. At this moment, the giant ghost added, No matter what she's hiding in her body, I will never leave her here alone. Lin Ling shook his head and did not dwell on this matter. He walked forward, stroked the girl's head, and said with a smile, Are you afraid that you will bring bad luck to me? Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, have never believed in heresy since I was young. When those disasters encounter me, they will definitely be the ones to suffer. As soon as he said this, the girl raised her head, because she did not expect Lin Ling to know her thoughts. But they all say that I am a jinx. The girl whispered. Although she didn't want to admit it, She knew that strange things always happened around her, causing many people to die. In my eyes, you are not a jinx. Lin Ling laughed. Don't worry, if you're a jinx, then I'm a killing god. So those disasters of yours won't be able to hurt me. From now on, you'll follow me because I'm also a warrior. But my cultivation has been too smooth, so I like to experience some twists and turns and encounter some disasters. Hearing those nonchalant words, how could the girl not know that Lin Ling was comforting her? Her eyes became moist again, and large drops of tears fell from time to time. But this time she finally nodded and agreed. Lin Ling saw that the cave was gloomy and cold, so he planned to leave with the girl. However, just as he turned around, he noticed a different kind of chilly wind quietly blowing in the depths of the cave. This chilly wind was colder than the one in the cave, and most importantly, there was a hint of demonic aura in the wind. Lin Ling let the wind pass, and when the tail of the wind blew past him, he waved his right hand and caught the tail of the wind, then gently sniffed it. Then he realized that the demonic aura in the wind in his hand was thicker. Is it a demon snake? Lin Ling frowned. Sir, this wind is blowing from that cave. However, the girl seemed to be familiar with that cave, and suddenly said with some fear, You've been there before? After a series of questions, Lin Ling's heart trembled. This girl was indeed pitiful, and humans could not tolerate her. She could only wander around by herself, and had been to so many dangerous places. Then Lin Ling took out some natural treasures to treat the girl's injuries, washed her face, and let her change into clean clothes alone. After a while, Lin Ling walked back into the cave again, and his eyes lit up. After changing into clean clothes, although the girl was still thin and slender, she gave off a much better feeling. Especially after her injuries were healed, her entire body was extremely fair. And this kind of fair had a sickly paleness. This was also the effect of not being exposed to sunlight for many years. Of course, if it came from a man, it would be a little effeminate, but when it came from a girl, it gave off a lovely and moving feeling. What's your name? Lin Ling could not help but ask. I don't have a name. The girl lowered her head, as if she was still in awe of Lin Ling. You don't have a name. Lin Ling muttered to himself, then turned to look at little Kunlun and smiled. It was the one who brought me to you, and it's called Little Kunlun. How about I call you Little Kunlun? Okay. The girl nodded lightly, but her thin and weak body was quietly trembling, because she actually had a name. She had lived for 16 years, but it was only now that she felt like a human. In the past, there was no lack of people who were so good to her, but used and deceived her. Although those people were all dead, they also let her know that no human liked her. But now, even if Lin Ling was using her and deceiving her, she was willing to die for Lin Ling, because to be cared for and trusted by others, she cherished this feeling very much. Sir, do you want to go into the cave? I know the way. Suddenly, little Kunlun looked up at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted to bring little Kunlun out of the cave first, but seeing that little Kunlun was fine, he immediately nodded. If you know the way, then let's go in and explore. Okay. The two of them immediately went into the cave. The cave entrance was not big, and Lin Ling had to bend down to crawl in. But after entering, the space inside was not small, and there were more than 10 caves. Lin Ling was a little confused. Big brother, come this way, there are many dead caves over there, and although the cave on the left is not, there are many bats, and those bats are very powerful. As for the one over there are many emperor crystals, but there are many demon snakes, so the emperor crystals are not easy to mine. Little Kunlun was very familiar with the caves. It seemed that she had searched all these caves over the years. Lin Ling could not help but be shocked. After all, with little Kunlun's strength, if she encountered the demon snakes, she would not be able to avoid being swallowed, but she was safe and sound. Could it be that the demon snakes sensed the will of the world in her body, so they did not dare to approach her? And the truth was indeed so. When they passed by a cave, Lin Ling's soul force sensed that there was a demon snake lying in the corner of the cave. However, the demon snake only flicked its tongue at Lin Ling, as if it did not see little Kunlun. Of course, Lin Ling released a little bit of his aura, and the demon snake was scared into running away. And as they continued forward, a cave entrance appeared in front of them, two people side by side. A large amount of water flowed down from the top of the cave, forming a scene like a water curtain cave. Lin Ling immediately urged his realm essence to form a light shield, and brought little Kunlun into the cave. Chapter 38:15. Realm Scorpion. Xiaoluan stayed in the cave for many years, and had long adapted to the darkness. Her eyes could see very far. Lin Ling was so powerful that this little bit of darkness naturally couldn't stop him. What surprised him was that there was actually a huge ancient lake in front of him. This lake stretched for thousands of miles and the lake water was silent, giving people a strange feeling. Moreover, a strange wind was blowing in the surroundings, as if someone was whispering in his ear. "We're here. This is the largest cave under the 3 mines." Xiaoluan raised her head and looked at Lin Ling. "Thank you, Xiaoluan." Lin Ling replied. If it was not for Xiaoluan, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to find this cave. In the ancient lake, there is a huge scorpion with 6 tails. It is very powerful. However, there is also a strange tree. That tree has no leaves or flowers, only a fruit. Xiaoluan said as if she had been there before. In fact, she had indeed been there before. Fruit. Lin Ling frowned and quickly took out the box containing the fruit of good. However, he hesitated whether to open it or not. After all, Xiaoluan had the will of the world. The fruit of good might hurt her. However, Lin Ling was overthinking. When he gently opened the wooden box, Xiaoluan was not affected at all. Instead, she said with surprise, "This fruit is very similar to the one in the ancient lake. However, it is a little different." When she said this, Lin Ling was somewhat expectant. Because if he wanted to refine the flame of the human king, he needed the blessings of the gods. Among them, he needed the fruit of good, fruit of fortune and fruit of fate. These heavenly treasures were extremely rare, and only appeared in the era of the gods. It was impossible to find them in the 9 states. Furthermore, the Kaiyuan River was a secret realm that coexisted with the universe. It was not impossible for such fruits to appear. Therefore, regardless of whether the fruit in front of him was what he needed, he decided to give it a try. "Xiaoluan, you stay here. I will go and take a look," Lin Ling said. However, Xiaoluan shook her head and insisted on following Lin Ling. She seemed to be afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. With his strength, if something really happened, then Xiaoluan wouldn't be able to help him. However, Lin Ling did not want to waste time. He was confident that he was not weak. Therefore, he got little Kunlun to protect little Luan while Lin Ling carried little Luan and floated into the distance. After flying through the air, Lin Ling realized that this underground lake was not small at all. It could even be called a small ocean. And in the lake, there seemed to be no life. However, right at this moment, a fatal attack suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was like a lightning dragon emerging from the sea, and its speed had reached 1,800 world speed. Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. His fusion talent was only 1,500 sector speed. However, at the critical moment, little Kunlun immediately made a move. It turned into a huge ancient forest in midair. Countless vines poured out and bought some time for Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately fused his talent, and the tyrannical song sword appeared. He controlled the true inheritance dark sword and shot it out. Ding ding dang dang. In the darkness, the countless vines wrapped around the object and immediately released countless sparks. However, the object was unscathed after being attacked by the true inheritance dark sword. So hard. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Then he did not believe in heresy and activated the true inheritance dark sword again. This time, it turned into more than 6,000 swords. Moreover, under the constant attack, the ancestral power reached 70%. Each sword had 70% ancestral power. It was not weak at all. Of course, the ancestral power of the true inheritance dark sword was still weaker than the tyrannical song sword. Ding ding dang dang. However, it still did not have much effect. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a deep breath. The power of his 6 dantians surged out continuously, and appeared on the tyrannical song sword. He immediately turned into a shooting star and shot forward. The most overbearing sword appeared among the countless flying swords, and slashed toward the darkness. However, in the darkness, the deadly object sensed that Lin Ling's attack was extraordinary. It immediately wanted to avoid it. However, countless vines wrapped around it. Lin Ling naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. His sword finally arrived. Clang. A deafening sound was heard. The lake water exploded and poured down like a storm. A sword mark finally appeared on the pitch-black object that was struck by Lin Ling's sword, and it was slowly splitting open. However, it only cracked open. That's too powerful. I'm afraid that not many half-step to martial gods can withstand my full-strength attack. Lin Ling was shocked. Big brother, let's go quickly. That thing has woken up. At this moment, Xiaoluan anxiously reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked again because he had seen that the black and hard object was only a tail. A tail was already so terrifying. What if the main body came out? It seemed that he had to bring the platinum evil spirit here. Lin Ling had already decided to retreat. He shouted angrily, "Little Kunlun, let's go. Go." After saying this, he immediately rushed back the way he had come. Behind him, the tail that had been slashed with a sword mark swept up crazily and finally crushed all the vines. However, little Kunlun had already wrapped around Lin Ling's shoulder and quickly left with Lin Ling rumble. In the ancient lake, a huge whirlpool appeared and the lake water flowed backward. Then, a pair of stone mill-like eyes slowly rose from the surface of the water. That's the realm scorpion. After the giant ghost saw it clearly, it immediately said solemnly, "Very powerful. Where did this realm scorpion come from?" Lin Ling asked as he rushed back the way he had come. The giant ghost looked back and immediately said indifferently, "This is the divine embryo that follows the Buddha god. Once the Buddha god preached and a scorpion heard the Tao and became a god. Later, because it was hiding under the Buddha god's praying mat, it accidentally pinned the Buddha god and was finally punished to the god realm. Of course, these are all legends. In fact, no one knows where the realm scorpion came from. However, its strength is not weak. Its every move carries the power of universal Tao. Lin Ling, let's leave quickly. This realm scorpion has been sleeping for a long time and has just woken up, so its reaction is a little slow. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Hearing the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling pushed his speed to the limit and finally rushed into the cave. After entering the cave, Lin Ling did not stop and madly rushed back the way he had come. After a long time, when he heard someone's voice in front of him, Lin Ling returned to his original form and slowly moved forward with little Luan. However, Lin Ling was still in shock about what had just happened. His current strength had greatly increased, but he was still helpless against a demonic beast. It made him feel extremely insignificant. Of course, Lin Ling really did not want to miss the fruit in the ancient lake, so he asked, "Giant Ghost, what do you think is the strength of that thing?" "Yes. It should be in the martial god realm, and its strength is probably comparable to the 9 states martial gods." "Yes." Chapter 38:16. Exploring the ancient lake again. Lin Ling, this is still considered weak. A true 9-tailed world scorpion's strength is comparable to a god. As for that world scorpion, according to Xiaoluan, it's only 6-tailed. What makes me really curious is that there's something wrong with that world scorpion. According to the characteristics of scorpions, they usually don't take the initiative to provoke people, but if someone dares to offend them, they won't easily let the intruder go. Even if they have to chase the intruder out of the Kaiyuan River, they will kill the intruder. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Unless it's injured? Possible. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that when it evolves into 7-tailed, it needs to shed its skin and metamorphose, so it doesn't have time to pay attention to you. Other than that, there's only one last possibility, which is that it's about to give birth. Injury, metamorphosis, and giving birth. If it's giving birth, that's the best because at this time, the world scorpion is the most timid and only wants to protect its young and leave. This also means that you can get close to the center of the ancient lake. Giant Ghost guessed. And if none of the 3 situations is true, then if I provoke it again, won't I be dead for sure? Moreover, even if it's giving birth, it's impossible to scare it away with my strength. Possible, Lin Ling said with a frown. How could the current him fight against the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions? That won't happen. If you attack with all your strength, with that crazy aura of yours, you can scare it away. After all, If it just gave birth to a young, it's afraid that the young will be injured, so it won't fight with all its strength and will choose to leave. Possible. After a good rest, bring Giant Ghost and the others to try your luck. Possible. Lin Ling immediately nodded. As they moved forward, many miners appeared in front of them. Lord. Possible. Those miners saluted, but when they saw Xiaoluan beside Lin Ling, their expressions changed greatly. Bane Lord, that's the Bane. Possible. Bastard, who told you to come up, get lost. These miners were not strong, and they mined all year round, so they naturally believed in some things about fate, so they were extremely afraid and angry at the Bane. Shut up. Lin Ling frowned and immediately said in a dignified manner, from now on, she is my little handmaiden. Whoever speaks ill of her is the same as speaking ill of me. Ah. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. However, they obviously did not dare to disobey Lin Ling's order. They could only continue working in silence. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but they still looked at Xiaoluan with vigilance and disgust. In this regard, Lin Ling could also understand their feelings, but he could not change their minds, so he was too lazy to bother with them. After leaving the mine, the sun shone brightly outside. When the members of the Godslayer Alliance saw Lin Ling, they were shocked by Lin Ling's decision. This was because they had also heard of the matter of the daughter of the Star of Calamity. Regarding this matter, as martial artists, although they didn't believe in fate, they wouldn't be so bored as to touch upon such taboos. However, Lin Ling was worthy of being the leader. He didn't believe in this evil. Of course, compared to the miners' disgust for Xiaoluan, their attitude was obviously much better. Prepare a clean room for her to live in. Also, her name is Xiaoluan, and from now on, she is my little handmaiden. Lin Ling looked at the members of the Godslayer Alliance and smiled. Then he asked, where's my big brother? Has he come out of seclusion? Yes. The Varch hasn't succeeded in her breakthrough. However, Lord Dream and Lord Wangu have been here before, but when they saw that you weren't around, they immediately returned to their respective strongholds. They heard that Lord Lin Ling was going to pass through the mine to reach them, so they wanted to give you a surprise. They are already waiting for you at another stronghold. An old man said with a smile. Lin Ling was speechless. Those guys had probably waited in vain. Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to him, and immediately went into his room. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the other two strongholds, Dreamflow and Sakura thought that Lin Ling would arrive at their strongholds from the mine. In the end, they waited until their beards turned white, but Lin Ling was still nowhere to be seen. This made them curse loudly. This stinking brat Lin Ling actually dared to stand them up. After Lin Ling entered his room, Xiaoluan followed him in. She seemed to have an extremely good relationship with little Kunlun, as they were constantly whispering to each other. However, after entering the room, she didn't dare to speak carelessly. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, she immediately began to tidy up the room. This Xiaoluan, I'll do it myself. All right. Lin Ling had been training outside all year round, so he didn't care about these things at all. Moreover, he wasn't used to having a handmaiden serving him. Lord, I'm a handmaiden. This is what I should do. All right. However, Xiaoluan was extremely stubborn. It could be seen that she cherished everything she had, and was even very satisfied with her current life. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. However, he let Xiaoluan be. Then, he began to ponder about the battle tomorrow. There was no doubt that in that battle, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to scare the Realm Scorpion away. As for Dreamflow and the others, Lin Ling didn't intend to inform them. Firstly, their strength wouldn't be of much help. Secondly, they had to guard the stronghold, and didn't have the time. The premise of all this was that the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Lin Ling heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes, he immediately found a figure already busy with work. She was holding a rag, wiping this and that, and occasionally chatting with the vines beside her. It had to be said that with this figure, the room was much cleaner than usual. And this thin and weak figure was naturally Xiaoluan. Even Lin Ling didn't expect that she would wake up so early, and had already started working. Sir, you're awake. Noticing the voice behind her, Xiaoluan suddenly turned her head and said. However, when she saw Lin Ling, she was first stunned, then blushed and ran out while holding her small face. This made Lin Ling stunned. He didn't seem to have done anything. He couldn't help but look down, and his face suddenly turned red. This was because unknowingly, his pants had already propped up a tent. This was also a phenomenon that men would occasionally have in the morning. No wonder Xiaoluan ran so quickly. So that's why. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. After changing into clean clothes, he walked out of the room. Behind him, the platinum evil spirit wearing a large cloak followed him. Outside the room, Xiaoluan stood there with her head lowered. Her pale face revealed a rare blush, which made her look extremely cute. Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. He didn't expect that his reputation would fail so miserably. However, he had seen many storms, so he changed the subject and said, "Xiaoluan, you stay here. I'll go to the mine alone." "Sir, don't leave me behind." Xiaoluan immediately raised her head, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Chapter 38:17. Go all out. Hearing that, Xiaoluan shook her head and said, "Sir, I don't need your protection. I've been to that ancient lake several times, but I've always come out alive. Also, that fruit is very well hidden. Sir, you may not be able to find it." At the end, she was clearly anxious. At this time, the giant ghost also secretly transmitted its voice to Lin Ling. After hearing that, Lin Ling finally nodded. Indeed, Lin Ling was not familiar with the ancient lake, and Xiaoluan had been there many times. She might be able to help him at a critical moment. Immediately, Lin Ling led Xiaoluan into the mine. They walked along the path they came from, but when they reached the cave where they first met Xiaoluan yesterday, Lin Ling immediately realized that there was something strange about this place. It seemed to be different from yesterday. It's the effect of the aura. Beside him, the giant ghost also looked ahead and said, "Sir, let's go this way." However, Xiaoluan was familiar with the path and went into one of the caves. Lin Ling clearly remembered that yesterday, he and Xiaoluan did not enter this cave. It seemed that Xiaoluan was indeed capable. Following Xiaoluan, they turned left and right. Not long after, the water curtain cave appeared again. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his expression solemn. Right now, he was not sure if the world scorpion was giving birth. If it was not, with his sticky entanglement, the world scorpion would definitely kill him. Involuntarily, Lin Ling looked at the fist-sized evil spirit beside him. The giant ghost shook its head. Obviously, it was not too sure either. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath and finally stepped in. He was not a wishy-washy person. Since he had chosen to come, then he would fight with all his might. Rushing through the water curtain cave, outside was the pitch-black ancient lake. Just like yesterday, the ancient lake was silent. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He let little Kunlun protect Xiaoluan, and then he led the platinum evil spirit forward. Of course, Lin Ling didn't forget to look at the giant ghost and ask, "If I'm in danger, will you help me?" Although the path of martial arts ultimately depended on the individual, he was currently facing Realm Scorpion, so it was normal for him to find more helpers. "I actually don't have the strength," the giant ghost said fiercely. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if the giant ghost was telling the truth or not, but from the looks of it, he could only rely on himself. Goyulu. And as he spoke, bubbles appeared on the calm water surface. Then, a fatal killing intent arrived. It was a very fast speed, once again exceeding 1500 world speed. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't dare to be negligent. He went all out and fused his talents. Clang! The energy from his 6 dantians surged into the Tyrant Song sword. Lin Ling did not even look in front of him as he viciously slashed down with his sword. What was shocking was that as soon as the sword slashed down, a huge scorpion tail arrived in front of him. Rather than a scorpion tail, it was more like a nimble ancient snake. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's speed was not as fast as the scorpion tail, he predicted the opponent's attack and slashed out in advance. However, the scorpion tail was extremely strong. After being slashed by Lin Ling's sword, it immediately knew that Lin Ling was the person from yesterday, so the tail retreated and swept over with a terrifying stench. If this sweep hit, no matter how strong Lin Ling's body was, he would definitely die on the spot. True inheritance. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. With a low roar, countless swords rushed out from behind him like a swarm of locusts. Clang! Clang! However, the tail was so terrifying that it actually swept away all the True Inheritance dark swords. However, the True Inheritance dark swords were also like hyenas, madly rushing forward again. Using the True Inheritance dark swords to delay, Lin Ling's Tyrant Song Sword was also adjusted. He drew a semicircle with both hands, and then raised it high. Then, without hesitation, he slashed down fiercely. This slash was obviously more powerful than before. It actually slashed the tail that had just rushed over into the ancient lake again. Even the hard black armor showed cracks. However, Lin Ling was not in a good condition. He was breathing heavily. Of course, during this time, he also activated the True Inheritance dark swords. They turned into a river of swords and swept across the ancient lake. Moreover, he also activated the space-time divine steel and other methods. Rumble! The tranquil ancient lake exploded and waves soared into the skies. This vast and mighty momentum finally awakened the taboo monster beneath the ancient lake. Whoosh! The ferocious whirlpool seemed to have sucked up all the water in the ancient lake, and its momentum was vast and mighty. Then, a pair of purple eyes quietly appeared under the lake water. The eyes coldly looked at Lin Ling, and there was a hint of human-like insidiousness in them. Obviously, it recognized Lin Ling. Behind the churning whirlpool, a couple of ancient snake-like figures finally charged out of the water. Those ancient snakes had their heads facing the sky and were slowly swaying. However, if one were to take a closer look, they were not ancient snakes. Instead, they were frightening tails. There were a total of 6 tails, and at the end of the tails, the most poisonous needles were emitting different colors. Obviously, the scorpion tails were poisonous. Moreover, previously one tail had forced Lin Ling to go all out. Now that there were 6 tails, one could imagine how powerful it was. At this moment, even if a martial god realm expert was here, he would probably run away without hesitation. As the ancient lake continued to roll, the huge scorpion finally floated to the surface. The world scorpion was completely black, except for a pair of purple eyes. Its body was also extremely huge, like a small mountain. The most terrifying thing was that after it appeared, the surrounding cave began to melt. However, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. He came here with a goal in mind. Whether the world scorpion was giving birth or transforming, Lin Ling would not give up until he saw the end of the world. He floated in the air, and a huge dragon bone bow appeared in his hand. The bow was golden and dazzling, and there were many exquisite patterns engraved on its surface. Countless Buddha light appeared, and the sound of Sanskrit was like a song. Calamity-destroying sun bow. This bow could threaten a martial god realm expert. Although it could not cause fatal damage to the world scorpion, it greatly shocked the world scorpion. It obviously did not expect that a mere weak human would have such power. However, it was not over yet. Lin Ling wanted to intimidate the world scorpion, so he would definitely have to go all out. Therefore, the god steps were also activated by him, enveloping the world scorpion. The mysterious world instantly enveloped the world scorpion. However, it was obvious that the god steps had a much smaller impact on a behemoth like the world scorpion. However, it still shocked the world scorpion. That was because it also noticed the mystery of this power. It should not exist in this world. Buzz. At this moment, its purple eyes changed, and it stared at Lin Ling in the air. However, Lin Ling did not wait for it to make the first move, and had already attacked. What were 5? 1 suffering day and night, to the point of calamity. 2 1 is full, and many are full. 3 the sin weapon, trident eagle snake wolf and dog. For dragon god sky or ghost. 5 if one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6 connected together, so it was called seamless. Chapter 38:18. The realm scorpion retreated. Sanskrit suddenly descended, spreading throughout the world. An arrow was shot. The dark cave suddenly lit up. Countless fragments of light appeared, as if the Buddha had descended upon the world. The dual black and white arrows scattered endless light, intertwining with each other, turning into a huge calamity-ending arrow, charging towards the realm scorpion in the ancient lake. At this moment, the realm scorpion's eyes changed, Its 6 tails also began to shake with a rhythm. However, the god's stares had sealed away a lot of its powerful strength. This caused a trace of panic to appear in its sinister eyes. By the time it reacted, the huge arrow had already landed on its back, stabbing into its shell like an awl, as if it wanted to purify everything. And when this terrifying arrow was shot, the entire cave seemed to have collapsed. Countless emperor crystals were also swept away by the terrifying power, gradually turning into nothingness. As for the ground, the 3 strongholds also shook violently. Those miners were all shaken to the ground. Even rows of houses were collapsing. This also caused everyone to panic, thinking that some great calamity had happened. Fortunately, although the ancient lake was entered from the mine, it was not actually under the 3 strongholds. Otherwise, the 3 strongholds would not exist. Moreover, the ancient lake was also in an extremely deep place underground. Therefore, the grassland was shaking, as if some great demon was about to rush out of the ground. And far away from the strongholds, a large grassland was also sinking. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at the ancient lake again, the lake water seemed to be about to overturn the bottom of the cave, shooting in all directions. After an unknown amount of time, it finally gradually calmed down. Whoosh! Lin Ling floated in the air, returning to his original form. He was breathing heavily as he looked down. This arrow had clearly consumed all of his power. Moreover, the steps of wisdom had also consumed all of his soul power. All that was left now was Jieyuan. That bastard, don't tell me it's dead. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His heart was extremely nervous. Gurgle. However, he had clearly underestimated the realm scorpion. The ancient lake below. Waves were unceasing. A pair of cold purple eyes slowly floated up. It was the realm scorpion. This also caused Lin Ling's pupils to fiercely tremble. This was truly terrifying. He had been shot directly by him, yet he was still alive. Moreover, Lin Ling was also familiar with the temperament of scorpions. Under normal circumstances, they would not take the initiative to provoke others, but when others entered their territory, they would raise their tails and deal a fatal blow. Therefore, this meant that Lin Ling would have to face the frenzied attacks of the realm scorpions. Crash. As time passed, the enormous figure finally revealed itself completely. Upon closer inspection, the world scorpion was not completely unscathed after being shot by Lin Ling's arrow. On its hard shell, a huge swastika scar appeared. It was about 12 meters wide, and was a ghastly sight. However, it was still unable to pierce through the shell. If this beast was placed in the myriad worlds, it would definitely be a disaster. Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp, but he knew that there was no time to lose. So he waved his right hand, and the platinum spirit appeared. After that, 2 black gold spirits appeared as well, and then an endless amount of dragon demons appeared. Kill! Then Lin Ling roared. Deep in his eyes, his fighting spirit was boiling. Kill! The entire cave was vast and mighty, as if it was about to be overturned. Lin Ling seemed to be overbearing, but in fact his heart was beating like a drum. Because if it was a life and death battle, then they would only end up with a complete annihilation. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling knew that he absolutely couldn't show weakness. Time froze at this moment. Gurgle. Finally, the realm scorpions moved, forming a wave that soared into the sky. Oh no! Shit! Lin Ling's eyes instantly became bloodshot. He knew that there was no way he could escape this calamity. Beside him, the giant spirit also bared its fangs. However, just as they thought that a life and death battle was about to arrive, the realm scorpions took a deep look at Lin Ling, and finally dived into the bottom of the ancient lake. Gurgle. A large number of bubbles floated out and lasted for a long time. Finally, the entire ancient lake fell silent. Everyone floated in the air, silent and motionless. It was as if time had frozen. The only sound was the sound of water dripping onto the surface of the lake. However, there were water droplets dripping from the top of the cave, as well as Lin Ling's cold sweat. Clearly, Lin Ling was also scared out of his wits. It's gone. Yes. Yes, you won the bet. Yes. A moment later, 2 voices that sounded as if they had just survived a disaster finally floated out. Next, Lin Ling and the giant spirit, who were in the air, looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. The previous scene seemed simple, but in fact Lin Ling had already walked on the edge of a knife several times. I can't help but admire you. At such a critical moment, you can still maintain your domineering demeanor, the giant spirit said again. Hearing that, Lin Ling's smile turned into a bitter smile. Say no more. I admire myself. Next he roared at the sky, because there were only two outcomes for provoking the realm scorpion. 1. Complete annihilation. 2. The realm scorpion left. The realm scorpion from before was obviously intimidated by Lin Ling's crazy attacks. Coupled with Lin Ling's final frenzy, it finally chose to leave this madman, because it was indeed giving birth. For the safety of its cubs, it left. Motherhood was also the greatest kind of love. Even the realm scorpion was no exception. Therefore, as long as there was the slightest possibility of harming its cubs, it would choose to avoid it. Sir, the scorpion left. Behind, Xiaoluan carried little Kunlun and flew over. It left. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and looked at Xiaoluan. Because the ancient lake was very big, it would take him a lot of time to find the fruit. If Xiaoluan knew the whereabouts of the fruit, it would naturally save a lot of time. Moreover, Lin Ling was not sure if the fruit was what he needed. However, for the fruit to be valued by the realm scorpion, even if it was not what Lin Ling needed, it was definitely valuable. Follow me. Xiaoluan also knew that there was no time to lose and immediately started searching. After a long time, on the other side of the ancient lake, a mysterious bubble appeared. It was about 5 meters wide and was hidden at the bottom of the lake. In the huge bubble, there was a strange tree. It had no leaves, no flowers, only a fruit. Moreover, the fruit looked very ordinary, just like a pear. Lin Ling had never seen the fruit of fortune or the fruit of fate. Therefore, just as he was about to ask the giant ghost, he immediately realized that the giant ghost had quietly retreated. Looking at the platinum evil spirit and the others, they were also hiding far away. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. Because the fruits he needed were all things blessed by the gods. Now, even the giant ghost was afraid of those fruits. This meant that Lin Ling had found the real fruit. My luck has always been bad. Now it's finally good. Chapter 38:19. Someone. Use the wooden box that holds the fruit of goodness to store it, and use jade to pick it. Don't touch it, or it will turn into nothingness. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice floated over from afar. Lin Ling immediately nodded and shot into the ancient lake. He also successfully entered the vacuum zone and stood in front of the strange little tree. Upon closer inspection, apart from the lack of leaves and flowers, the little tree was very ordinary. If not for someone's reminder, Lin Ling would have definitely thought it was a pear. When the fruit was just picked, it must not be touched by anything. It must be stored in a wooden box and could only be touched after 3 days. Therefore, Lin Ling also carefully picked it. When he was picking, the giant ghost and the others hid far away. In the end, they even left the ancient lake and came to the cave outside. On the ancient lake, only little Kunlun was waiting for Lin Ling with Xiaoluan. It's here. There was a huge fluctuation earlier. I hope it's not the realm scorpion. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the ancient lake. This caused Xiaoluan's expression to change instantly. The realm scorpion is not to be trifled with. Let's make it clear first. We'll help you this time. If you get any treasure here, we want to share. If there's only one treasure, then you must compensate with other treasures. Of course, the realm scorpion is stronger than an ordinary martial god. And this is just a 6-tailed one. If it's a 9-tailed one, I'm afraid even our Lord Carefree Sword wouldn't dare to provoke it. 6-tailed hee. With us working together, it shouldn't be difficult. If it were any other time, it would be impossible. However, I asked the Fate Elder for help and found that something happened to the realm scorpion. Later, the Fate Elder told me that there are only 3 kinds of things happening to the realm scorpion. 1. It's injured. 2. It's molting. 3. It's giving birth. If it's the third, then the treasures here will belong to us. You're really well prepared. The voices chatted as they walked and gradually appeared by the ancient lake. There were about a dozen of them, and judging from their attire, they were divided into 3 camps. One camp had blonde hair, golden robes, and even their pupils were golden. Moreover, they looked somewhat different from humans. As for the other camp, they had blue hair. The men were handsome, and the women were otherworldly. It was as if they were born out of the mud without being stained. Moreover, they were also somewhat different from humans. On the other hand, there were 4 people in the other camp. They were all wearing the academy's robes. And it could be seen that they were not from the same academy. Their expressions, they were arrogant. There was powerful confidence. Their goal was the realm scorpion's treasure. However, when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, the confidence and calmness from before disappeared in an instant. Because the ancient lake was the ancient lake. Not only did he not sense the aura of the realm scorpion, he instead saw a little girl floating in the air on a vine. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Scorpion? Yuquan Yufeng asked. Who are you? Someone from the blonde youth's side spoke. His name was Jin. He was one of the priests of the Golden God clan. He was also extremely powerful. Me. Being stared at by this group of experts, Xiaoluan immediately panicked. It seems that the realm scorpion has left. Seeing Xiaoluan's appearance, a beautiful woman in the group with long blue hair said faintly. She also looked at Xiaoluan. Tell me, how did the realm scorpion leave? Also, when did you enter here? Did you see anything? She was also a woman, but her voice was cold and even dignified. Xiaoluan's eyes were wet. He wanted to leave, but he did not dare to leave Linling behind. For a moment he did not know what to say. You lowly bitch, speak. Seeing that Xiaoluan was about to cry, a look of disgust appeared in the woman's eyes and she shouted, I don't know. Xiaoluan was frightened by the voice and could only reply timidly. It's really strange. The realm scorpion has indeed disappeared. Could it be that it knew we were coming, so it ran away in advance? The others looked around, but their expressions became more and more unsightly. It's fine if it ran away, but I'm afraid that it took away the treasures here. If that's the case, we've come here for nothing. The golden-haired young man said coldly. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the vine that Xiaoluan was riding. This lowly servant, he doesn't have any strength, but he can fly above the ancient lake. It seems like that vine is not simple. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lil Kunlun. Zuoquan from the human race also nodded. Moreover, if the realm scorpion did not take away the treasures here, it might have been stolen by this cockroach. Search her body. Hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately spoke. She was Princess Shui Wan, the eldest princess of the Water God clan. She's a woman after all. You go. However, Zuoquan shook his head. No, she's too dirty. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Hearing this, Princess Shui Wan directly refused. Looking at Xiaoluan, there was only contempt in her beautiful eyes. Dirty slave, take off your clothes. The others also did not want to dirty their hands, so Genie also spoke coldly. They were like the children of God. At this moment, they were surrounding a beggar, wanting to see if there were any treasures on the beggar's body. And all of this seemed to be a matter of course to them. I don't have anything. Tears finally fell from Xiaoluan's eyes. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was despised by others. You're courting death. Seeing that Xiaoluan did not do as he said, a youth suddenly snorted. A sword appeared in his hand. Holding the long sword, he stabbed at Xiaoluan. This person was obviously impatient. Since the dirty girl did not take off her clothes, he would kill her. Of course, he also had his eyes on Lil Kunlun. He felt that it was extraordinary. If he could not obtain the treasures left behind by the realm scorpion and a mysterious plant, then this trip would not be in vain. Kunlun. Little Kunlun began to sway when it saw the sword flying towards it. It seemed to be a little angry. However, just as it was about to attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of little Kunlun. He was dressed in blue robes and held a wooden box in one hand. His other hand gently reached out with 2 fingers at the same time. This action seemed slow, but when the sword was about to attack, it instantly caught the sword. Moreover, the sword did not move at all. What? The expression of the youth who had attacked changed instantly. Scram! The newcomer let out a low shout and twisted 2 fingers. Clang! The sword was twisted, and even the youth's arm was twisted. Then with a crack, his right arm was completely dislocated. However, This was not the end. The mysterious person took a step forward and struck with his shoulder. Bang! Chapter 38:20. Reprimand. When he landed in the middle of the group of people, he continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood, and his face became extremely pale. As for the group of arrogant people, they all narrowed their eyes because the young man who had attacked before was from the E-Garden. He was an expert of the E-generation, and was ranked 402nd on the heavenly stairway of the gods. He was extremely powerful. However, he'd been defeated by the blue-robed young man in 2 moves. This meant that the person's strength was not simple. Sir, we are from the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. May I know who you are? Yu Quan said indifferently. The injured young man was from the same alliance as him. Now that he was injured, how could he not ask anything? However, he saw that the other party's strength was extraordinary, so he did not act rashly. This was not because he was afraid of the other party, but because he wanted to know the other party's background. Because with such extraordinary strength, he should be someone from a powerful alliance. You don't have the right to know. The person who came was Lin Ling, and he replied coldly. He had never seen the group of people in front of him, but he could guess that they had come for the world scorpion. Moreover, Lin Ling could also sense that they were not weak. They were all at the half-step to martial god realm. Even the weakest talent was grade 7, and some were even grade 8. As for the golden-robed and blue-haired people, Lin Ling sensed that they were not humans. Therefore, he guessed that they were from the gold god race and the water god race. This was because he had seen the portraits of these 2 clans in the wood god clan. But overall, compared to the wood god clan, these 2 clans were slightly stronger. Seeing that Lin Ling did not give him face, Yu Quan was clearly enraged. But Lin Ling ignored him and asked Xiaoluan, "Did they do anything to you?" Xiaoluan immediately shook his head. No, as soon as they arrived, Milord appeared. Obviously, Xiaoluan didn't want to cause any trouble, so she hid the fact that the group of people had cursed at her. This also made Lin Ling nod his head, and want to leave with Xiaoluan. Wait a moment. What is that wooden box in your hand? At this moment, Genie suddenly spoke. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling rush out from under the ancient lake. Could it be that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure left behind by the realm scorpion? We want to see that wooden box. If it's something ordinary, I'll let you go. Princess Shui Wan also spoke. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled. Holding Xiaoluan's hand, he turned around and left. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at them. What a joke. Lin Ling had risked his life to obtain the treasure in this wooden box. Did they think they could take a look just because they said so? Despicable human, stop right there. Seeing that Lin Ling was actually ignoring her, Princess Shui Wan immediately shouted. Lowly people will always be lowly people. They will only hang out with filthy people. There are too many filthy and ignorant people in this world. That's why the world is so turbid. Genie also spoke up. This was because he was also angry. In his opinion, he was a noble member of the Gold God clan. When ordinary humans saw him, they would have to kneel down and salute him. Apart from the top human experts, whom he would give some face to, others weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. What a perfect match. I wanted to search that filthy girl's body, but she was too filthy, so I had her take off her clothes. If you hadn't come, Humph, she would definitely have obediently taken off those filthy clothes. Princess Shui Wan said in a strange tone. 2 filthy servants. Do you only know how to run away when you see us, the Gold God clan? The others also spoke one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped. He ignored the lowly people they were talking about and looked at Xiaoluan instead. Is what they said true? Xiaoluan immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling. However, this also made Lin Ling instantly understand. Those guys actually wanted Xiaoluan to take off his clothes? Did Xiaoluan provoke them? Why were their demands so excessive? Did they not know that forcing a girl to take off her clothes was trampling on her dignity? A flame of anger burned in Lin Ling's heart. Holding Xiaoluan's hand, Lin Ling slowly turned around and couldn't help but mock. You bunch of trash, your mouths are really smelly. Could it be that you grew up eating shit? Shit. What kind of trash is the Gold God clan? Could it be that your ancestors were a bunch of lowly slaves, so in order to make you feel arrogant, you open your mouth and call others filthy? Unfortunately, slaves are still slaves. Lin Ling looked at Jin Yi and said. Jin Yi's pupils trembled fiercely, and the veins on his forehead bulged. One had to know that he had mocked Lin Ling, because he was in a bad mood. After all, Lin Ling didn't give him any face. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would dare to resist? Hee, Priestess Jin Yi, it seems that your Gold God clan isn't noble enough. However, seeing Jin Yi being mocked, Princess Xuewan seemed very happy. Although the Gold God clan and the Water God clan didn't have any great enmity, they were still fighting both openly and secretly. Now that the Gold God clan had lost face, the Water God clan was naturally happy. You aren't any better. You're a girl, but you have no manners. You open your mouth and call others filthy. It seems that you didn't have parents to discipline you. In my opinion, you can't even compare to my Xiaoluan. However, Lin Ling looked at Princess Xuewan again. You're scolding me? You're saying that I, a noble princess, can't compare to her? Princess Xuewan was stunned. Yes, I'm scolding you. Why are you pretending to be noble? Do you know what etiquette is? Do you know what it means to be a daughter of a noble family? Do you know what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are? You're just a shrew. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, and every word was like a gem. You. Princess Xuewan's face turned ashen. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the 3 obedience and 4 virtues as an example. You don't understand them at all. Obey the father before marriage. Obey the husband after marriage. And obey the son after the husband's death. These are the 3 virtues. If you're a shrew, cursing in public, you're a disgrace to your tribe. The 4 virtues refer to women's virtue, women's speech, women's appearance, and women's achievements. Everyone in the Water God clan was trembling with anger. Their princess was actually scolded like a shrew. On the contrary, Yu Quan and the others were secretly laughing. However, Lin Ling's spearhead quickly turned to him. And you guys, you're humans, but you're revering people from other clans. Which academy are you from? You're a disgrace to the final world. Could it be that you and your family are dogs? Shut up. Yu Quan was stunned, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Go give him a few slaps. I want to see his teeth fall out. Yu Quan finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I'll break his teeth. Let's see what else he can say. Jin Yi sneered. His previous anger was completely suppressed by him. Since he was scolding so freely, then it was time to welcome his anger. Don't kill him. Leave him to me. I want to give him a few slaps too.